Good evening. I'd like to call the work session Thursday, February 9th, 2023. The Board of Education to order. And we're just hearing a little echo in the room. Thanks for bearing with us while we work on those tech issues. The Durham Public Schools Board of Education work session is now in session. At this time, we wish to extend a warm welcome to everyone who is joining us this evening. The purpose of this meeting is to inform our students, parents, staff, and constituents about the work aligned with our mission to embrace, educate, and empower every student to innovate, serve, and lead. The interpreters for tonight are Martha Romo Ugeles and Marty Ramirez. Thank you for taking the time to join us. This is Black History Month, a month of celebration, and also a somber time of grief here in Durham, and our hearts are with the Hillside community. I'd like to pass the mic over to our chair, Chair Umstead, for some comments.
Thank you, Ms. Beyer. Just have a few comments I want to give in response to what happened at Hillside yesterday. We are saddened to report another death in our school community due to gun violence. We acknowledge that these incidents are not only egregious and heart-wrenching, but one that each one is a call to action for all of us. Our mission in Durham Public Schools is to embrace, to educate, and empower every student to innovate, to serve, and to lead. And for us to succeed in our mission, we have work to do to advance safety and wellness in our schools, for our students, for our families, for our educators, and for our community. Our community needs to feel that school can continue to be a safe place to grow and to learn. Just a few weeks ago, I was at Hillside High School, and I listened to students who shared solutions for how to increase safety in their community. Students picked their own topics, did research, and proposed solutions that they were able to share with the community. And our students in that project demanded action. Students asked for additional gun safety programs that provided free locks and safe storage. They asked for the additional programs to support students through mental health, through job training, through after school, more listening to young people's voices to make sure that students realize that there are opportunities available for them in our community. Our students were passionate, they spoke openly and honestly, and it is not lost on me, those same students are experiencing a loss in their community tonight. Our students should not have to deal with this type of grief. Our families in that community, our educators shouldn't have to deal with that type of grief. And I can't help but reflect on our General Assembly spent time on a parent's Bill of Rights that doesn't address the needs of our students that are struggling today. They are worried about pronouns when they need to be worried about the mental health of our kids. They are worried about other things. We need to be worried about safe storage of guns in our communities. Our students are struggling and they need help. I'm grateful for our Durham community. I've seen an outpouring of support from our county commissioners, from our mayor, from our city council. We have work to do. And this is Durham community work, but we need statewide action because our students deserve it. Our families deserve it, and our educators deserve it. It is heart-wrenching, it is sad, and I know that we'll persevere because the spirit of Durham is to do so, and we'll wrap our arms around our children, but we need action. We needed it yesterday. To close my statement, I continue to hold our students, their families, and the educators in that school and all the surrounding schools in our community in my heart. And I'm committed to continue to do the work to make sure they have what they need to innovate, to serve, and to lead. So it concludes my statement. I don't know if board members have anything to say, but we will go next into a moment of silence. Ms. Lewis.
Thank you for those remarks, and I echo those same sentiments that you shared. Hillside High School is a wonderful school that takes pride and care of their students to inspire and grow them. This week is National School Counselor Week, February 2nd and 10th. And our counselors mobilized, our student support services mobilized, providing a safe place for our kids to be today while they grieved, talking with them one-on-one, having support groups, while there continued to be police activity outside of the school grounds. This is not a way for our children to learn. There's too many distractions, and we do have to come together as a community to take care of these children. It was so hard receiving emails today to know whether or not these children were safe and to assure them that they are, and that we're working with city and county commissioners, our city council, our district attorney, our sheriff's office, all these departments coming together to come with a plan. Since the Raise the Age legislation has been passed, Raise the Age legislation passed, it's been our responsibility to bring a judicial committee together to have these conversations and bring solutions to the table. And that's what we need right now. We have to act. Our children cannot wait. I just want to say publicly, I appreciate twice named Principal of the Year, Dr. Logan, who stands strong for his educators. EAP services available to our educators. Counseling is important. We need more school counselors, mental health providers, and nurses in all of our schools. Our schools are safe. The things outside of the school walls is what our children have to deal with, and we can do better, Durham community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. Ms. Valladares?
We have a problem. It is really hard to talk about this because I want to see more solidarity when it comes to children whose lives are at risk. We have many. But when my children tell me they know 13, today, I guess with the shootings from yesterday, 15 children who have been shot, and there isn't an outcry. And I thank everybody who took time to come out tonight. This issue tonight is about the lives. It's about actual lives that are in danger. I mentioned that I have a bullet in my car. I actually was in the middle of a gunshot. I was in the gas station, the VP, which is right next door, right next to Hillside High School. The trees that surround our campus are the dividing line between the gas station, and a lot of our children go to the gas station. And there were 3 young students running with guns, and it is not the first time that that gas station and convenience store has seen gun violence. We know that that area right there has had so much, but it is hard for me to just sit here and bear this. And I just want to do a call to community, because I want to see the activists in Durham who talk about protection of children, who talked about children's lives being at risk. We have multiple people, and I'm actually grieving students who have been lost from Southern High School, students from Hillside. These families, they need to see the support of a community to show up and say, these children matter. Their lives are literally at risk. Not only at risk, they have died. When it comes to death, that is the line we have to draw. And I just don't see the outcry. And I'm very, very much, I'm looking at all the people who have asked in terms of solidarity. Where is the solidarity? I want to see the solidarity. I want to see the people show up here and say, we have to protect our kids. And it takes all of us. It takes every single one of us to protect the lives. My children go to Hillside High School. They know all about this. They live it. We have lived it. When my children say they know 15 people already, they know of 15 children who have been affected by gun violence, children who have been rendered with a disability because of violence, blind because of violence. because of robberies, because of so many things. I know those cases, and I send love to the families who are listening right now because you know who you are, and you know exactly the long ordeal to recuperate from a gun violence, from 4 bullets that could have killed you, and they didn't kill you, and you know that this is for you. You know what this is for. Ustedes saben que esto es para ustedes. Y yo quiero que ustedes escuchen este mensaje que me duele en el alma. It hurts my heart that our children are literally dying, and there isn't an outcry. And everybody who talks about solidarity, I want to hear your voices talk about our children who are dying, who literally are dying. And this is a mother, so you will have to excuse me because I'm a mother. I went to Hillside High School. That was my school. And I know that I have seen classmates come back years later and their kids. I actually saw a shout out to the valedictorian from my class. I was 3rd in my class, but the valedictorian came back and is in my school now. And it is a whole different Hillside, because right now the crisis is on. The crisis has been on. Our kids are literally there and need the support of community. They need more supports in terms of any offerings that you can give, even people speaking. If this is not your cause, make it your cause. You have to make this your cause. These are our children. And so I yield the time. But tonight I want to see something. And I want us to talk about solutions for these children, because I will not see another child die, not on our watch.
Thank you, Ms. Valladares. Your comments? Thank you all for speaking truth to power and grief into this space of a community that is broken and healing. Let's all take a moment of silence together. Thank you. That brings us to item 3, agenda review and approval. There are amendments to this agenda. Ms. Lewis.
I'd like to make an amendment to add the Crown Act resolution to be read by our board. I'm under, I guess, 2C.
2C?
Well, I'm on the other agenda, under the Board of Education, the 3rd item.
Oh, 6C. Yeah, okay. Crown Act resolution. For the,
We also add a agenda item. We had a request from Every Child in C to send a letter to the board, to the governor regarding the Leandro case. And so we'd love us to add that to our item as well.
that perhaps is item 6D.
Yes.
Any other amendments to this agenda? If not, I welcome a motion.
I move to approve the agenda as amended.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Umstead and seconded by Ms. Rogers and Ms. Lewis simultaneously. Any further discussion on this agenda? If not, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? It passes unanimously. That brings us to general public comment. Quick review of the rules. We welcome our public who's joining us this evening. Ask you. Do our minutes. Let me not go skipping over the minutes. The January 12th minutes from 2023. You all have had a chance to review those. Is there a motion? Any edits needed to those minutes?
Move approval of the minutes from the work session January 12th, 2023.
Been moved by Ms. Rogers and seconded by Ms. Lewis that we accept the January 12th, 2023 minutes as presented. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The minutes are passed unanimously. Thank you for catching that for me. That does bring us to general public comment, item 5. A quick review of the rules. Please state your name. If speaking for an organization, please state your name and the name of the organization. Speakers are asked to present their comments in 3 minutes. When the yellow light comes on, you will have 1 minute left to start winding up your remarks. When the red light comes on, it will beep, which indicates that your time is up. Complaints about named staff, students, or parents should not be voiced in open session. However, we are very interested in hearing your concerns with regard to public education, the safety of students, and the operation of the school system. Finally, board members will listen carefully and consider the comments, but we do not engage in a discussion with speakers. Our first speaker is Ron Baron, followed by Jenny Coldren.
Hi, my name is Ron Baron. Dear members of the board, thank you for taking the time to listen today. Tonight, you will see a presentation on how wonderful Gaggle is. The presentation, which reads like a corporate shareholder's report, will extol the virtues of the software, telling you that it will vastly improve the mental health of students by giving administrators great insight into students' mental health and other crises, and thus allowing intervention that might prevent a further escalation. Surely a worthy cause. What the presentation will not say is that the way these insights are collected are incredibly intrusive into the most private parts of students' lives. Consider, for example, a report collected by Gaggle in which a student talks about changing conceptions of their own gender or sexuality and how those feelings are difficult and sometimes even depressing. Consider that the student may not have talked or may not want to talk with administrators or even teachers as of yet. Gaggle flags some keywords in the chat log or other data is sent to an administrator. De facto, the student is outed as being LGBTQ or gender nonconforming. The harm that could be done by outing a student to people in positions of power well before they're ready to talk themselves is vast. We are all horrified by bills such as the Don't Say Gay legislation, in part because it may expose students to backlash from parents and others. Why on earth would we implement software that enables such intrusions as a matter of routine? Students have no practical way of opting out of these intrusions into their lives. It is impossible for most DPS students to do much of their work without a DPS device. Yet the only way not to be monitored is not to use one. In practice, simply for attending a public school and completing their work, students are subjected to this corporate invasion into their private lives. This is completely unacceptable. As a proud parent of a non-binary child, I do not believe this is the way to help our children and our students. Surely, there are far better ways to assist students with issues regarding their mental health than this. Surely, we can spend the same money in far less draconian ways. A few more social workers would be nice. I urge you to pause Gaggle with immediate effect and to move to set up a task force comprised of students, teachers, staff, and administrators to completely and fully evaluate the software before any assumptions. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Jenny Cauldron followed by Jacqueline Wagstaff.
Good evening, board. I had a whole thing written, and I'm going to read part of it in a moment, but I do want to acknowledge the grief that I heard from board members this evening, and how important it is as a parent that we guard our children's mental health. And that's a difficult task to do. We don't always know what the best decision is. And so we're threading a needle here, trying to figure out how much privacy our kids need versus how much to protect them. Okay, I'm just gonna read part of this now. I spent much of the last week and a half trying to find some way, any way, to prevent Senate Bill 49 from becoming law. And as a quick refresher, this is the Parents' Bill of Rights that this board made a resolution opposing this past summer. And one thing that I heard woven through statements from students, clinicians, and parents opposing this bill is that there is something very, very healthy in a child's ability to assert their independence, figure out who they are, and maintain an age-appropriate level of privacy. We as parents and educators are guides along this journey, but this journey is not ours. And as we seek to protect our children, as natural as that instinct is, I want to make sure that we center children and not ourselves. And when we think about what our children need, it's our support and not our surveillance. And my concern with Gaggle is that we are surveilling our children and not investing in the human resources that we know that they need. As a teacher, there were countless times that I called for a counselor because I could see a child in distress, and that counselor didn't come. They were busy doing other things in the building. Even if our schools are fully staffed, we are not at recommended ratios for counselors to students. We have to fix that if we want to keep our students safe. And I believe that Gaggle will kind of lull us into this false sense of security that we feel like our kids are safe without actually doing the hard work of building connections with them to keep them safe. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Jacqueline Wagstaff, followed by Ann Satowski Hemstreet.
Good evening. It's hard for me to get up here today, given what happened yesterday. And I just want to say, I heard your comments, Madam Chair, and I just want to know, do you know the young man's name? Do you know where he came from? Do you know anything about this young man? Probably not. But this is one of the young men that I've seen on a regular basis in Cornwallis Project, one of the most underserved communities in Durham. Doesn't get nearly what it needs to have. This young man had hopes and dreams of what he wanted to be if he had lived. That didn't happen. That was cut short yesterday. But I drive by Hillside every day. I had kids in Hillside. This is not the Hillside that my kids grew up in, not even the Hillside you went to. And to see those kids out there every day, I actually had an incident at the store across the street where it was so many kids at that store that I went across the street to speak with Dr. Logan about all of those kids that were at the store at 12 noon. So I see this on a daily basis. This is not new to me. But I'm not here. I'm here to speak on this school board poaching that's going on right now. You have another school board member that has resigned from this board. This is the second school board member in less than 2 years that runs for office, get reelected, and then less than 6 months into their term, they're resigning from this board to take on a position with the the DPS Foundation, which this board gives money to. This doesn't smell right, and it's not passing the smell test. And tonight, you're gonna vote on a new chair, a new vice chair. One of the things that I have a problem with is like, this is usurping the authority of the people. The people vote on board members to actually stay here and remain here for at least 4 years. We don't vote on board members that know they're gonna leave as soon as they get reelected and go take on six-figure jobs, salary jobs that are most likely getting paid for by this board, who's gonna vote on $1.2 million tonight to give to the foundation to create housing. The last I checked, I thought this foundation was an educational committee. So I wanna know what their expertise is in housing, since you're gonna give them this money. Now you got employees that are leaving the school system, going to the foundation. Haven't talked to the superintendent about it. So my question is, which one of you are next to go to the foundation when the opportunity arises? We are voting, we are taxpayer voters that are voting on people to come here and serve us and do the job. We're not voting on people to leave in less than 6 months and go somewhere else. So you need to handle your business.
Thank you, Ms. Wagstaff. Ann Satowski Hemstreet, followed by Achudmak Domingley. It's a handwriting issue. I'm sorry. I'm not quite sure who's next, but I think y'all will know. Thank you.
Hello, Superintendent Mubanga and board members. I have a whole thing here that doesn't feel appropriate at this juncture. I want to acknowledge the call to action, and gun violence is the #1 cause of death in our children. And as a parent, I can say that that is unacceptable, and we all need to work together to solve this problem, because I cannot imagine what the parents and friends and grandparents and family are going through right now, and the kids that know this child. And I can't, I'm here, and I will continue showing up to support changing our community so that our kids are safe. I wanted to talk with you a little bit about a child that I've heard. I received a message from a teacher who told me about a certain child in school. And I think it's still appropriate to talk about what I heard, because maybe we can save this child. This week, a middle school student was flagged by this new Gaggle software for being at potential risk of self-harm. The student, I'm sorry, I didn't even say my name, is Ann Sakawi Hemstreet, and my pronouns are she or they, and I am with Rainbow Collective for Change and have 2 young children. Okay, so this middle school child was flagged by the Gaggle software for being a potential risk for self-harm. The student identifies as LGBTQ, but is not out to their family because their family is religious and not supportive of LGBTQIA+ individuals and community. The counselor, who is the Gaggle administrator at the school, shared the Gaggle report with the family, which is a district protocol, I think, and felt like they had no choice but to share the whole report rather than just the part about self-harm. So in doing so, they outed this child to their family, who was not supportive, who declined mental health support from the school. And so therefore, we don't know whether this child is getting the support they need. We do know that this child is at risk of self-harm and has now been outed to unsupportive family. According to the ACLU, it's against the law for school officials to disclose a student's sexual orientation or gender identity to parents and other school staff, even if the student is open about it at school with friends or staff members. I'm not here to blame the counselor who is trying to do their job. They were trying to prevent a child from inflicting self-harm. I am highlighting how dangerous it is to have your Gaggle software program in place when maybe you haven't thought about the unintended harms that it can cause LGBTQ students and other marginalized students. I am also highlighting how dangerous it is to limit resources and necessary training for educators and other school professionals. We need to properly support and affirm our LGBTQ students with
Thank you.
appropriate resources.
Thank you so much. Again, our next speaker is on from 1014. Yeah, sorry, Wildwood Road. And I really apologize. I'm just struggling with your handwriting. And then followed by Lou Gent.
Thank you, everyone, for allowing me to speak. I send all my condolences to the family who lost their child yesterday. And he is actually our child. He's all of our child. I just want to address something. Now, I'm not going to pick at anybody, but I just want to urge everyone the importance of education, right? I did graduate, and I'm not here representing anybody. But I did graduate from Riverside High School. I'm currently a North Carolina Central University student. So I'm a Durham student. I've been here my whole life. I work with the so-called Hispanic community, and I just want to share some solutions to how to educate them, right? I work with a lot of them. I work with the church. You know, I think we had to do more than just say, okay, I'm about to vote for a plan. You know, if we really care about the kids, if we in a store and we see a kid, you know, let's just say, hey, right? You know, you don't know what they're going through. How are you? Right? And like somebody mentioned, right, that they're using a position of power to transition to another position, paying them 6 figures. Show people how you got to that position, right? But my solution for the youth, and I came across someone with the shirt that said decolonize. Personally, I'm indigenous, and I see the importance of decolonizing our school educational system. It doesn't just mean, oh, I'm gonna make you feel bad about the history that your ancestors have done. It means this is an understanding of why people are in the way that they are. Why are they feeling that way? Why are kids angry, right? Maybe they don't have fathers in the household. They don't know how to communicate, right? They don't know how to express their emotions. They want to let it out through anger. So we have to teach our kids these social skills, and we have to teach specifically, I work with the youth, but we have to teach them the importance of their selves, of self. Knowledge of self is important. Now, I don't know what you include in these solutions, right? I don't know if putting more money is good, but it's simply showing a kid how to love themselves, right? And it's a journey. It may take 20 years, right? But let's not wait. Let's not have them wait until they're 40 to finally love themselves and heal their traumas. Personally, I just want to share my solutions, and I thank you for allowing me to speak, but we have to decolonize the school system, and thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. Lou Gent, followed by Dr. Rhonda Taylor Bullock.
Thank you all for allowing me to speak. I know several of you in several different contexts in this room tonight, so it's very, I feel honored to be here. I do not have a child in Durham Public Schools. My name is Lou Gent. I represent myself tonight as a community member. I will read you this sharing grief with Hillside. I posted it several hours, I believe, before the incident. I know what everyone in Durham should know. Hillside is a fantastic school. It's historically maligned because of segregation policies and racism. It's one of the only 5 remaining original 300 historically Black high schools. It's home of the IB and AVID programs and offers engineering and cosmetology tracks. Its phenomenal marching band and drumline was rival to my high school, which is the Greensboro equivalent of this school, James B. Dudley High. And I had the first notions of healthy self-concept, chosen family, and home life form because of my school years there in the commensurate middle Lincoln across the street. I skipped school or went after school to that crazy convenience store. After the talent show, the bullets whizzed by my head. My 14-year-old sweetheart dropped out of school and died trying to rob a cab. I am the survivor. I am the community activist who also knows that 24% of the children who are transgender in the United States who survived suicide said that no one had respected their pronouns in the last year. These situations are not separate. All of it is together. We stand on Indigenous land. I report to all these communities, and I'm reporting to here for you today to say that I am part of you. I am with you. And yeah, we have to do it all together, right? We have to listen to Ann. We have to listen to Jackie. We have to listen to Alexandra. We have to listen to all of us because the grief in this room is not separated. All these kids deserve survival. All of us deserve to get to where I am, an old trans queer or an old Black woman or whoever gets to survive. It should have been all of us. It absolutely should have been all of us. And I urge everyone here tonight to find more connections and less siloed community. Because if I can get out here and hold some of y'all's hands, and you know who you are who didn't want to hold my hand at first, if I can do it, you will too. Thank you.
Thank you, Lou. Dr. Bullock.
Hi, I'm Dr. Rhonda Taylor Bullock, representing Durham Committee on the Affairs of Black People. And tonight I'm carrying 2 hats of also the lead curator of We Are, also a former Hillside educator. And I did not give myself the room to grieve prior to coming up here. And this was a lot. did not plan to speak about, what the school community at Hillside is experiencing, and just sending my thoughts and prayers to Dr. Logan's leadership and to the school community and to all of the families who are impacted. I'm an empath. I just was able to name that about myself, and hearing the stories and the passion and just thinking about the current context that we're sitting in, it feels really heavy right now. I came here tonight thinking about how all of this is intersectional, the attacks on our children, our safety, and the curriculum. I came here to implore the district board members and leadership that we're sitting in a position, actually a privilege, to be leaders, to call on the state, the country, to fight against the racist oppression about African-American studies. It is a racist attack against learning about Black history, Black people's contributions, Indigenous people. Having classes like ethnic studies and African-American studies validates and shows that Black lives matter. There's research that shows that when children can see themselves in the curriculum, they excel, they attend school, they graduate, their attendance rates are up, they pass, they get high GPAs. And so the anti-truth telling movement is very loud and it's taking up a lot of space, but might don't mean right. And so for those of us who share the same values, who believe in a racially just, socially equitable, LGBTQ friendly, inclusive community, we have to use our positions of power to speak up. It's not just about curriculum. It's about life and death, literally. And I just pray and hope that you all, in this midst of call to action, in particular about violence, that erasure is violence as well. Erasure is violence as well. And for those of us sitting in positions of power, and I believe Durham Public Schools is sitting in a position of power in ways that other districts are not, we have to speak up. You have to be the voice. You have to see the fear. You have to confront it. And you have to keep moving. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bullock. I know that some folks have joined us. Since we took the sign up sheet, I wanted to make sure that no one else has joined that would like an opportunity to speak. Mr. Raven, and then in the front row, anyone else? Go ahead, and if you will do that, just make sure you state your name so that our liaison can capture that for us. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Frederick Raven. I am not representing any other organizations that I am sometimes associated with. I am representing myself as a Durham Public School graduate and a father of children in Durham Public Schools. I first wanted to just also offer my condolences. Sometimes when I see stuff like this on the news, when there's a loss of life, when you've seen it so much, you sometimes could become somewhat desensitized. And I start to even forget about my own family who has dealt with stuff like this in Durham. So my prayers go out to the family. The one thing that I wanted to talk about today was something that you all had listed in the agenda. I'm still a nerd, so I did look it over, and there was really three things that I thought about discussing. I just wanted to mention that one, I'm happy to see that you all are moving forward with the new ERP. I think that's going to help the district tremendously. Two, one of the things that I saw relating to you all's budget requests, I didn't notice anything about the one-to-one. I recognized that right during the beginning of COVID, the district made that step to ensure that there was that device one-to-one, and for 30,000 devices, 250 apiece, you're looking at like 7.5 million or somewhere around there. And I know that there was a thought at one point in time to not necessarily ask the county to pay for it all at one time, but to at least have a kind of like a life cycle plan in place so that if you are going to replace 1/3 of it every year, that they're aware that that $2.5 million is going to come due at some point in time. But the last thing that I really just wanted to quickly talk about was, and excuse Emerson, my wife is in Florida right now, so the baby's with me. But it was with the housing plan that I read about. And I was doing some research and I found out about what other states are doing, right? And there was the $18 million that was granted. I think like 13.5 of that is still going to stay within a district. And I just wanted to plant some radical ideas. I always hear Board Member Byards talk about how Orange County got ahead of us when we were looking at the equity, when we were looking at the inclusion of the LGBTQ plus community. And I wanted to kind of echo that and talk about access. If we're thinking about access to be able to afford a place to live in Durham, imagine if we use that $13.5 million to actually buy or build an apartment complex. And the reason I say that is the one thing that DPS has is land, right? And that's one of the most expensive things to buy. So I just did a little bit of research and I'll just share the numbers with you. If you wanted to build 150 units, roughly that cost is 9.6 to 12.9 million. But if you wanted to do 600, it would be 38.4 to 51.6. And while that seems like a lot, generally you only have to put 25% down, which is 13 million. So if you had 600 units, you would be able to support roughly 20% of your teachers or at least 10% of all of your staff. So I just wanted to kind of throw out that radical idea of something that could potentially be used in the future to support staff. So thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Raven, and thank you, Emerson. Front row folks. Yeah, can y'all, yeah, thank you.
Hello, my name is Andrea Hudson. Everybody calls me Muffin. And I'm not representing any of the organizations that I'm a part of. I'm actually here representing a parent of a student who's getting ready to graduate from Hillside on June the 12th of 2023. I want to say condolences to the family of the ones who lost a loved one and from the one who was also shot along with the one who lost his life. And I want the school board to know that there is a solution to the problem, but if we're not talking to our children, we're not going to get that solution because we as adults do not really know what they need. We can only fantasize about what we think they need, but unless we talk to them to find out what they need, we will not know. And I don't know how many of you had to make that phone call yesterday to make sure that it wasn't your child that was shot. I had to make that phone call. And I wasn't only checking on my son, I was checking on all his friends. And it was like there was a delayed response to families knowing that there was a shooting behind the school, right? My son was okay, his friends were okay, but he knew those kids who got shot. And so is he mentally okay? He may not want to talk to me about it, but we have conversations last night. We had conversations this morning. And every day that my son goes out of that door, I have to pray that he's going to be okay going to a place that I think that he's supposed to be secure and safe. And he goes there to learn and play sports, but he's supposed to be fine. And that is not the case. With the school being on lockdown today, I was informed that one of my other sunshines was in the trailers out back. And that's unacceptable because if you have a school on lockdown and you have kids who are not in a brick and mortar building, that is nerve-wracking to the parents. And when I got that message, I was like, oh my gosh, he's out back. Is he okay? Bullets can easily go through that modular home or trailer, whatever it is out there. So I'm asking for this money that the school board has, please consider making Hillside the Hillside that it should be. It has survived 100 years. And it's surviving 100 years, it does not have the things that it needs. The football field is horrible. The track field is horrible. When those other schools come, they have to pee outside because there are no field houses for them to be able to use. And we're doing a disservice to our kids. All kids should be able to play sports for free. So school board should be able to put money into that. Because when I look at my son and his friends, they too tired after football practice, after basketball practice, they tired. They don't have enough energy to be out doing anything. They need.
Thank you so much, Ms. Hudson. And I saw 1, 2, anyone else? Yeah, 3, Kevin. I'll let you close this out, Kevin, as our final speaker. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Joanna Studer, and I was planning to talk about something else. But I'm just gonna mention a few things. So I'm a substitute usually for Wake County, but I've been here for just like a week, and I noticed some kind of discrepancies, so I just thought I would mention them. But first, I just want to say I'm sorry that you all are dealing with all of this, and my condolences to the families of the victims of gun violence. But I noticed that in Durham County schools compared to Wake County, a lot of the furniture was more damaged and the supplies were scarcer to find, and there was more students per classroom, at least 30 in every class that I was in. And the teacher that I was subbing for was never able to use her room during her planning period in one of the assignments that I had because it was being used by another class. So she never had time to like grade papers or things like that in her own classroom. And then in one of the classrooms, their only air conditioner seemed to be a fan surrounded by several filters with blocks underneath to keep it from moving around the room. And it didn't even have the infrared lighting in it to keep the air free from COVID. So, I mean, I was just noticing a lot of big discrepancies in the funding, I guess, or I don't really know exactly what. But, and then this is not really that related, but I was told by one of the other teachers that when I was at the Durham Southern School of Energy and Sustainability, that they hear that the students will hear bad things about the school before they even come to the school. And I heard that the administration speaks about the school as if it's only filled with idiots. They say things like, hope you aren't going to Southern. And so even if these students are the brightest around, they're going to think that they're stupid because that's what the world is kind of showing them. And I'm just wondering if the students are, starting to give up or whatever, but so I might just come back next time and talk about the other stuff.
Thank you so much. And I want to let you know, make sure that you can always email us at BOE@dpsnc.net. And if you have other things that you weren't able to share tonight, we are always reading that and keeping up, and feel free to call us as well. I think William Jackson, Dr. Jackson. Yeah.
Good afternoon or good evening, everybody. My name is William Jackson. I'm coming today as a parent of a DPS student recently. I have a daughter. Goes to one of our elementary schools. And of course, the first thing I think is important to say is condolences to the families lost their child. Brother said earlier, everybody's child, or they're everybody's child. And we all have a responsibility to do as much as we have in our power to do to make sure that something like this doesn't happen again. So that takes a deep evaluation of our access to power and how we are using that power to make things happen for the benefit of those children or ourselves in our own interests. So I hope that all of us, with the power that we have, and if I need to be specific, I mean the access to money, the access to decision-making power that will literally influence 33,000 children's lives. You will put a policy in place that will impact my daughter's life for the next 10, 12 years. And so my question is are we not just being proximate? Because all proximity means is that I'm close to my brother right here. Do I have a relationship? Am I investing my time and energy to develop relationships with people so that when I make decisions, they can hold me accountable? So there's a lot of different things that I could have chose to do in my life. Maybe not. But what I will say is that in my day-to-day work, I have parents that know they can come and cuss me out and hold me accountable. And if something goes wrong, we will move heaven and earth to make it right. Because I've been given a whole lot of talent, money, and whatever, for whatever reason. And so it's my responsibility to be accountable to those folks and make sure that I'm accountable to the people who don't always have access to power. But like Dr. Taylor Bullock said earlier, all of this stuff is connected. The fact that our children learn inside of classrooms where they've been historically underfunded and has been historically taken out their contributions to life and liberty and happiness in this nation is the same reason why they might not see as much value in their own lives and the value against the people that are looking across from them. And so if you're using your power to not think about how you're going to enrich their lives, then we have to ask ourselves some of the difficult questions Ms. Wagstaff raised earlier. And so I just really, really, really hope that everybody in here will do the right thing.
Thank you, Dr. Jackson. Mr. Primus, thanks for coming this evening.
Good evening, Dr. Mbenga, members of the board. My name is Kevin Primus. My pronouns are he and him. I try to listen to everyone, and clearly we're grieving, and I also share my condolences with the families who are losing their children. Some of the things that I really wanted to say have already been said, but I feel like I need to reiterate them, especially in light of our next two board agenda items, which are vote for vice chair and process for appointment for District 3 school board member. I've talked with many people in the past 24 hours, Democrats, Republicans. I'm not an attorney. I don't give legal advice. I spoke to an attorney who said people were talking about this vacation of board seats, running for public office for 4 years, leaving your board seat, going to the DPS Foundation. It appears as a pattern to everyone I'm talking to, and it looks really bad on Durham, that we are considering giving more and more money to an organization that is poaching, is the word that people are using, our board members and our staff members, but we don't know that this is happening. I really find it hard to believe that Matt Sears, who's not here today, to be accountable because he wants to not have the appearance of a conflict of interest. When did he decide to apply for this job? Did every board member know about this? Did they understand that we have an ongoing relationship with DPS Foundation? I have a lot of questions, and a lot of other people have questions. I've shared some of those with my contacts in the media. Will they pick it up, or do they not care? Is this board accountable with their relationship with the DPS Foundation, where the river is flowing in the opposite direction? They say they're supposed to be helping us raise money, but we're sending them money, and they have a big staff, a lot of staff for a foundation. And are they funding these things that need to be funded? There are people that are asking a lot of questions, and there are people that ran against you, Republicans, who are watching very carefully to see if the press even cares. But this looks really bad. It looks really bad when people run for office, and before the year's up, they're working for a partner. It looks like there's no accountability for the money that is being given, and now is public money going to a private foundation that doesn't have to answer anybody's questions. And we need leadership. We have vote for vice chair who has experience to ask some questions, because how does this happen? That this just looks like hubris. It looks like, hey, I don't have to be accountable. I can just move on and take this. It just looks really bad. And to everyone, other people are using the word laundering. I'm not using that word. I use the word funneling, but I can't prove that it's laundering. Usually you kind of do a better job of hiding it if it's laundering. But this looks like you got money, you got a job, and money from your old organization is going to your new organization, and you quit your job that you were elected to do. You quit it to go to this place that's getting money from your old job. Looks horrible. It is blatantly obvious to anyone.
Thank
So
you.
consider
Thank
it.
you
Thank
so
you.
much, Mr. Primus. Thank
Thank you.
you. And that will conclude our public comment this evening. We are so appreciative of the hearts and thoughts and minds that you all have shared with us today. You continue to challenge us, you continue to inspire us, and we thank you for that. I'm going to turn the next portion of the agenda over to our chair, Chair Umstead.
Right, y'all bear with me. I'm gonna do the best I can to lead this next two items. The first is a vote for vice chair, has been alluded to in many of our public comments today. I'm gonna read a statement from Matt Sears. Board, we will need to take a vote to accept his resignation. So on January 31st, 2023, he voted to support, on January 31st, 2023, Mr. Sears emailed the board and said, "I want to thank you for the support and collaboration we've had over the years. Effective the end of today, which was January 31st, 2023, I'm resigning my position on the Durham School Board after 8 years and 7 months of service. I'm so pleased to share that I'm leaving the board and I'll be transitioning to work at the Durham Public Schools Foundation, the Director of Partnerships." And so that resignation was submitted to us via email, was effective on the 31st. And we'll start with the first step of voting to accept that resignation.
Move that we accept the resignation of Matt Sears.
Second.
Been moved by Ms. Byers, seconded by Ms. Rogers. Any other discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please use the same sign. Passes unanimously. We appreciate Matt and his service on the board and what he was able, Mr. Sears was able to contribute. With that resignation, we do have, our policy states that we need to vote for a vice chair. That's the next order of business. It says it needs to happen in our next meeting. So we'll do that today. In a moment, I will call for nominations for the office of the vice chair of Durham Public Schools Board of Education. The board will follow the procedure contained in our policy. Nominations do not require a second. If more than one person is nominated, the board will vote on nominees in order of nomination. The first person to receive a majority of board members present, majority vote of the board members present is elected the vice chair. Nominations are in order for the office of vice chair. Are there any nominations?
I nominate Emily
Them-
Chavez.
I
Sorry.
spoke to, I nominate Javania.
So let's go first. I'll have Ms. Y'all literally spoke at the same time.
We spoke at the same time.
Okay, I'm gonna have Ms. Rogers speak first and then I'll let you go, Ms. Valladares. We'll vote on both nominations.
I nominate Emily Chavez.
I want to take a point of personal privilege right now. I'm having conversations with the community that when we show up to this meeting, we don't have to have everything cooked, fully decided. There's a process in place in terms of votes. And be it that if there is already a certain group that has already decided what they want to do, I ask for right now, the floor, to actually make a nomination that will allow us to be able to have this process in an equitable way. Because I don't appreciate the fact that I spoke with you earlier and everybody before, and I said, I want to nominate somebody. And nothing was told to me about the fact that even though some arrangements have already been done in advance, and you think that you already have the whip count, you think you already have the votes, I want to have the opportunity, and I asked for the opportunity to make a nomination, and nothing was told to me as a board member that already expressed, and I sent this in days in advance to tell me what the order would be and how it would be. And I do want to own that I clicked on this mic right now and I said, I want to nominate Ms. Javania Lewis. And I didn't finish my thought.
So both nominations will be voted on tonight. The floor is open. People can nominate as they please. Now, to try to be fair, because both of y'all said at the same time, my suggestion was going to be that we vote in order of alphabetical order. So that would have Ms. Chavez first and then Ms. Lewis. I'm open to other options, but we do have to vote on both tonight. And that is like the process of how we go along. So we do have two nominations, one for Javania Lewis. We have another nomination for Emily Chavez. We'll vote. We'll start with Ms. Chavez. Let's do a voice vote so we're really clear. I'll start with Ms.
I
Rogers.
would like to just also take a point of privilege. As we're making this vote, I would like to make a statement and appeal to the board members who are voting. Thank you, Ms. Valladares, for your vote, your nomination and confidence. I would like to.
Ms. Lewis, I do want to give us an opportunity to speak, but I wanted us to do a vote first and then have an opportunity. Is that okay? Or would you like to speak?
I wanted to appeal to board members for the vote, to gain their vote of confidence publicly. If we can do that afterwards, but one person receives more nominate votes than the other, then that would not happen. So I'm not sure how you want to do it.
So Ms. Lewis and Ms. Chavez, let's both give you all an opportunity to speak. Ms. Lewis, did you want to go first?
But again, thank you, Ms. Valladares, for the nomination. As I was considering this position and I had conversations with other board members who shared that we should consider rotational leadership outside of experience. And I can accept that. I want to be a team player and I want to know what this looks like and what this can look like in the future and policy that would support that and not going back and forth when it's convenient. At this moment, I do think that where my value resides is experience, commitment, training, and being transparent, which I have. This is my 3rd year in service and coming on the board while being in a pandemic. I was thoughtful and made some of the hardest decisions of my life and any other board member would have ever had to make in that time. I worked diligently to ensure its supplies and safety was first. I considered our most vulnerable and I stood up for a board member who was targeted by hate. After 1 year of service, I was asked to serve in leadership as vice chair. And during that time, Natalie, you said that you didn't feel like I had enough experience. But in this moment, you have shared that you support rotational leadership and representation. I can accept that. My nomination allows for that. Please consider that with this vote. One thing our kids, educators, and administrators don't need right now is experimentation. They need experience. My experience on this board has led to policy updates around dress code, nutrition, and non-discrimination. My experience on this board has led to several years of growing together and engaging the school communities and engaging communities, particularly in my district. I have approved curriculum resources that work towards equity. I have attended several North Carolina School Board conferences, national school board conferences. I am committed through training, ongoing education to service this community as best that I can. This is my final term. This is the final year. I'm coming into my final year on a 4-year term until I run for re-election in 2024. Our school community is 80% students of color. In the reading, the 3rd grade proficiency rate for Black students is 38%. Prioritizing representation matters. We need to commit to making sure every student has a Black teacher by 2nd grade, as the research shows, and has been requested by one of our community organizations and have had discussion with our administration. There's an urgency in experienced leadership in this moment. I do not work independently, as I shared with Ms. Rogers. I reemphasize publicly, my number one concern has been in its students, student excellence, that we pour into them to reach their greatest potential. Thank you for your reconsidering your position. I have relationships with the elected officials I've nurtured over the past years for such a time as this, built task force and serve on task force. I have a vision and urgency and experience to co-lead this board with integrity and transparency. The kids, particularly in districts 1 and 2, cannot wait, and I hope that I can have all of your support.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. Ms. Chavez.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. And I so appreciate everything that Ms. Lewis has done as a board colleague, her perspective. I will share what I think I bring to this role. It's something I've given a lot of thought to. I really think this is the time, and we didn't know that our other board colleague was going to step down at this time, and that this opportunity would present itself at this time in February, when it's normally in July at the turn of the school year. But I know that I bring bold ideas and leadership I'm 7 months into this board term. I'm not new to leadership. I served on the Budget Process Advisory Committee, was asked to co-chair that, and have seen the budget process through the spring that we're about to enter into now. I've prioritized building relationships with my board colleagues, with administrators, with commissioners, and I intend to keep doing that. And I bring an intersectional approach that I do think is really important in these conversations in leadership, with attention to the experiences of our Black, Latinx, other students of color, our ESL students, our undocumented students, LGBTQ+ students, EC students, and low SES students. And I think it's really important how we frame our conversations and then translate those and share them with our colleagues. But communication is very important to me, and making sure that as a board that we have collaborative leadership together. I've talked since the spring about the importance of having a container in which we can hold any issue that we talk about, that we discuss or engage with. And so I think I want to serve in this role, and I have the support of others to do this because of my vision and the skills I bring. This is a progressive board and people are expecting us to get a lot of things done. I'm proud of the work that we have done in the last several months and will continue to do. And the things that I would most like to see change or move during the time that I serve on the board and hopefully in leadership would be improving outcomes for our Black and Latinx students and decreasing race and gender disparities in discipline, seeing the successful rollout of Growing Together, which, as we know, is a huge process, 30 years in the making, seeing our LGBTQIA+ policy through full implementation, and ensuring that our investments, our money and other resources and our efforts yield results and outcomes that are tangible. Some of our speakers spoke to the relationship with power, and I think that's very important as we think about how we engage in the future. And so it would be my honor to serve this board in a leadership role. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chavez. Thank you, Ms. Lewis. In order to decide who our nomination is to go first, I have a coin. Would love to do a coin toss. Ms. Murchison, if I could have you do that and come stand maybe right here so we can get it on camera. Ms. Chavez and Ms. Lewis, if you all can come watch. Ms. Lewis, can you pick your side as a senior member on our board? Ms. Lewis has picked heads. Ms. Chavez, you will have tails. I've given Ms. Murchison our coin. She is our board attorney who's represented here tonight. She will flip it and let us know. It is on tails. So we'll vote for Ms. Chavez first and then we'll go with Ms. Lewis. Thank you. All right. So the first vote will be for Ms. Chavez. I'm going to start with Ms. Rogers and we'll go along the run. Ms. Rogers. I'm sorry. If you are supporting Ms. Chavez, please say aye. If you are not supporting Ms. Chavez, you can say no. And we vote.
Aye.
Ms. Valladares.
With pain in my heart, I have to say nay.
Ms. Chavez.
Aye.
Ms. Lewis.
No.
Ms. Byer.
Aye.
And I'll vote no. That puts us at 3-3. Our policy states that when there is a tie, we have to continue to vote until we break a tie. So I will ask if there's any additional comments from Ms. Chavez or Ms. Lewis, and then we will vote again. Do you have a question, Ms. Valladares? Or
Comment.
go ahead.
The democratic process, coming onto this board, I faced a lot of opposition. It's taken years for people to actually see what I care about. I am pained that there are politics on this board and exclusionary practices, and that I have seen complicity in people that I did not expect to see complicity. I hold this board accountable as a board member. I was duly elected my seat was a seat that included residents from all stretches of Durham. And it was a grassroots campaign. And I will not be siloed. I will not be excluded. I will not be the last person to hear about plans. If you're meeting with self-help, if you're meeting with DPS Foundation, if you're leaving me out of meetings that happen with principals, and there are people who are happy with that, I actually want to thank my colleague right here, Millicent. The conversations, the way you have worked with all of us, that was a gift I didn't expect. Durham does these things to us. It polarizes us. It wanted to create division here. My sister, no, we're not divided. We care about the same things. We have found common ground. I will not allow this board to continue to operate with these antics and politics. I expect communication, and I have seen that. With Ms. Lewis, I never felt left out, ostracized, or being the last person to get some information, even half the information. I will get my due right to all the information that all of us have here, because I have a due responsibility with every single stakeholder that is here and those that are listening. I will own my time here during my term. Durham County will decide when my time comes up, but I will say this to you, I will not be allowing complicity. These games of pods and groups and cliques, it's childish. Our kids have to deal with that with bullying in schools. And I have experience with that. I will not allow that in this board, and I want transparency and I want communication, and I will congratulate, I will work with whoever is on this board. And I just ask, let's be very mindful of power dynamics that exclude, because we are all the same. We all have elected seats and we all have a responsibility to work together. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Valladares. Ms. Lewis, Ms. Chavez, any additional comments, Ms. Lewis?
Thank you for that, Ms. Valladares. And I just want to say to the public, this was a divided vote, but we're not divided. We're passionate about our children and how to get there. It's the way we sometimes differ. We're fighting for leadership. In some places, they're begging for people to lead. So that's the power of this board, and it's here. I don't see myself in competition with Ms. Chavez. I held her hand, so we're in this together. Either one of us are capable to lead. I appeal to you as I had before in regards to timing, in regards to experience. If you would concede, and as I thought about this and I thought about rotational leadership, honestly, and I told this to Ms. Rogers, you have worked your tail off since you've been on this board. You have shown up. You have shown leadership and determination, your understanding and learning quickly. And I remember how it was in my first year. Sit back, you watch, you learn. Although it was a pandemic, so I had to jump in. So to that, Ms. Chavez, I know either of us can do it. And you know I'll support you at some point. But I hope that we can get through this divide in votes and not in our decision to lead this district in the right direction for all of our students.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. Ms. Chavez?
Well, I just appreciate that. And I think that's a great point that in some places they are asking people to lead. And this is a hard decision. Our board has had so many conversations among us in the last week and a half. I hope that, I believe in the power of communication and relationship. And I hope that we will be better for having had all of these conversations and getting some things on the table. And I just want to say, I think to the point that Ms. Valladares was making, that I think equitable communication is so important. And I'm sorry for the inequitable communication that you have experienced. It's been my desire in coming on this board to try and sit down with everyone and meet with everyone so that we could build those relationships, because I just think this is relational work at the end of the day. And so I want to say that, yeah, transparency and openness and fairness making sure that we're all aware of who is doing what. I think all of that is very important. I also feel, continue to feel convicted about this role, and I feel that a lot is at stake. I absolutely agree that both of us have, both Ms. Lewis and I have so much to offer this role, and a passion for this work. And I am maintaining that I would like to do this work, because I believe that I have something to do to offer our students, our district at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis, Ms. Chavez. We're gonna do another vote. We'll start again with Ms. Rogers. Again, the person that has the majority of the vote will have the opportunity to serve as vice chair.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
With the first candidate, the first nominee having not received a majority of the vote, this vote should be for the second nominee. And if there's still a tie after this one, we go back to the first nominee.
Thank you. We voted for Ms. Chavez first. And then we will vote now for Ms. Lewis. We'll start Ms. Rogers.
Yeah.
Ms. Valladares,
Aye.
Ms. Chavez,
Nay.
Ms. Lewis,
Yes.
Ms. Byer,
No.
and I'll vote aye. We're again 3-3. So we need to vote again. We continue to vote until we have a majority. So let's do this again. So we'll do another vote for Ms. Chavez. I think it is important. Yeah, let's do this. Ms. Rogers. And for Ms. Chavez,
Aye.
Ms. Valladares. Can you say it one more time, Ms. Valladares?
Nay.
Ms. Chavez,
Aye.
Ms. Lewis,
No.
Ms. Byer,
Aye.
and I will vote aye. That puts us at 4-2. Our work as a school board is to support our students. You both women were duly elected to this role because you have the skills to lead and to serve. And we both have access, we all have access to power sitting in these seats. And I believe that our work together has to be centered in our kids moving forward. Our kids have to achieve, because we recognize pre-K through 12 is the transformative experience that they can have within our public school system. And when I think about the students who haven't succeeded in Durham and I see their names and their faces, I know that our work is about making sure that doesn't happen again. And so while I understand that we are split on this, I also understand both of you were duly elected, both of you will do an excellent job, and both of you have been called to lead and to serve. And I think in all of our positions of power, we will be able to exercise that in the support of our children. Our kids, right? Our students need us to get through our agenda today. Our educators need us to be listening and learning and advocating on their behalf. And our community deserves to have a board that's going to fight for our students. And we spend the time today thinking about our student achievement. We spend the time today thinking about how we're going to protect our educators. We spend our time today thinking about keeping good principals in our buildings. We spend our time today talking about how we're going to fight the state, because we need the resources for our students here in Durham. That's our work. That's what we got to do moving forward. And so I'm willing to vote for both of you because you're both excellent candidates, and we have to move our agenda forward. We have work to do for our students. And we are thinking about our students. We got work to do. So I appreciate the conversation and the dialogue. I appreciate what both of y'all brought to the table. And now we'll take a brief recess so we can get back to our work. It is 6:50.
Before we end this agenda item, I do want to bring one action to administration to create continuity and better consistency across the conversations to keep a culture, an open culture in the way we do things. There's policy number 220, elections of officers, organization of the board, that talks about a terms of service. I would like to be able to work on that policy and have some discussion around adding a term to board leadership so that we can get towards true rotational leadership, if that's what we're trying to do in a way that's fair and not changing ideas and who has experience or not experience when we're looking to make these decisions of leadership so that we don't have to be in this place as long as we have been. So just an action for administration before we go to recess.
That's something that we can take to our policy committee to consider. We're gonna come back at 6:55 and then we'll move to our next item, process for appointment of District 3 board member. All right, we are back. Oh, I'm not leading this meeting. I'm sorry.
No worries at all. Okay, so we are at item 6B, the process for appointment for District 3 School Board member. Have seen some background materials ahead of time in your email with a proposed kind of timeline and schedule. Said, did you want to introduce any of this? I know you've been working on this with the attorneys.
Yeah, so with the resignation of Matt Sears, we have 60 days that we need to fill the vacancy seat. If we do not fill the seat within 60 days, the county commissioners have the opportunity to fill the seat for us. So we have a process that we've used a couple of times now to fill a vacancy when it becomes on our board. So I sent you all materials. I think Ms. Smith will be able to put these in the packets. It's based on our previous experience. And I'll just briefly outline it. There's a statement of interest that we ask people to complete. The statement of interest, we ask a couple of questions for them to answer. Why do you want to serve on our board? What experience do you have in the community, especially with public education? And then the board has regularly scheduled meetings. So we ask a little bit about their time commitment and the ability to be able to serve as a board member. That is the statement. We ask for 2 letters of interest as well. Board members, I'm going to pause there before we get to the timeline piece. Any questions or comments about what we asked for in the statement of interest? Again, this is based on previous processes, but we are open to feedback. I'm open to feedback.
And then just to clarify for folks that are just kind of new to this conversation, this seat does run through June 30th, 2024, as specified in this documentation that's ahead of us, and will go to the voters at in the spring of 2024 on the ballot. Any discussion? Y'all are very quiet, but I know that's not always the case. You've got thoughts. What's going on? Tell me.
One thought, if we are going to add in additional questions for the statement. The question I drafted, and we can do something like this, so it doesn't need to be this, but what are the greatest inequities you observe in our school system today, and how do you plan to address them? I know that we highlight the commitment to equity that one needs, and it's with public education, but if there could be a question focused around equity, I would appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Chavez. Let me also add the second part. We'll have the statement of interest that folks will submit. In the past, we also have an opportunity for an interview that we can ask folks to address questions as well. So I just want to put both of those pieces out there as you think about what you, as you're thinking about your feedback. There's a statement of interest, but we can also ask questions for people to come in and speak more about. Any other?
That's what I was wondering about. Was that question for the interest, or is that for the interview?
I was thinking for the statement of interest. However, it could be an interview question, so I'm open to whatever you all think would be best.
I think that's a great question, a question that would be great to include either at this screening part or at the next phase. The only other thing that I thought of, since we looked at this earlier this afternoon, was putting preferred pronouns on our form might be a great way to move us forward in that. Other thoughts, questions, discussion? The timeline, how does that look to you all? Have you had a chance to look at those dates and compare them to your calendar? One that's a TBD, but we'll also have more chance to discuss and find that date as we get closer to it. Ms. Chavez.
I had some thoughts about when we could do the interviews, and so I wanted to propose sometimes possibly, if we want to go ahead and nail that down, the evening of March 7th or 8th, the afternoon of Friday, March 10th, or for me, anytime during the day, March 13th, or evening. And I don't, do we typically do these in the?
March 7th or 8th work for me in the evening.
March 7th and 8th work for me.
Yeah, I like having them earlier in case we need to bump anything back or things come up. I love the 7th and 8th and going ahead to fill those dates in if they work for all of us.
Ms. Valladares, does that work for you?
Anything else that we need? I guess if we take action on this, this will be posted starting tomorrow. Oh, yeah.
It will be posted starting tomorrow. We'll ask folks to complete their statement of interest by February 27th at 8 a.m. That's a Monday, so I can have those in before the start of the day. Ms. Smith will send all of our applications to the Board of Elections to verify that they are indeed living in District 3 and also eligible to vote. In the previous process, and I really liked how we did this, board members sent me questions that you were interested in having folks address in the interview. We were able to take that list and kind of shorten and combine questions. I think we got about to 3 so that people were able to, in their time allotted with us as board members, address those questions. And so I would propose a similar process that on February 23rd, I could bring that list of questions and show you all what we would ask folks, and then they'd have an opportunity to prepare for the interview. We did not do back and forth. So interview was really a presentation from our applicants on March 7th and 8th.
And have you all talked about plans for, besides the website, where this goes out and how it gets shared out, or sure it will? I know there will be significant interest in joining this illustrious board. We just want to make sure that we get the word out, and we're very proactive about that. I appreciate our staff helping us with that. Any other discussion? Ms. Lewis?
No, thank you. I agree with the process as forward and the dates that we have. I have a question actually for our attorney, Ms. Murchison. We've had 2 board members step down and go work for the DPS Foundation. And don't get me wrong, I think the DPS Foundation is amazing. I got to see Ms. Flowers today at Fayetteville Street Elementary School, truly in her element. But I'm wondering, when does it become a conflict of interest after, as a board or in our one-on-ones, we have discussions around budgets, programming, funding from Mackenzie Bezos, teacher housing in relation to DPS Foundation being at the table, and then someone choosing to go and work for them. And I understand people can make choices for themselves, and that may not be a conflict of interest. But as the public has seen things, there's some suspicion or doubt, right? So is there a way that we could draw some clear guidelines under our own board membership policies, or maybe an MOU that can address these concerns that the community is having? Maybe it could even be like a time frame of, if you're beginning to interview for a position here, that you're not a part of these certain conversations that could be impacted by decisions that the district is making, just to avoid the conflict of interest or the appearance of a conflict.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Lewis. In the circumstance of a board member choosing to work for the foundation, we were asked to provide an opinion as to whether there was a direct conflict with that board member continuing to serve on the board as well as going over there. The decision was made at that point in reviewing your own policy as well as the statutory provisions that there is not a conflict, would not be a conflict, but there certainly is a perceived conflict. And that was why Mr. Sears chose to step down. I think your question is actually more to point as to, is there something that the board can do in its MOU with the foundation that could address a limitation or a break in service from one to the other, or notification that there is as you said, an interest in a position at the foundation that could then limit that board members, or voluntarily allow that board member to step aside in discussions that impact the foundation. And that's something that could definitely be addressed in the MOU. So if that's something that the board would like to take up, that's something that you certainly could do that.
Can you clarify on your question for me? You said that the board member would step away from certain just clarify that part.
Sure. So if I understood correctly, Ms. Lewis, your concern was that the board was unaware that folks were perhaps interviewing for positions while they were actually in conversations and at the table with the foundation while the district was making certain decisions along with the district. An MOU could, if the board was interested, discuss and provide some guidelines for notification if there is an interest in a position there, or if there was a potential conflict on the horizon that they could step aside. Or you could also put some guidelines in place as to whether or not you would like a break in service between when you served on the board and when you served in the other community. I do want to hesitate a little bit on that because this could have implications for lots of other things that are very closely aligned with missions with the Durham Public Schools. So it ought not to be a policy that would be specific to the foundation. And you'd want to think through it very carefully in terms of how it could also affect other partnerships, because again, you'd want to apply it equitably to all different agencies that could have close ties. So you'd want to be very careful about that. You also want to make sure that you don't hinder anybody's ability to seek employment when it wouldn't be necessary. But it certainly is a
appreciate-
conversation.
Yeah, that clarification. I am a little uncomfortable about people implying that there is anything unethical about Mr. Kaysen or Mr. Sears. And so without them here to speak for themselves in this space, I want us to be very thoughtful and careful about their work and service on this board, for this community. And, you know, there is a memo from Tharrington Smith that you all prepared for Mr. Kaysen that gave him clarity, because he is incredibly ethical, as is Mr. Sears, to say, I don't even want there to be an appearance of conflict. So I will sadly step down from my service, my elected office, in order to do this work. So I don't want their names to be disparaged in this space when, you know, Tharrington Smith wrote legal opinion for them advising to be overly cautious. That's how they chose to ethically move forward with both roles that they were in. So that's my, you know, there's documentation and history there. And I don't want us to feed or fuel something that isn't true.
And let me clarify, we absolutely have made that determination and we also talked to Mr. Sears about that as well, that there is no conflict in serving in both the capacity and remaining on the board and serving at the foundation. And it was a decision they made because of an appearance they wanted to make. Again, it was a decision that they made to step aside because of any concern of an appearance of a conflict. And any comments that I make in terms of your ability to look at the MOU is not because there was anything that was done inappropriately by either one of your board members. So thank you for clarifying.
And that was my point. It wasn't that anything has been done. The public has brought it to us and we don't make comments. We don't speak to public comments that's being made, but to have the discussion on how do we move forward so that those appearances are not there. So yes, things have been done in order. No one's making any accusations against them. But I want us to make sure that we're looking at a way forward, as there have been some community constituents concerns.
Can you repeat? I'm so sorry. Can I make a comment? The part where I talk to my colleagues, right? And I have very candid conversations about partnerships. We're right now with the 18 million, we're giving money to the DPS Foundation. I've had meetings with the DPS Foundation director directly, and I appreciate, you know, all the work that is happening. But these candid conversations among colleagues regarding, for example, like not disclosing that you have already applied or interviewed, and then I'm talking to my colleague without knowing anything about it. And so as recent as just a few days ago, right? More than definitely, let's just say like in the last 3 months, 4 months, right? 2 months, 3 months, 4 months. If there were conversations pertaining to that, like, is there anything that compels a colleague to just disclose, by the way, we're talking about this subject, but I'm applying to that? Is there anything that we can put in place that there's that, at least that grace that, or that transparency that we can have with each other.
So let me say first that because there's no conflict, if he were to remain on the board, there's not a conflict in him sitting and having conversations about the topics that you were talking about as well. So I want to be clear about that. There is no conflict if he were to remain a board member. There's no conflict for him to hold both positions. So the notion that he was applying and needed to be transparent about what he was doing, that's not driven by a conflict of interest statute or obligation. If there is a desire by this board for transparency in certain items, that's something we can talk about and in more detail. And if you would like us to look at it from a legal perspective as to what it is that you can ask board members to disclose and not disclose, we can take a look at that. But in terms of this particular situation and whether or not you need to disclose who it is you're applying with, there isn't anything in place as it relates to this employer or any other employer. That board members are free to seek employment in any way they can. And the only time that they need to disclose is if the employment they seek actually does create a conflict, which it did not in this case.
Thank you for that. I would just ask my colleagues that if we are having conversations about organizations, and we're at the level of colleagues looking at it from us, on this end, looking at all our partnerships, that you would at least disclose or recuse yourself, say, I'm not comfortable with this conversation. That's just what I would ask of all of you. Thank you.
Get that. I want to make sure that we stay on topic for our agenda. I think it's also important to note that, we're talking about some of this is like human relations and pieces and HR pieces where it's important for people to be able to apply and employ and do what they need to do for their families. I think that it's also important just note that the foundation has its own, we are separate entities. They have their own board that they are beholden to, that it has accountability and ownership for that. So I just want us to hold both of those things together. And while I hear also is an increased ask for board members to each other around transparency. And I think that's a fair ask and important ask. We got to clarify when that ask is around how we want to operate as a board, and then what are the legal requirements that we need to have as well.
And the ask is lastly for us to relook at the MOU.
So we're at, any further discussion on this topic? We're, I believe, on the topic of the process for the appointment for District 3 school board member. Any other discussion, questions, clarification? If not, I would welcome a motion. Ms. Rogers, I saw your hand.
The motion. So I move approval of the request for applications for the District 3 vacancy with the modification of adding the pronouns, preferred pronoun.
Yeah, I would welcome a second. If that, yeah, if
I'll
I was looking
second.
at that. It was moved by Ms. Rogers, seconded by Ms. Umstead. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you. That brings us to the Crown Act resolution, a copy of which I believe is in your folder, and I'm going to turn it over, Ms. Lewis, to you. Thank you for bringing that this evening.
Thank you, board, for accepting the add to the agenda. This initiative, the Crown Act, this initiative was created to elevate the National Crown Act, ensuring that there is protection against discrimination that is based on race-based hairstyles in schools and the workplace. DPS Crown Week focuses on providing opportunities for learning and engagement, centering the role and impact of the Crown Act in the Durham community while illuminating, affirming, and amplifying the diversity of voices and experiences in our community. I have a few updates that I added to this board resolution since we passed it in 2021, and that we can begin now to read this resolution. I don't know if we want to start down with Ms. Rogers and then work our way around.
Crown Act Week Resolution. Durham Public Schools expressing support for the designation of the week of February 27th to March 3rd, 2023 as the Crown Act Week.
Whereas the coalition of the Crown Act wants all beauty to be welcome in all places and institutions. They assert that narrow beauty standards make it difficult for women to freely celebrate their own beauty, while all women experience pressure to conform to certain standards of appearance. Black women are disproportionately impacted by the Eurocentric standards that so often define what is beautiful, and
Whereas research has shown that society's bias has resulted in unfair judgment and discrimination against Black women based on hair texture and protective hairstyles, including braids, locks, and twists that are cultural representations of their race. And
Whereas in the U.S., the law in many states does not currently afford protection for the race-based hair discrimination, even if the hairstyle is inherent to racial identity. It means Black children can be denied entry to school or educational opportunities because of their natural hair. This is not okay. And
Whereas the Crown Act, which stands for Creating a Respectful and Open World for Natural Hair, is a law that prohibits discrimination based on hair texture and hairstyle. The coalition of the Crown Act's mission was and is today to advance efforts to end hair discrimination and to create a more equitable and inclusive beauty experience for Black women and girls. And
whereas in 2021, the Durham City Council elected officials passed a non-discrimination ordinance of the city of Durham and assert that the general purpose of this chapter is to provide individuals within the city of Durham freedom from discrimination in connection with housing, employment, and public accommodations because of race, color, religion, national origin, sex, disability, familial status, military status, sexual orientation, gender identity, and protected hairstyle, to promote harmony in human relations and to prevent commercial advantage from unethical practices. And
whereas one of the Durham Public Schools' core beliefs is in a child-centered approach in which our students deserve an education that is caring, is culturally responsive, and embraces the whole child. Durham Public School insists on addressing the social, emotional, and academic needs of each student. And
whereas Durham Public Schools has a dress code policy 4316 that reads, the primary goal of Durham Public Schools is to provide a safe learning environment where all students are able to achieve at their highest potential. Ideally, students should be able to dress and style their hair for school in a manner that expresses their individuality without fear of unnecessary discipline or body shaming.
whereas the Crown Coalition offers a platform that uplifts support to end hair discrimination, and they continue to galvanize support for legislation to end hair discrimination federally and in all 50 states. The Crown petition has over 485,909 signatures so far. And Durham Public Schools Board of Education supports signing this petition. And
therefore be it resolved that the Durham Public Schools Board of Education supports the designation of February 27th through March 3rd, 2023 at the Crown Act Week across all Durham Public Schools, and calls on all students, educators, and community members to observe the week to advance efforts to end hair discrimination and to create a more equitable and inclusive beauty experience for Black women and girls, where students are affirmed and can express themselves in a safe and positive way.
Now, therefore, be it further resolved that the Durham Public Schools Board of Education encourages administrators to support educators across grade levels and content areas from their buildings to acknowledge the Crown Act Week and use the resources that are inclusive of all of our diverse learners in order to support the whole child, healthy identity development and affirmation, and show support and acceptance for students showing up without fear of discrimination or shame. This is the 9th day of February 2023.
That we accept the Crown Act resolution.
Second.
it's been moved by Ms. Lewis and seconded by Ms. Valladares that we accept with joy the Crown Act Week resolution, and thank Ms. Lewis for bringing it today. Any further discussion on this item? If not, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you all, and we look forward to sharing that and celebrating that with our students and staff. That brings us to the Every Child NC Leandro item. You all received this in your email on around January 31st. Really asking and encouraging us to keep advocating at the state level for the schools that our students deserve nearly 28 years after Leandro was filed. I'm going to read really quickly the brief letter because we don't have it printed out and I want the public to know. I'm not going to and hope that I can read it quickly. Okay. Thanks for bearing with me. Dear Governor Cooper, our students need your help. The Supreme Court's November ruling providing funding for years 2 and 3 of the Leandro Plan is an important first step towards finally providing our students with the schools they are owed. Your actions can ensure that this long overdue injection of school funding benefits students for years to come. All parties in the Leandro case agree that providing all students with access to a sound basic education requires recurring state investment in our public schools. The Leandro court order provides you with the authority to ensure that the funds are both recurring and protected from offsetting budget cuts. We are requesting that you pledge to use this authority so that we can start deploying Leandro funds in a way that most benefits our students. To make Leandro investments recurring, we need you to build the recurring elements of Leandro Plan years 2 and 3 items into the base budget. For example, year 3 of the Leandro Plan calls for increasing supports for students with disabilities by $70 million, using $30 million to reverse the legislature's draconian cuts to teacher assistants, $45 million to increase available slots in North Carolina pre-K, and $80 million to hire more nurses, psychologists, counselors, and social workers. To properly budget, we need to know that these amounts will continue into the upcoming biennium. Second, we need you to make it clear to legislators that offsetting cuts will not be allowed. A recurring appropriation is useless if the General Assembly passes a budget that, as Speaker Moore has threatened, cuts Leandro funding. Luckily, the Leandro court orders and the State Budget Act provide you with the authority to protect against such cuts. We request that you publicly promise to use this authority to fulfill the state's obligation under Leandro and protect the funding that students are owed. As you know, our students have been waiting nearly 30 years for Leandro to provide the benefits we know our students are owed. Your leadership has been vital in bringing those resources to bear. By taking the additional steps detailed above, we can secure the first installment and start creating schools that live up to our constitutional promise to all students. Thank you. Thank you for considering that this evening. I know many of us in our individual capacities and in organizations that we work with have been so enthusiastic of the leadership of Every Child NC as getting this message out across the state. It's something we talked with our county commissioners about, and they were going to bring up at their state meeting as well. We agreed in that conversation that we don't care what the funding is called. We need the funding to come for these students. So with that being said, are there motions or a discussion on this topic?
I'd move approval of the Leandro letter to the board, to the governor, excuse me.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Umstead and seconded by Ms. Rogers. Any further discussion on this item? If not, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Oh, I forgot to vote. Aye, I vote aye. Sorry. Any opposed? It passes unanimously. Thank you. That brings us to academic services, another amazing proclamation. That Dr. Hardy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair Umstead, Dr. Mabinga, members of the board, and our community. We can pull up our proclamation and make sure that our board members also have access because there will hopefully be a reading. Today's cutting edge, rigorous, and relevant career and technical education programs prepare our youth for high wage, high skill, high demand careers in established and emerging industries. Career and Technical Education Month is a public awareness campaign sponsored by the Association for Career and Technical Education, ACTE, that takes place each February to celebrate the value of CTE and the achievements and accomplishments of CTE programs across the country, which we have many that we are proud of here in Durham. This time, it is my pleasure to introduce Dr. Julie Pack, Executive Director for Career and Technical Education and Magnet Programs. Dr. Pack.
It's on. Okay, now here. All right, thank you, Dr. Hardy, and good evening, board. Throughout the month of February, our CTE program will be celebrating and promoting the CTE programs in our schools, as well as the potential careers in Durham, North Carolina, and across the U.S. available for our students. We will also be using our social media channels to share information about our CTE program and student successes for our community. So follow us on social media at DPS CTE. As you know, students who participate in the DPS CTE program have the opportunity to earn free industry credentials, as well as valuable skills and knowledge for their future careers. We invite you to visit our middle and high schools and see these programs at work. Tonight, the CTE department is excited to put before you a proclamation declaring February 1st through the 28th, 2023 CTE month. Now more than ever, students and families want to see clearly how their educational endeavors impact their economic and life goals. I want to personally thank you on behalf of our CTE teachers and staff for all that you do to support career and technical education in our schools. And at this time, I invite you to read the proclamation aloud.
Thank you, Dr. Pack. This is a proclamation and something that we love to celebrate in Durham Public Schools. Ms. Rogers, do you mind starting us off here as we read this proclamation? And we'll
Proclamation Career and Technical Education Month. Whereas February 1st through 28th, 2023 has been designated Career and Technical Education Month by the Association for Career and Technical Education, and
whereas career and technical education offers students the opportunity to gain the academic, technical, and employability skills necessary for true career readiness, and
whereas students in career and technical education programs participate in authentic, meaningful experiences that improve the quality of their education and increase their engagement and achievement, and
whereas career and technical education provides students with career exploration opportunities early in their educational experience, which enables them to make informed and beneficial decisions about their academic coursework and pursue established programs of study and career pathways, and
whereas leaders from business and industry nationwide report increasing challenges related to addressing the skills gap and connecting qualified professionals with available careers in critical and growing CTE-related fields, including healthcare, energy, skilled trades, advanced manufacturing, cybersecurity, and information technology, and
whereas career and technical education prepares students for these and other fulfilling careers by offering integrated programs of study that link secondary and post-secondary education and lead to the attainment of industry-recognized credentials, and
whereas career and technical education programs ensure that employers have access to qualified and thriving workforce, ensuring America is a strong and competitive economy.
therefore be it resolved that the Durham Public Schools Board of Education does hereby proclaim February 1st through the 28th, 2023 as Career and Technical Education Month. And urge all students and families to become familiar with the services and benefits offered by the career and technical education programs in Durham Public Schools, and to support and participate in these programs to enhance their individual skills and productivity. Signed the 9th day of February, 2023.
thank you all so much. Dr. Pack, we wanted to thank you also for your leadership, and please convey our appreciation to your educators who are doing the hard work daily. Board, do you have further conversation on this? This is such an important topic.
I move that we approve the CTE month proclamation.
second.
Been moved by Ms. Umstead, seconded by Ms. Chavez. that we approve this proclamation this evening. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you so much, Dr. Pack.
Thank you all.
That brings us to Dr. Hardy. It looks like you're ready for equity and professional learning.
Thank you. If we can pull up our presentation. Good evening again. This evening, we are going to provide an update that I know our board has been awaiting regarding the work of our Office of Equity and Professional Learning. You'll go to the next slide, please. This evening, we will do the following things. We will discuss the consolidation, the strategic consolidation of the Offices of Equity Affairs and Professional Learning, review the progress of the work of the newly formed office, discuss professional learning and the implementation of the racial and educational equity policy, discuss next steps and priorities for equity and professional learning in Durham Public Schools. Next slide, please. The work of the Office of Equity and Professional Learning is aligned with our current strategic plan and really encompasses all of our 5 priorities. However, it features the priorities of priority 1, increasing academic achievement, and priority 2, providing a safe school environment that supports the whole child. We do have the leader of this department with us, Dr. Kelvin Bullock, Executive Director of the office. I would like to note that his colleagues, many of them are actually at the North Carolina Association for Supervision and Curriculum Development. That conference is occurring this week. We had 2 presentations that were approved at that conference, and many of his staff members were there presenting today, and that's why they're not here with us this evening. This time, I'll turn it over to Dr. Bullock.
Thank you, Dr. Hardy. Good evening, Board of Education, Dr. Mubinga, Durham community. I'm excited to be here with you this evening to share this update on the work of the Office of Equity and Professional Learning. Next slide, please. So on this slide, you will see the current structure of our office. I serve as the Executive Director of the office, and we are fortunate to have 2 positions that focus primarily on our equity programming, one for students and one for staff. They are our colleagues who were down in Pinehurst today doing their presentation, and it went wonderfully from what I'm told. So we're fortunate to have those positions, and we also have 2 that focus primarily on professional learning, one for certified staff, and we have been able to bolster our professional learning with our focus on classified professional development also. Additionally, we have 12 full-time mentors in the district who support our beginning teachers. And we also have a special project support administrator that supports scheduling and facilities management at the Mini Fort Brown Staff Development Center, continuing education units, and other administrative duties. Next slide. At this time, I'd like to provide a quick snapshot of some of the major professional learning opportunities that are occurring in our district right now. I'd like to start with our training for pre-K through 5 teachers. There are 80 hours of state mandated letters training, which I'm sure many of us are familiar with and have heard about. So that is a major professional learning initiative that is occurring right now in our school system. Additionally, departments and leaders are facilitating professional learning opportunities on our work days, early release days, and those are facilitated by various departments, whether it's student support services, our department, curriculum and instruction, et cetera, arts. On those days, we have several opportunities for teachers to engage in learning. We also have support provided for teachers via our teaching and learning coaches, content-specific coaches, our mentor teachers, and other staff members. This year, we have been fortunate, as I mentioned earlier, to bolster professional learning opportunities for classified staff. So that includes our instructional assistants, our bus drivers, our school nutrition staff, community education, and others. And their topics have included job-specific training, customer service, support for district initiatives, including the previous gender support guidelines and the recently adopted LGBTQIA plus and gender support policies. So we've incorporated that in some of those trainings and are including it in some of our certified trainings too. Next slide, please. We have several ongoing equity-focused initiatives in our schools. We continue to provide monthly professional learning for our equity champions. Our equity champions serve as liaisons between our office and each of our schools. And they also help to facilitate equity professional learning in their schools. For example, Equity 501. Many of them, we've used a train-the-trainer model for Equity 501. We trained our equity champions, our principals, our assistant principals, our teaching and learning coaches, and our mentors. So all of them received the training so that they could help replicate it in their schools. The equity champions also help to drive equity conversations in schools to create better outcomes for all students, but particularly students from historically marginalized communities. We're also excited about the growth and expansion of our We Are Kings and We Are Queens programs. There was actually a news feature on CBS 17 this week about that, about We Are Queens. If you didn't have the opportunity to see that, I encourage you to do so. We have 74 programs in 38 schools that receive financial support from us for their programming and for coordinators. We also work with the coordinators. We work with them to develop curriculum guides for these programs, and we develop some impact reports, which I will share with you in a moment. You have a copy. Actually, I will share those with you now. I'm going to give these to Dr. Hardy. So I'm sharing a copy with you of an impact report that we developed for our We Are Kings and We Are Queens programs. It is also posted on the Equity Affairs page on the DPS website, so you can find it there. The report includes data that was collected from our program coordinators about their experiences and observations, and it also focuses on academic performance, enrichment, social emotional learning, and student behaviors and discipline. So our coordinators gave us feedback on how students were faring in these different areas, and we used that to compile our impact report. Additionally, last month, in celebration of National Mentoring Month, our Kings and Queens programs were recognized during the City Council meeting and at the City of Durham Mentor Appreciation event, which was coordinated by Councilmember Monique Holsey-Hyman and her team. So we're thankful for that recognition. Next slide, please. We are fortunate to have a beginning teacher support program that serves as a model in our state. However, we are also seeing the challenges with our current structure due to increasing numbers of beginning teachers and teachers on alternative licensure pathways. On this slide, you see some of our current data. We have 500, approximately, I think this number may have actually increased this week. We have about 520 beginning teachers in Durham Public Schools, which is approximately 21.4% of the DPS teaching population. 335 of these beginning teachers are supported by 12 full-time mentors. The additional 185 beginning teachers are supported by school-based mentors, but also sometimes receive some support from our full-time mentors. Also, an important data statistic, I think, for you all to know is that 69% of our first-year teachers are on alternative pathways for licensure. So over 2/3 of our new teachers who are coming to us, and this is pretty common, but we definitely see it here in Durham, are on alternative pathways for licensure. So later in the presentation on the Mackenzie Scott request, you will see a request for additional support for our beginning teachers, as we do not anticipate a reduction in teachers needing alternative pathways for licensure anytime soon. Next slide, please. At this time, I'm going to speak to the implementation of the racial and educational equity policy. Next slide. Here you see a quick refresher on the pillars of our racial and educational equity policy. Those pillars are to disrupt and dismantle systemic inequities, to eliminate the opportunity gap, honor and strengthen the connections between home and school, address social and emotional well-being of students and staff, ensure access and representation in academic programming in schools, and build staff capacity for equity-centered practices. Next slide, please. So our policy included the following implementation strategies and structures for accountability and compliance. Can we click and one more time? So our first implementation strategy that we note here is to develop system structures, practices, and annual plans for training with timelines for operationalizing this policy. So one of the things that I will be sharing with you is an update on our annual training that we had this year. If you could click twice, yeah. And also our policy called for us to develop an equity dashboard to compile, maintain, and communicate progress on equity measures that are outlined in the policy and other measures that may be suggested by the Office of Equity Affairs, now known as the Office of Equity and Professional Learning. Next slide. This year, our district-wide school-based equity training built upon previous equity sessions, the equity policy, and it focused on advancing #Black and Latin excellence. If we can click maybe 3 times, not there, but just, yeah, we just have 3 bullet points. Yes, thank you. All right. Yeah, and the video is phenomenal. Our students are featured in the video on Black and Latin excellence. We really wanted to showcase the brilliance of our students. We really wanted to put on full display the excellence that is inherent in the students that we serve here in Durham. So that was one of our major motivators for developing this particular focus for Equity 501, knowing that one of the things that we often have to debunk as a society, and even sometimes within educators, might be deficit thinking towards students of color, communities of color, et cetera. So we chose for this year, based on some data and feedback from previous sessions, to focus on the excellence that is inherent in the students we have the privilege of serving in Durham. The target audience for this has been school-based staff, but we have also had central services that have been able to participate. Different elements of central services have had that opportunity, and it has been generally positive feedback from the 2,100 now plus participants across the system. I also want to acknowledge our school-based facilitators. We have very positive feedback, but we have a lot of school personnel who were leading these sessions. So I just want to thank them and acknowledge their beautiful work in receiving this positive feedback on these sessions. And it just shows you how well equity and a spirit of culturally responsive teaching is embedded here in the culture in Durham. If we can go to the next slide. We are currently finalizing our public-facing equity dashboard that we have developed in partnership with Hanover Research. It will feature pages that allow users to monitor outcomes in academics, discipline, attendance, advanced academic opportunities, etc., by subgroup and by school. We are excited about this dashboard as a means of providing accountability and compliance with our racial and educational equity policy. Next slide, please. We are also thrilled about being the first district that we know of in the state of North Carolina to adopt an LGBTQIA+ and gender supports policy. Next slide, please. And yes, 4 bullet points. Thank you. As was mentioned in a previous board meeting, we incorporated data from our 2021-22 student climate survey into our Equity 501 session. We wanted to take some time to review this data with you here in this public forum. So when we conducted that survey, of our 7th and 11th graders that took the survey, 660 students identified as LGBTQ+ in that survey, which was 18.6% of survey respondents. Additionally, 3.5% of fifth graders, 3.5% of seventh graders, and 3.7% of 11th graders marked that they did not identify as male or female. I want to make a special note with our 11th graders, they had the option of marking that they do not identify as male or female, and they also had the option of marking that they identify as non-binary. So the 3.7% is the total of either not identifying as male or female or identifying as non-binary. 76% of LGBTQ plus identifying students were students of color. And you have the racial breakdown of those students in the parentheses. And finally, 76% of LGBTQ plus identifying students agreed or strongly agreed that LGBTQ plus students at their school are welcomed and treated with respect, which on average is higher than what we typically see across the state, higher than what we typically see across the country in similar surveys. However, still shows that we have room for growth in that 24% of our respondents did not agree or strongly agree with that statement. Next slide, please. Some steps we have already taken to support our LGBTQIA plus students and staff include principals, counselors, and social workers receiving opportunities and participating in initial training on the previously updated guidelines. The LGBTQ plus student climate survey data being incorporated into Equity 501, the district-wide training. We've also started developing next steps and supports for educators and students in light of the recently adopted LGBTQIA plus and gender supports policy. And we have also initiated an LGBTQIA plus affinity group for employees. Our first meeting took place last month, was well attended and well received by participants. And we received some excellent feedback from creating that space for our employees. Next slide. Regarding equity initiatives, our office is supporting Black History Month activities and efforts of schools across the district. We have several schools that have reached out to us in terms of supporting the equity programming that they are doing. As you previously heard, we are planning for our DPS Crown Act events. We have 2 signature events that will occur during that week. We have a group of young women from one of our schools who have put together a documentary about hair, young Black women who have put together a documentary about hair that we will be featuring and working with them on a full program. And we are also doing a Kings and Their Crowns event, which will speak to some of our young men and some of our seasoned men who can speak about their experiences in having natural hair and protective styles. Let's see, and just so you know, again, well, you read the resolution, but the Crown Act was passed to prohibit race-based hair discrimination, and Durham was a leader in helping to have this legislation here in North Carolina. Next slide. So one of the things that we are excited about, another thing we're excited about in professional learning is our professional learning site that we have developed. We have a website where we are able to document all of the professional learning that occurs here in the system. So it streamlines the process for documenting continuing education units for our teachers. I also mentioned here on this slide about the letters training. We are currently in year 1 of 2 for the state mandated letters training. And as I mentioned, it's about 80 hours of training each year. So we are in year 1 of 2 of that letters training. Next slide. We are also in the initial phases of planning our Summer Learning Institute, which will start in early summer and extend through mid-August. The Institute will have professional learning opportunities for all educators of all calendars and will focus on topics ranging from mathematics, literacy, culturally responsive teaching, to supporting students with disabilities, English language learners, and creating safe spaces for LGBTQIA+ students. These opportunities will continue to be available for educators during work days and early release days in 2023-24. And as always, we will host our new teacher orientation for new hires in July and August. Next slide. In preparation for the implementation of the Growing Together initiative, several opportunities are being planned for dual language immersion, Montessori, and IB programs or International Baccalaureate programs, as well as arts, global languages, and STEM integration for all elementary schools. We're also developing ongoing modules on previous equity trainings. Like I mentioned, we're on Equity 501. So we'll be rolling into a new training next year, but we'll also have modules from previous sessions that focused on topics like racial bias, microaggressions, implicit bias. And we also talked about creating a healthy culture and climate for our students in Durham Public Schools and topics of identity. So those will be some modules on previous trainings, and we'll have some new ones focused on current priorities such as culturally responsive teaching and LGBTQIA+ supports. So next slide. Thank you for your time. At this time, if anyone has any questions, I will pause for that, or actually I'll pass it back to Dr. Hardy.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bullock. I saw eyes light up that we did not watch the video, so I will work to make sure that that is in the next board update so that you can see our students perform the poem that actually was written by Dr. Bullock. So I know that you will enjoy that. We'll make sure that occurs. This is before you this evening for information, and just wanting to reiterate the strategic collaboration of the two offices is really intentional. As our board has indicated, one of our core beliefs is equity. And as we work to ensure professional learning occurs, as you can see with all of our staff, that means that equity is at the heart and the center of that, so that we're creating conditions not only for our young people, but also employees with that particular lens. Dr. Bullock and I are here and welcome any questions or discussion that the board may have. Ms. Spire.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hardy, and thank you, Dr. Bullock. We have tasked you with I say the core of the most important work that is going on in this district, and we've entrusted it to you, and we are so appreciative of your leadership and so glad to hear that your colleagues are down presenting at the state level and sharing out some of the excellence that you lead here in Durham with others. This is so important, especially as our General Assembly tries to take us backwards, and we will not go backwards in Durham. Colleagues, you all have questions. I saw you writing them down. Who is moved to start first here? Ms. Umstead, you've got a mic near you, no? Or you, yeah.
I don't have to start first, but thank you to you and your team. I was talking to some families in another neighboring county who didn't have any Black History Month things happening. And I was reminded why I'm thankful for Durham. And I was talking to some other educators in other counties who are worried about attacks on true history and worried about attacks on African-American studies and worried about the ability to do equity work. And so I'm thankful for home and for Durham, for this board and our commitment to equity. Dr. Bullock, for you and your team and the way that y'all lead, because we know that the students in our school are getting equity focused leadership. So that's not lost on me that we have something special here in Durham. When I look at your kind of presentation and where we started in developing the equity policy, I see some of the ways that we're thinking about implementation and training. But I wanted to know if you could speak a little bit more about the practices part. Like, I think a lot of our work in creating the policy was like, how do we shift people's mindsets when it comes to equity? And when I shift your mindset, I can shift your practice. That's how we kind of interrupt this inequitable system that just replicates things over and over. So I don't know if you have any kind of highlights of different practices that we're putting in place to help shift that equity or shift us into more of an equity mindset.
So thank you for that. The first thing that comes to mind is our focus on culturally responsive teaching. Actually, in Equity 501, we're reiterating and building upon some content that we touched on in Equity 301, which focused solely on culturally responsive teaching. But essentially, that is our primary avenue for thinking about how do we take these ideas and put them into practice as far as how we develop lesson plans, how do we make sure we're taking into account who's in the room, our relationships with the students that are in the room, and how should that inform our approach to lesson planning. And so that's the primary thing that comes to mind in terms of thinking about how we put this into practice. We want to get out of the theoretical. We want to understand, the ideas of bias, the biases that we may bring, and we want to be able to disrupt those. And we want to have some strategies for building relationships. And one of the things that we tell people is that the relationship is at the core of culturally responsive teaching. To be culturally responsive, we have to know about the culture that we're responding to. And so to do that, we really have to get to know our students, and then that should inform our approaches to teaching. So
one of the other pieces of that is the professional learning that also comes from his office, but also from the Office of Curriculum and Instruction with our teachers with regard to the content. So the foundation is that culturally responsive teaching. And then how do you use the resources that we're so grateful that our board has approved for all of our teachers to have access to? Then you can really see in the classroom, because I am using resources that have African Americans as main characters. So now I have literature that supports our equitable beliefs. So then in the classroom, you can see that start to come to life. So there are a couple of places where we really are trying to change the mindset of our educators, so the conditions within the classroom are welcoming for all of our students.
I really appreciate that. That's where my brain went next. I was like, okay, now we got curriculum. You got to have your culturally responsive teaching. Then it makes me think about some of the next tools, and I appreciate the equity dashboard. I know we had some conversations about that as we were developing the policy and really considering how do we use data to help us inform and hold us accountable, but also highlight opportunities for where we need to continue to grow. And so I wonder too, as we're looking at this data and thinking about our practices, were there other opportunities where equity becomes kind of a part of the practice? Is that in some of our, and I want to put it in our evaluation tool. I don't want it to become something that people feel fearful of, but it's something that helps hold, I think, people accountable. Is it in observation tools that principals are using as they're monitoring classrooms? And how do we kind of put it into everything? And then maybe 2.0, next year is thinking about our operations and our systems, and how do we think about in all areas that we're promoting equity. So sorry, I'm just dreaming and visioning for our future, and have great appreciation for the work that you do and how it touches so many of the lives of our students and of our educators. I got one more thing and then I'm moving on. The number of beginning teachers is, it's exciting that we have so many beginning teachers in our district and people who are coming here to want to work. And we know that it takes a while to get your footing as a beginning teacher. And it makes me wonder if there are other supports that we need to be putting into place to help people with the alternative licensure program, which I know is challenging to navigate. And I know Dr. Lassane's team has put some stuff together there. But what other resources might your department need to help support those beginning teachers? Because when we think about continuing improving our teacher turnover rate, that seems like we need a large focus right in this area.
So one of the things you will hear about just hopefully in a few short minutes are some recommendations in the draft McKinsey proposal. And so you will see that there, because of the leadership of this board, we have been recognized in the state for our full-time release mentors. And now we are at a place where we acknowledge and recognize that we need additional support in different ways. So you will see that. I would like to also go back to what you mentioned just in terms of practices and what you're seeing in schools. The Office of School Leadership Services, led by Dr. Stewart, they are conducting school improvement team walkthroughs at our schools where they're paying close attention to the practices that are in the classrooms, really looking at how students are performing and the relationships that teachers have in those practices. So that's another way that you see that come to life. And then the Office of Student Support Services, we've been doing culture and climate walks where we're really looking at the implementation of our SEL curriculum, how we are implementing our discipline practices. So those are two ways in our schools where we have teams working with principals, our student support services staff, and really paying attention to the disaggregated data, as well as the academic performance data, but also our climate data. So we are moving in that direction and really appreciate your other ideas.
I appreciate like you highlighting the huge number of beginning teachers that we have. And I'm glad you're going to bring some proposal for some Mackenzie Scott money to supplement it. But I also remember what we used to have in Durham, and it was more than 12 people serving 520 beginning teachers. And it's also required by state law that we mentor them, right? I'm looking at Paul. We're required to mentor them in years 1, 2, and 3. And that's a line item that's General Assembly eliminated in whatever year that was. Every district across the state is supposed to and has to, by statute, support them. And we are cobbling together things with outside grant money to actually do something at less than the level that we used to do it. So I don't know what I'm expressing except solid frustration, because we know that investing in these beginning teachers is exactly what they need and will help them thrive and stay. And the state needs to step up. Y'all have other questions. Sorry, I didn't mean to go off on a tangent. That was just where my heart took me. Ms. Lewis, Ms. Valladares, and then Ms. Rogers. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this presentation, for the work you've done over the years, getting us to approving a policy and bringing it to practice. When you talk about the Mackenzie information we're going to talk about, when I look at these DPS racial and educational equity policy pillars, I see funding being requested for every one of those line items that's in this pillar. And I just want to appreciate Dr. Mabanga and his team and staff for bringing, just keeping equity centered in all of our work and the finances, funding it to bring it to fruition. I think you've done an amazing job. I appreciate this magazine. And the biggest thing that I just always ask for and seeing it so close to having it is this equity dashboard. Our families have been asking for it, and I just think it's going to be here, and it can only make us better because of it, having the knowledge to move forward. So thank you for this work. I don't have any questions.
Thank you.
Much. Dr. Bullock, this work is impactful. It's very important work. I was noticing risk outcomes and, chronically absent, like I'm just gonna, just name them. If a student is chronically absent, if they've had restorative action, it had to be referred to in school, restorative practice center, which is should be different than in school suspension, but it's essentially they're in school, dealing with discipline in school, or short-term suspension, and then also participated in a limited English proficiency program. These factors right here, thank you so much. I just want to thank you for listing these risk outcomes. And one of the things that when you're looking at data like this, you can have the percentages in all of them. And I just want to applaud you for listing them. I also know that there's ways that students fit one or more of those categories, right? Like they might be chronically absent. They were also, had to deal with short-term suspension, in which our policies don't allow us to appeal short-term suspensions, only the long-term 10 days and more than 10 days. So it'll be day 11 onward. We don't have an appeals process for short-term suspension. And so I am really, really interested in this data. And I am so grateful that you named, these risk outcomes. Something else that I think about is, as I'm looking at the dashboard, I am just, it's bringing about and it's reminding me of, the SWOT analysis. So our strengths, our weaknesses, our opportunities, and our threats. You have laid it out in such a way that it really does bring up, opportunities that we have. Some of the weaknesses, what are some of the things, especially with that intersectionality where students sometimes, fall in these different categories where they're limited English proficiency, and also chronically absent, whether it's transportation issues, socioeconomic challenges, and are also maybe have disabilities and, fall into the restorative action, have had some suspension, short-term suspension or all that. So just want to thank you for all that. And thank you for all the work that you're doing.
Thank you.
So just like everybody else, I want to express my thanks. When I joined the board, one of the things that I kept asking for was data around who's attending the equity trainings. So to see the merger of these two offices makes perfect sense, to be able to keep all that information together and get people understanding how important the equity work is to all the work that is being done within DPS. I love the equity dashboard. I look forward to seeing what comes to fruition for Durham and seeing how we can improve ourselves as a team and as a collective. I appreciate the fact that you were able to reach out to more than 2,000 school-based staff to get some real data based on the people in our district. We have a hard time connecting with people in that way, and you've done an outstanding job. I am really appreciative of that. I do want to highlight that something that Chair Umstead said about the evaluation process. I would love to see us really incentivizing and working with our principals, administrators, and educators around getting everybody involved in the equity work and really rewarding their schools for having 100% participation from classified staff, including bus drivers and nutrition workers, all the way up to administration around equity policy work. Maybe some friendly competition between the high schools to see who can get to 100%. Same thing with the elementary schools, et cetera, or size-based, whatever is decided. But just to see if we can get more active involvement and more participation, because I know that everybody really is incentivized when the team wins together. And when we do this training, we all win. So just thank you. Thank you.
Right. Thank you.
Ms. Chavez.
Thank you, Dr. Bullock, for this presentation and this lovely report. This is really helpful information, and I want to say I'm really excited about the equity dashboard as well for that data, and I think it'll help school level conversations about what can be improved. I wanted to ask you to share a little bit more about the equity champions and just their role and sort of all what they might do. Are they consultants for teachers in the schools in addition to offering this training? And then a two-part to that, how often are these equity driven conversations happening? And to what extent, I know all of our teachers are participating in and staff are participating in equity PD. Are there also optional activities that teachers can participate in? And I just want to say, I know we have a lot of people in our district who are just so committed to equity work, to racial equity work, and want to learn more. So I think the opportunities for people to interrogate their own implicit biases and their own, assumptions that we all have living in this culture are so important. So those are my two questions about the equity champion role and then the equity driven conversations.
All right, thank you for that. So the equity champion role, so we have had equity champions in our district since 2017. I think fall of 2017 is when we first put the call out for principals to nominate someone to serve as the equity champion of their school. And that is the process that we use every year. We reach out to our principals. We have some equity champions now where this is, their 5th or 6th year serving as the equity champion of their school. And so what we provide is monthly professional learning for them. We bring them together every month. We ground our conversations in data and looking at disparities that we may see in different data sets in schools. Sometimes we provide school specific data and just remind them about, hey, this is the data for your school. Do you see an equity conversation in this data? So we do that with equity champions every month. We ask that once a quarter, they replicate or host an equity conversation with colleagues. And this is not anything that's mandatory for colleagues. What often happens is you will have a group of teachers in a school who are really interested in engaging in the conversation. They will attend. Some schools have started equity teams like this so that they expand the conversation to additional people within the school. But at the core of it, we do monthly professional learning with equity champions and ask that, for funding, because we give what I like to call a love offering to them. I mean, it's not a major stipend. It's something to show we appreciate you. And the ask is that once a quarter, they would replicate a conversation with colleagues in their school.
Awesome. That's great to hear just a little bit more detail about that. And I also just wanted to ask about the culturally relevant curriculum and materials that we share. I always say there's so many more available now than there were in decades past. So it's very exciting, the literature that's coming out. I want to ask about just how we make that the selection intersectional, so that we are providing books about obviously kids who are, or characters who are Black or Latinx, Asian, and also at the intersection of different family structures with disabilities, who are with different gender expressions and sexual orientations and all of that. Is that sort of an increasing focus, or can you just speak to that kind of intersectional availability of our materials?
I'll start. Dr. Bullock may have some things to add. Our current curriculum adoptions that have been approved by our board, we went through a thorough RFP process, and explicit in the RFP, we named those specific characteristics. That was fundamentally a requirement for you to even submit for the RFP. So for our literature adoptions that we have at the elementary level, we have HMH and it's called Interreading, and then American Reading Company. And secondary, we have Study Sync. So in both of those RFPs that were posted, it specifically acknowledged those RFP documents are reviewed by our curriculum and instruction staff, Dr. Bullock, and his team before they even go out to post. So you can't even get in the door without meeting those requirements. And then it's the professional learning that I was referring to earlier, with the equity lens, but then how to use those materials aligned to the standard course of study. So you're creating opportunities for young people within that classroom to ultimately master the standards. And I'll let him speak to some of the work that we did. I think it was 301 that was anchored in Hammond's work. And so I'll let him speak to some of that we did explicitly with our teachers. We've been building on this, starting with implicit bias, I think in 2018. Or 19.
It was 2019.
2019. And so that's how we actually are at 501 from all of that, that building on that equity work. But I'll let him speak to the culturally relevant teaching piece.
Yeah, I would say the professional learning around culturally responsive teaching is really centered mostly in helping teachers with their approach to utilizing curriculum, utilizing text, making sure that, again, you're aware of the culture that's present in your classroom, and that you're taking that into consideration as you're developing your lessons, that your lessons are going to connect with the diversity that's in your room, sometimes it's the text that you use. Sometimes it could be the examples that you use to illustrate a point, but really working with teachers on the mindset and the approach to developing the lesson. And then I have worked with curriculum and instruction in terms of looking at the actual materials we adopt. But for our work, we're really working on the approach to lesson planning and supporting that through an equity lens. That's not something solely that my department is responsible for. We work collaboratively, but the idea is that we're helping teachers bring an equity lens to lesson planning, curriculum selection, things of that nature.
Awesome. I think that's just great to hear and very exciting. I am convinced that our equity work is part of why Mackenzie Scott chose to donate to us. So I think we have so much to be proud of and throughout our district on this work. My last question is, and you mentioned discipline, addressing discipline disparities. Could you just share a little bit more about where in our equity trainings or conversations we do more explicitly address discipline disparities? And I realize this is very hard to get at. It's a national issue, but I think it's so key. I keep coming back to the data we looked at in December. So
I think Dr. Maddox Perry is somewhere in the building if she's not behind me. So I will ask her to come and join Dr. Bullock. We really have tried to have a very proactive approach. It began, I'm looking to Chair Umstead or Ms. Byer. I want to say 16, 17, when Durham Public Schools really worked closely. Our current mayor was actually the chairperson of the committee who worked to really redesign our code of conduct. And so that was the foundation. And then when we worked community-wide on our current strategic plan, priority 2 had some specific strategies there so that we could, one, make sure that all of our schools embraced a cultural framework so that our mind was starting to shift to restorative in nature. So that was the first layer, and we allowed schools to choose that cultural framework. The next layer was, just as we explicitly teach letter names and sounds in the early grades, explicitly having a curriculum in the area of social emotional learning so that we're explicitly helping our young people understand how they come to the space, acknowledging the feelings that they're having, and then working with student support services to, if I bring something to that, how do I have any kind of replacement behavior? So we really have taken that proactive approach. We're now at a place where many of our elementary schools are in year 2 of implementation of their SEL curriculum. Because of our board support, you approved our secondary. So we have middle and high schools that are in year 1 of implementation of that SEL curriculum. So those proactive steps, in addition to those cultural and climate walks that Dr. Maddox Perry and Dr. Letitia Judd Manning facilitate with their team, then help reinforce what we're seeing, all in the hope that if I am proactive, then I'm automatically reducing the opportunity for some behaviors to exist. Then if behaviors do manifest, it's working with our teachers on then how we redirect those behaviors so that we are making sure they have strategies of de-escalation and not strategies of escalation. So that comes into some of our professional learning that we've done, for example, with TILT, our trauma-informed training, so that you're aware of the experiences that students may have in the classroom. And I'll let Dr. Maddox Perry talk a little bit more. Her and Dr. Bullock are goal leads on and work with priority 2B, which is about excluding students from school.
Good evening. Thank you, Dr. Hardy, everyone, Dr. Mavinga, board, for the opportunity. You did a really thorough job, Dr. Hardy. I think the only thing that I would like to add is Dr. Bullock and I were talking about what would we want to sum up, and I think it would include, Dr. Hardy mentioned our cultural frameworks, but just diving deeper into restorative practices. We have expanded our training from administrators to school teams. Now we're training many of our classified employees will begin to have training on that. Ms. Phillips is working with us on that. We have expanded our district team so that we can have capacity so that we don't always have to call someone else in. We're doing it with people we already have relationships with our restorative practices. So as much foundation as we can give around relationships, that is what keeps you available to address behaviors when they occur. And all the things that we've been going through in this past couple of weeks, that's the one resounding, I think, bright spot has been that the relationships are so strong in some of our schools until we are having the conversations we need to have to comfort not just our students and staff, but also our families.
And I'll just briefly add, also in our equity series, we have had iterations of that where we specifically centered a conversation around like discipline disparities and looking at that data and having those conversations also. So that's just yet another way that we have tried to make sure we're having like that's a part of the fabric of who we are as a school system too.
Ms. Rogers.
So all that work is very much appreciated. It's available across the district. Every school has some social emotional support option and opportunity for their educators to lean on when they need that support.
Absolutely.
And to get access to that, an educator would contact who?
So elementary schools are a little bit further along with the SEL curricula. Cultural frameworks were established 2019, I think all of our schools selected their cultural framework. That has ongoing training. So for example, if I'm a restorative practices school, that speaks to what Dr. Maddox Perry was speaking of. And I think we have to acknowledge, which is one of the reasons Dr. Bullock talked about modules, is that once we've trained our staff, due to our staffing challenges right now, there's turnover. So when I have turnover, then I have to make sure that those professional learning modules are available for new staff that come in so that I can make sure that all of our staff in our community are aware of our restorative practice training. And that's one of the reasons why this triangulation with, once I have now participated in the training, we need to make sure that there's evidence that that's happening in the schools. And so that's when you see the school improvement walkthroughs that are occurring, the student culture and climate walkthroughs, so that we can start to inspect to some degree the professional learning and then think about how we ensure that each of our staff, given the staffing turnover that we're experiencing, that they all have access to it. The secondary schools are not as far along with their SEL curriculum. So they have all selected their curriculum and now they are going through the training. So, and that training starts with the leadership team that the principal has identified. And then then teachers are trained in terms of how to implement. So if there's a staff member that is not aware, definitely they should start with their school leader. And if not, they can reach out to Dr. Maddox Perry, Dr. Judd Manning, Ms. Tamika Ward Satterfield, Dr. Watson, or myself.
Thank you.
Dr. Bullock, can I ask you to clarify for me how EC training and EC professional development is done within that department and also how it overlaps with the equity and professional development?
So in terms of EC training, that is primarily, structured, scheduled, and facilitated through the EC department. We work collaboratively in terms of thinking about the professional learning system, making sure that teachers are getting credits for that. And we also have a collaborative professional learning steering committee where we kind of come together as different departments and share about the priorities for different departments and how we might work together, collaborate, and work together on advancing some of those initiatives. But by and large, they facilitate their own professional learning.
Dr. Bell this year has initiated a beginning teacher training for our teachers that are teaching our students that participate in our EC program. And so those beginning teachers also receive support from Dr. Bullock's office, but then they also participate in that training, which occurs monthly. And part of that training is one, to also build that collaboration and network between those beginning teachers, but also to help them. Many of them are alternative licensed as well. So to help them start to understand and navigate ECATS, the professional learning, making sure they are implementing a youngster's IEP, the related services, and she, along with the directors in her office, facilitate that. And then they also, we also have our ECF, so our exceptional children facilitators that are also providing support to many of our beginning licensed teachers in that department.
Yeah, that's super helpful. Are there additional full-time mentors that we have within EC? Are all the full-time mentors general ed?
So, well, we have our 12 full-time mentors, and they are our mentors for the district. Some of them have different areas of certification that they came into the positions with. So we do have some EC certified mentors, but that is also something that we would be looking at should we have additional opportunities, to expand the team. That's a high priority for considering additional mentors. Yes.
Yeah, you're reading my mind because I'm looking towards budget and looking towards the turnover that we're looking at that is really unprecedented. I'm so glad you included explicit metrics on LGBTQIA students and issues. I think it's just a start, but making a start is so important. And so task force, I don't know who I'm asking about what the status of the task force is, but it seems such a key equity conversation that I'm wondering where we are with it.
I'm happy to start. And then it's a team of folks, I would say, who are working on the task force. Thank you, board members. All of you submitted names and we were able to send some invitations. I think the superintendent's staff did that to folks. But I think at this point, originally we talked about the task force as writing policy. We now have the policy, so we need to clarify and redefine the purpose and the kind of what we want the outcome that we want the task force to do. And so Ms. Chavez and I have been thinking about that, as well as with Ms. Giovanni. I know there also have been conversations around trainers and when we want to bring those folks in. And so really that is all still in the planning process. I appreciate the public. I know people are eager, but be patient with us. We need to move. We need to do this and we need to do it right in a way that will be bringing along folks and will allow us to implement this policy with fidelity. Is there anything else, Ms. Chavez, Ms. Giovanni?
Yeah, thanks. I will just comment on that a bit. Our administration has been working very hard. Tanya, Giovanni, and also Mr. Sutter with communication. So I think the task force is coming together. And we have a number of people who have committed to to being on it and right now, I think our goal is to strengthen and further develop the policy. But we can, yes, be more specific about that as time goes on. And with the training, Ms. Giovanni and I have a robust plan that we are now working on. We have met with some folks and have we have a couple meetings that will be within the next couple weeks, I anticipate. So we're meeting with trainers to put it all together and hopefully we'll have a more solid plan with who will all be involved very soon. But we have contacted these Ms. Giovanni has contacted these national organizations and so we've made some good progress on that. We're excited to present it soon.
I really appreciate that update. I just always think academic year, and if there's anything we need to change or improve before we go to student handbook over the summer, right? So I'm always looking at, we're already in February. This year is flying by. So I look forward to engaging the community and hearing what pieces we need to improve. I think we've started, but we need to keep going. And I appreciate that update. Any other questions or discussion on this most important topic?
I just
yes,
wanted
please.
to add one quick thing. I did want to acknowledge, related to the question about the student climate survey, I want to acknowledge like our research and accountability office. And we have had many people who advocated for us to ask those questions that allow us to provide that data. And, and so that it helps to be in a school system where, again, I want people to know it's not just me doing this equity work. It's a part of the culture of Durham Public Schools. And so I just wanted to acknowledge that.
Thank you, Dr. Bullock. It was so great to see that we have a staff affinity group, and I look forward to making sure that the word gets out broadly to our staff that want to join in that group. Other questions, anything from folks? So appreciative, Dr. Bullock, of your leadership.
Thank you.
Thank you. This was here for information, and that brings us to item C, Gaggle Safety Management Software.
Thank you. Good evening again. If we can pull up our Gaggle update presentation. At the request of our board, we are presenting for information and discussion tonight a Gaggle update. This update will include details regarding the launch of the Gaggle Safety Management Solution. This evening with us, we have Ms. Joy Malone, Executive Director for Information Technology, Ms. Eva Howard, Executive Director for Safety and Security, and Dr. Laverne Maddox Perry, Senior Executive Director for Student Support Services. Next slide, please. If you'll go back one slide, thank you so much. We also would like to acknowledge and recognize some of the other members of the internal DPS IT team that have worked with this particular launch and project. Ms. Anya Ziedman, IT Project Manager, Mr. Paul Majumbi, DPS Director of IT Operations, and Mr. Blake Halsey, DPS Emergency Management Coordinator. Additionally, we have some guests here this evening from Gaggle that will be able to answer any questions that our board may have. We have Ms. Heather Durack, Gaggle Chief Operations Officer, and Lucy Quinones, Gaggle Southeast Regional Manager. If you guys could just stand up so they can see you. Thank you so much for joining us this evening. Next slide, please. Our Gaggle safety management system aligns with 3 of our board priorities: increasing academic achievement, which is priority 1, priority 2, providing a safe school environment that supports the whole child, and priority 4, strengthen school, family, and community engagement. At this time, I'm going to turn the presentation over to Ms. Eva Howard, Executive Director of Safety and Security. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Dr. Hardy. Good evening. In DPS Safety and Security, we are consistently collaborating to proactively assess safety and
Ms. Howard,
security.
I'm sorry, can you pull your mic down just a little bit closer to you?
Sure.
Thank you.
In DPS Safety and Security, we are consistently collaborating to proactively assess safety and security strategies and mitigate comprehensive safety issues to ensure our measures are fostering effective conditions for learning in and outside of the classroom. Safety is truly everyone's responsibility. So we look to our 31,000 plus students and their families, our 5,370 plus teachers, administrators, and district staff in our entire community to have a hand in keeping our schools safe. We partner closely with our school counselors, our social workers, and school resource officers to use their skills and expertise to handle student situations. Additional safety resources include the anonymous Say Something tip system and an anonymous Motorola Text-a-Tip system. We have approximately 2,800 wired cameras connected to our network infrastructure. These cameras are monitoring our entrances, hallways, and high traffic areas in and around our schools to provide video documentation. Zscaler is the district solution that DPS IT manages to filter and block websites that are inappropriate for our students. As of today, we are currently blocking 14.4 million websites. Our safety and security team uses a variety of tools and resources to aid in the investigation and resolution of harmful situations. Gaggle is another tool that we've added to our toolkit. Now I'll turn it over to Ms. Malone, who will provide details about what Gaggle is and how it's used within DPS. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Ms. Howard. And good evening, Dr. Mabenga, board members, cabinet, and all of our visitors here today. Gaggle's mission is to help ensure the safety and well-being of all students and supporting school districts like ours in proactively identifying students who may be struggling and providing them the assistance that they need. Gaggle helps K-12 districts manage student safety on school-provided technology. Please keep in mind, when I say technology, I am not only referencing the student-issued assigned Chromebook, but also the student email, their username, password that the school has issued them. Gaggle uses a combination of machine learned technology, which is also known as artificial intelligence, AI, also with human expert review to identify potential harmful content in student-issued school accounts. As a one-to-one district, we have provided every student with access to a district-issued device, which has created an equitable learning environment, and it continues to reduce the digital divide within our families. However, the use of these technological resources that our district has provided is a privilege, and that comes with a responsibility to be ethical, respectful, academically honest, and supportive in learning environments. On January 23rd, 2023, Gaggle was implemented district-wide in DPS. Gaggle has been monitoring the DPS student-issued devices and accounts for Google Workspace for Education, Microsoft 365, and Canvas for violence and risk-taking activities, videos of stunts or challenges that may inspire unsafe behavior, sexual content, negative stereotypes, substance abuse, cyberbullying, and predators. As we go to the next slide, I'll talk a little bit more about how Gaggle works. Next slide. Oh, thank you. So if and when a DPS student uses their school-issued device or accounts to communicate or engage in potentially harmful content, Gaggle will send an alert. There are two types of Gaggle alerts, as you can see near the bottom of this slide. There are questionable content and possible student situations. In layman terms, questionable content, QCons, are the minor alerts that Gaggle identifies. These alerts pose no immediate threat, just awareness of a potential issue. Possible student situations, PSSs, on the other hand, are major alerts that Gaggle has identified. These alerts are very serious in nature and are designed to immediately make contact with school or district personnel as one of our students could be in a harmful situation. We partnered with our school principals and each identified who at their school and in what order should receive Gaggle alerts. Gaggle emergency contact training was provided to DPS staff who were included in the workflow to receive alerts for their school. Over to the right are two sample recommendations on how DPS principals could configure their Gaggle workflow. Some principals use these recommendations as their guide, while others created a workflow and included the staff members most skilled in their school to do this work. There is one thing that is consistent for all DPS schools. The school has identified their workflow. However, we have district contacts who also provide support to our schools. Our district contacts include Ms. Eva Howard, Mr. Blake Housey, Ms. Tamika Ward Satterfield, and myself. Once Gaggle has done its part to notify us of the content, the follow-up is in our hands to address. Gaggle does not tell us how to manage the follow-up, and we follow our current processes in collaboration with school support services and safety and security. Next slide, please. So Gaggle is deployed in nearly 1,500 schools and districts across the US. Please take a second to review these national statistics provided by Gaggle. Next slide, please. This slide is very similar to the previous slide as it shows national statistics provided by Gaggle. I will give you a couple minutes to process these numbers. At DPS, every student life matters, and we are committed to providing a safe school environment that supports the whole child. Since January 23rd, 2023, Gaggle has helped DPS identify students who need support and provide them the resources to save their life. Next slide, please. As a one-to-one district, our students have access to their school-issued devices and accounts inside and outside of our school buildings. As a tool, Gaggle provides 24/7 monitoring service. This slide provided by Gaggle shows national statistics from last academic school year on when the majority of Gaggle alerts are received. As you can see, they are during school hours, primarily during the middle of the week. Next slide, please. Based on national feedback, educators across the country have indicated that Gaggle is keeping students safe from predators. 95% of educators believe Gaggle makes schools safer. In North Carolina, we have 119 schools, and this is districts as well as charter schools, are currently enrolled in using Gaggle. Next slide, please. So this slide goes into the funding sources for Gaggle. As you can see here, in October of 2020, DPS applied for a DPI grant. This particular grant was set aside with federal relief funds, and that grant was specifically for the use of Gaggle. In November of 2020, it was brought to the board to approve Gaggle implementation, and DPI granted that award. We started a pilot of certain DPS schools. You can see the list of those schools there. And in March of 2022, based on the pilot feedback, DPS applied for 2 additional grants through DPI, and these were identified with federal relief funds. One of those grants was once again specifically for Gaggle, and the other one was for any type of software to be able to assist with cyberbullying and suicide prevention. Again, on June 23rd, 2022, DPS board approved the Gaggle implementation, and DPI granted those awards. Next slide, please. So here is a summary of the Gaggle pilot data for the DPS schools. On this chart, you will see I have removed the name of the schools as I do not want to highlight what is happening at each individual school, but more or less talk about the types of content Gaggle was able to discover during this pilot period. As you can see, suicide was our highest content of occurrence, followed by violence towards others, harassment, self-harm, and drug use. Next slide, please. Upon the completion of the pilot, we conducted a survey to obtain feedback from the principals who participated, as well as the staff at their school who were receiving Gaggle alerts during the pilot, and our district contacts. To highlight a couple of the questions and their responses. Did the use of Gaggle allow you to take action to ensure the safety of students? 100% response was yes. Would you recommend Gaggle as a DPS district-wide software for safety management? you can see where we had a percentage of 12 that said yes, 2 that said no. Next slide, please. Based on the Gaggle survey results from the pilot, here is the timeline for implementation. You can see that we have communicated with our principals. We have provided training to our Gaggle emergency contacts at all schools. And then again, on January the 23rd of this year, we launched Gaggle district-wide. Next slide, please. So the first 7 days. So from January 23rd to January 30th, we did an analysis of the Gaggle data that we had received. The Gaggle safety team reviewed 6,578 DPS items. As you can see, our highest area for content was suicide. Also to the right, you can see the number of possible student situations that happened during school hours and those that happened after school hours. Next slide, please. We hear and we understand the expressed concerns that are related to privacy. There is a thin line between privacy and safety. We have 2 board policies, internet safety and our technology responsible use policies, as well as the Children's Internet Protection Act. These 2 policies and this act detail our district's expectations and how privacy is governed. Now I will turn it over to Dr. Maddox Perry to discuss how our school support services team works with our schools to address Gaggle alerts.
Thank you, Ms. Malone. Next slide, please. Because Gaggle is a new tool for Durham Public Schools, we have been providing guidance based on best practices for school report recipients and responders. Many alerts do occur during the course of the school day. However, after the school day ends and our students have departed our campuses, our school administration and student services staff remain committed to helping families keep their children safe. When Gaggle identifies a threat of self-harm in one of the monitored products, the following steps will help ensure the student's family has the information and resources to get their children the help they need. Out of an abundance of caution, if a parent or guardian cannot be reached, the school administration will call 911 to ask for a mental health welfare check. Next slide, please. This is a list of our community resources available to families. It is best practice to have anyone experiencing thoughts of harming themselves or others assessed as quickly as possible. Thankfully, our DPS families have a variety of community partners ready, willing, and able to help with both at school and after hours mental health crises. Our school administrators or other Gaggle contacts will share these resources with families and encourage them to seek help from one of these agencies. Upon returning to school, the school administrator and school counselor or school social worker will check in with the student to see what additional supports need to be provided. At this time, I return the presentation to Ms. Howard.
Thank you, Dr. Maddox Perry. Safety and security's top priority for DPS community is the safety and security of Durham Public Schools. For that reason, we are included in the emergency contact list for all Gaggle threat of violence notifications. Threats of violence include situations that pose a threat to self, others, and/or both. Threats of violence require immediate attention. Time is of the essence on these types of notifications and calls. We connect with our local law enforcement partners to assist in providing support to address the concern. School administration contact parents, guardians of the student of concern as part of their investigation, as well as offer resources. Pertinent DPS notifications are handled in a timely manner and at times simultaneously. In our partnership with the Durham County Sheriff's Office, we currently have 17 school resource officers engaged at our middle and high schools. Also, the Durham Police Department assists by providing off-duty officers. Other resources available to report safety concerns anonymously include the DPS Sandy Hook Say Something anonymous tip system and the DPS Motorola Text-a-Tip system. Both systems are monitored 24/7, 365 days a year. Safety and security are notified of all tips related to Durham Public Schools. Next slide, please.
Thank you. This is before the board this evening for information and discussion. We have our technology team as well as some members from Gaggle that are here. And at this time, I'll turn it back over to Ms. Byer.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hardy, and thank you for the team that worked on this, and thank you for the complex ways that we contemplate safety and the awesome responsibility it is to try to keep students, teachers, and our community safe. Board members, you have questions, thoughts? Ms. Rogers.
Thank you for the presentation. I have so many thoughts, so many questions. I'm gonna try to keep it together. My first question is real simple. On slide 14, Ms. Malone, you said percentage. And so was 14 really referring to the number of participants in the survey, or is that actually the
So
percentage?
14 is the total number of participants. And so for the first question, it was 100%. And then the second question, it was 12 people said yes, 2 people
Okay.
said no.
Yep, nope, I wanted to make sure I understood that correctly. Okay, thank you. And so much of the conversations that we've had prior to this work talked about relationships. And in this presentation, we didn't really talk about what real life relationships are like and how this impacts real life relationships. And so my first question is, how many of the students that were identified in that week by Gaggle had not been previously identified by staff as needing support?
And so that, because again, I don't have that data. What I do receive is the alert that comes from Gaggle. We received it as district contacts as well as the school. We inform that principal, and then that principal has that conversation. The ones that I have been closely involved with, the principal was not aware, and the principal had that conversation, and I was able to share with them information from Gaggle for them to follow up with that student and have discussions with that parent as necessary.
Okay. And are we consistently implementing intervention plans for children that are struggling with mental health after being identified by Gaggle?
And I'll let maybe school support services take that question.
Absolutely. That has been a part what you've identified, Ms. Rogers, that thin line, we talked about a thin line between privacy and safety. There's also a thin line between the relationship and actually having access to things that students may not have really wanted adults to see. And so one thing that our counselors do consistently is try to build a relationship with students to say that the information that is absolutely vital to your safety is what I would have to share, but everything else is confidential and trusted between us. And they use that information to build, you said intervention plans, it's more like support plans is what we call them. And that includes any type of safety assessment that needs to happen, whether it's a threat to themselves or others. And then those team members who are necessary to implement that plan are then informed of the details to support the student.
Okay. And then my last question for now, and I don't know who would answer this question best. On slide 18, we talked about the call 911 for the welfare check if the parent is unavailable. At the moment, I'm working. So if my son is doing something right now on his Chromebook, I have no way of knowing that. And I'm not sure. We call ourselves a restorative district, and I'm not sure how restorative it is if no one's actually had a conversation about or taking the time to educate a sixth grader about the best use of a DPS Chromebook, the best use of the DPS email and accounts, et cetera, et cetera. So where will police respond to? Because clearly he's not here with me and he's not at home. And there are going to be times when people are working or there's a custody order in place that the school may or may not be aware of. What happens in instances when they don't find that student?
So that is even valuable information for those of us who are trying to support the family to have in making a plan to move forward. The most important thing is we are, once again, special in Durham because we do have a unit within our law enforcement who is staffed with mental health and therapists and social workers and people who can do a mental health check without it being criminalized if someone is experiencing some type of need. But the most thing is we don't want to, time is of the essence. I think they show the most reported notifications were around self-harm. And so it is one of those things that we do err on the abundance of caution and seek support when we cannot get in touch with a family member. So it is always our first inclination to try to, if we can, preserve that relationship with the family and the students. But there are times we do need additional support.
Ms. Rogers, I wonder if our Gaggle team and or our technology team, I do think it's important to clarify there are two different types of alerts. And so one alert is giving us information, and then one has more of a sense of urgency. And I also want to note that this is a notification system. So for example, if a student were to share with an adult in the school that they were thinking about self-harm, then that adult would notify student support services in that school. Gaggle is a notification system. So if a student schedules on a calendar that we would say that I want to have self-harm, then we notify the school so that student support services, just as if that notification came from the young person or was in a note that they had written. And then we're using our processes that we have had in place to support our young people during the school day as well as outside the school day. So in the example that you provided, contacting families in the hours is when it is that more severe alert.
Right. And Dr. Hardy, I would like to add, so since we've been here tonight, Ms. Howard and I, we both received an alert regarding suicide. Ms. Howard, would you be able to share kind of the process that went through and how that was handled?
Absolutely. So this evening, while here, we received a threat of violence notification from Gaggle in reference to a student experiencing thoughts and expressions of self-harm that actually included a letter, a suicide letter. There was an attempt to reach the parents multiple times, unable to reach the parents. And so in a situation, time is of the essence. We contacted law enforcement to conduct a welfare check. That welfare check was conducted. The student was located, parent was finally contacted, and the student is okay. But that's an example of where if we can't contact the parent, we have to contact law enforcement to conduct a welfare check.
So they'd be going to my apartment right now.
I'm sorry.
If it were my kid, they'd be going to my apartment right now.
Was a suicide or something where it was a possible student situation that would occur?
Yes, to ensure the safety of the student.
Okay.
Can I ask just a question about those two notifications? I'm sorry, Ms. Rogers. Who determines what type of notification it is?
I'll let the Gaggle team answer that question.
Yeah, I'd like clarification because something else I saw said there were 3 types of notifications, so maybe that's an old piece of news that I saw as well.
Hi, thank you. Again, Heather Durkak with Gaggle. So we have questionable content and we have the possible student situation. So those are the 2 levels. We do offer a third. I can go ahead and speak to that. That is a choice if districts want to use that 3rd level which is low level violations, is what we call that one. And that's what was referenced in previous discussions about Gaggle, but that's not something that's being used here. Durham is focusing on the questionable content and the possible student situations. Those are the 2 that go to district level, administrators, because the violations, those would go to just to the students about using inappropriate language or things like that. And so that's very seldom used by school districts. It's there really historically when we were a learning management system. So that's that 3rd. Hopefully that clarifies that. So questionable content is the non-imminent danger situations. That is when it's something that we want a principal or counselor to take a look at and assess that situation. We get that notification over to the person who knows the student. Is this something that the student is already being addressed with the student? Is it something that a counselor or principal does know about and it helps support the work that's being done with that student? Or is it initial awareness to start those conversations? Possible student situations, those are imminent. That is those situations where a student has taken pills and we need to help you get to that student to find, to get that kid the help that they need. So those are the ones that the act is in place versus there's discussion, low levels of suicide ideation and things like that.
My last question.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
I'm
Is
sorry.
this on the stand?
Yeah, I just still want to know who is deciding what is what.
Oh, I'm sorry. So I described, so that would be, it's a partnership. So that is the trained Gaggle safety team, that team that was referenced, Gaggle working 24/7. So we review the content, we determine the category and the severity, send it to you to then make the decision of what to do next.
But to be clear, when you say we,
Sorry.
you've got an algorithm first that's doing most of this hunting and searching. Then you've got contracted employees at some hourly rate that are looking at stuff and going, oh, this is just a kid cursing, or this is just a kid talking about something. And then you have some level of employees that are more 24/7 kind of, if you can't ping our district leader people, then you'll call the police from somewhere else. Like there's an algorithm, there's a machine and AI thing. Then there's contracted employees sifting through stuff. And then there's some higher level of gaggle thing, at least according to news pieces that I have seen. That's the level of human interaction with the algorithm.
Yes, you want me to talk through those pieces? So the very first part is our words and phrases. So that is designed by Gaggle of the content that is going to be used. So that's our team of experts, our experience in the field, our review of content over the past 20 years. So we first have our words and phrases. Then the machine learning technology comes into play. So that way we're looking through, if a student writes something that is about a paper on To Kill a Mockingbird, nobody sees that, nothing gets slowed down. That does not go to human review. If the student says, I'm going to kill her, that does go to that first line of humans, and they are reviewing it. Those are our contracted employees who are also the contracted team 24/7, and they will review it, good or bad, that it is homework, it is, there's things like that. They will say this is of no concern. Then it goes to the expert team at Gaggle who makes the QCon or PSS decision, and then it goes to Durham.
And when it gets to Durham, I want to acknowledge who then is reviewing that alert. So it is the district team, Miss Eva Howard, Miss Joy Malone, and Tamika Ward Satterfield. And she is our licensed counselor and also has her MSA. So you have staff then here that are determining those next steps after Gaggle does their review. And it goes to the school team, and the principal identified on their team who would receive those alerts. So, for example, elementary principal may have selected principal, assistant principal, school counselor. They may have selected social worker. So if it were in reference to a child at that school, they would receive that alert. They would know little Nakia is already receiving services for this particular, they would know little Nakia. In addition to them getting that, Ms. Howard, Ms. Ward Satterfield, Ms. Malone also get that, so that we can work together in terms of that notification then regarding the next steps.
All right, my last question, the Gaggle report. Once it's a report, does it become a part of the student's educational record? What happens to that report?
No, a Gaggle report is not a part of the student's educational record in terms of, let's say, it would be like any other document that you would use to inform your services for them, but it is not attached to a transcript or discipline data or anything of that nature.
Madam Chair, if I may comment on that as well.
Yes.
Although it's not maintained in a student record, it would be a student record. So it would be subject to your records retention regulations and rules. And if a parent requested a copy of that report, it would need to be released.
Thank you. That's what I wanted to understand.
Ms. Murchison, if there was an example of teenage sexting that this picked up, what happens to that and our duty to report?
It's my understanding that images of pictures or pornographic images are not shared. They're described by the Gaggle team so that we don't get those images. If am I correct about that?
So, yep. So if it is a QCon situation, it is identified as professional pornography. So that's like pornography that you can find on the internet. If it is a PSS, that is where in that image, it appears to be a minor, and it could potentially be one of our students. And so at that point, that image is not released to the principal. They have a channel in which they can contact Gaggle, our administrative team, to be able to describe that image to them, for them to be able to follow up from there.
With the pornographic content, it is also quarantined. So when that is in a student's drive, Office 365 or Google, it can no longer be accessed or shared by any student. So we immediately stop the sharing or spreading of that inappropriate image or video.
Other questions, colleagues? Anyone, then y'all jump in. Sorry. Ms. Thomas?
Thank you. Thank you for this presentation. I think, this is just, school safety, school alerts, and kind of getting to the root issues of why, of some of the dangers that our students are facing is on our minds and really important. And we're hearing this feedback from the community, which, you did address about the line between privacy and safety, and just, doing a little more thinking, receiving, information about it. I think one of the things I'm most concerned is about this, the triggering of the Gaggle response for students. who are LGBTQ and perhaps of other identities as well. And in reading this report on constant surveillance by Senators Elizabeth Warren and Ed Markey, there was some, they spoke on Gaggle, and I just I wanted to hear your thoughts on that, with situations where a student is sharing their identity. I know I asked about this the other day, and we were talking about how bullying can come up as an issue for students of marginalized sexual orientations or genders. And what I'm still concerned about the level of outing or sort of reveal of private information of our LGBTQ students in particular. And then one other concern that was brought up in this report was just kind of increasing disciplinary action, and that contributing to discipline disparities, which of course I do not want to see in our district. And so those are the two major, concerns I have right now. And, I mean, I absolutely think addressing students' mental health needs is important, and our students are going through a lot. But yeah, please, if you would speak to that, thanks.
Yes, so we did a full response to Senator Warren's letter, and in that response, we talked through how we are looking for the terms and phrases around harm to self, suicides, wanting to die. We are not reviewing the content for LGBTQ plus terms. So that is where I mistakenly say we at times, because I do feel it is a partnership. We know, Gaggle, all of us here know the high-end risks and suicide rates of marginalized communities. So we do work to keep groups safe. We are bringing to you when those students are talking about harming themselves or harming others. And that can be when talking about their sexual orientation. So this is where that partnership comes in, and it's how then the district works to talk through the situation with the students and the families. We do have various training tools out there. We did a webinar with partnerships. We've attended sessions with the Trevor Project, had a partnership with them to make sure we were learning more to keep communities safe.
I guess just as a follow-up to that, just on the DPS side, how do we make sure that that our staff know that especially with our policy, our LGBTQIA plus policy, that we do not out students to their parents if they're not ready to take that step, and just how is that discussed in the training, or how is that information disseminated?
And has that happened already, as speakers alluded to?
Yep, I will, Dr. Hardy.
So of course, our intent is always to make sure that we're taking care of the student. We lean on our school-based staff. So when the alerts come, it's that collaboration between the district staff that is also receiving the alert and the school-based staff in knowing their children to work with the staff in that school. It's never any intent to bring more harm. It really is about if there is that severity of them thinking about self-harm, how do we make sure that we're connecting them to the resources that are available? And if they are already someone that is part of that, how do we make sure that that support is helping to reduce some of those suicidal ideations? Part of that is the continued proactive work that we are doing with our staff, and making sure our student support services staff, they are receiving professional learning in addition to our teachers. So they have the ability to respond to that. Most of our principals identified as part of their team, someone that is part of their student services team. If they had a mental health counselor, some of them identified that person. Sometimes it was the school counselor, sometimes it was the social worker. All of our schools also identified an administrator, often principal and an assistant principal. But all of the schools did also identify someone that is part of the student services team.
Thank you. And I just want to say that I don't think there's any malintent on anybody's part. This is all to keep our students safe. And just addressing those nuanced conversations. That's just good to hear that that information is being disseminated. My last question is around just the this issue has come, I think, we got some feedback on this. The time spent on this is how kind of, if you could tell us like how much time you all are getting alerts, then the school teams are getting alerts. So I'm just trying to get an idea how much time is being spent on this right now. Is it kind of taking the place maybe of other work to prevent?
And time that is unpaid or is after hours, I mean, is also of concern to me.
Yep. So, again, at the school level, they only receive alerts that impact their school. As a district contact, myself, Ms. Howard, Mr. Housey, we get them for every school. And so regardless of where I am, and I see a possible student situation, I am going to address it. Saturday, I was at an AAU basketball game for my son, and a possible student situation came through. And I followed up with that principal and asked them, did they need anything from me to address that situation?
How many alerts would you say on a daily or weekly basis are you getting? And I understand where these are guesstimates.
Our latest data, Heather? I just did that 7-day study, but I would say even today, I think it was one today, 3 to 4 a week. Oh, the one tonight. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. Sorry, yep. So that was 2 today, 1 that happened earlier today, and then the one during kind of like board meeting tonight. So approximately, I would say probably about 3 to 4 a week.
Ms. Valladares, did you have questions and comments?
Yes, I do have questions and comments. I just the nuanced conversation, because we have a need to ensure the safety of our students. We are also dealing with technology, artificial intelligence. It is being implemented in many systems, and there are definitely considerations. So I just want to offer that part of all my analysis with Gaggle and hearing from our community and the concerns that they brought. Some of these same concerns in terms of bias, in terms of like, privacy, those thin lines that we've described are happening in healthcare as well. Because there are algorithms that are determining like sepsis, like when you go into the ER and there's an algorithm that will literally provide a pathway for who's going to be prioritized. That is a huge liability to a lot of healthcare systems. And there are actually experts at Duke Innovation, and I have been in contact, and I'm actually, very happy to have these conversations and connect folks, anybody who wants to connect with that team. They're analyzing artificial intelligence in the healthcare setting and addressing bias, addressing some of these things, because we know that these are things that happen. At the end of the day, the algorithm is based on data. And I just want to talk a little bit more to the Gaggle team. I know why we're doing this as a school district. I understand that we have already seen some of the ways that it is providing support, crisis support, interventions. But we also need to keep in mind that there's a life cycle for any technology that we adopt. My thing is, this is artificial intelligence. Any technology that we have, anything that we do, when it concerns something that is as there's a word in terms of like how the algorithms actually are shaped by the data that are fed into it. And I did appreciate, Dr. Hardy, you sent us a list of all the school districts, which is 39 pages long. We're talking about maybe 50 schools per page, except for, maybe a few pages in there, maybe the last page that had less than that. There are countless of districts throughout the United States, and the data, this is the difference between like artificial intelligence as it came out in coded bias, which actually has to do with facial recognition and the bias based on not recognizing skin color, right? Like I would probably not be as recognized as somebody who's lighter skin, and that's proven in research. And that has been coded bias on Netflix. A lot of people have commented on that. This is more on content. So it's not based on the person, it's based on the content. The content that is flagged, it learns, the model continues to learn. So my question is more for the company itself in terms of how are you, number one, also providing guidance on life cycle when districts have decided to abandon the technology? Like what are some of those risk factors? Because that is part of the life cycle. There's procurement, so you get the technology. There's the piece where, there might be developmental kind of things. And that is also part of the technology, that it's not a one size fits all kind of thing. So it has to be developed further. And then there's the integration into the entire system, and how how it's integrated. In our case, we started with a pilot, and the pilot had some data. I'd love to, continue to have this conversation about some of the data that we saw, and then we decided to scale it up. And now it's like throughout the system itself. And then there's definitely at the end of that life cycle, the decision whether to stop the services, to abandon the services, or to continue or to iterate. So when it comes to all this, I have questions about how your company, with all this data from all these districts, is continually evaluating the model. What kind of, consortiums, what kind of accountability you have in that space as artificial intelligence that is being used in education, which is, this is definitely a frontier here with education and artificial intelligence making its way, just like it's doing in healthcare, just as it has done in the criminal justice system, just as it's being done with construction engineering, everything from using satellite imagery and then determining so many different things. There's so many uses of AI. I just want to know about the company itself. How are you all considering that life cycle? How are you all also providing that guidance to districts who may decide to adopt it, integrate it, address some of the bias and risks, and then also maybe decide that it's something that we may not need for the long term, or we may continue it?
So to clarify, you're asking how we train our technology tools, how we train our data, and then how we evolve, or how we train our machines, the AI, and what we do when districts don't stay with us. Is that the question?
So so the thing is, this is technology that evolves, right? There's the notion that it's going to be only as good as the data that it has. And so with all these districts that are already participating, that Gaggle's already in all these different districts, there's ways for quality assurance, for like those conversations about bias. I want to know, is Gaggle engaging in bias conversations with other artificial intelligence companies, and maybe even researchers, and maybe even talking to some folks that are actually leading in this work in terms of like things to watch out for? I just want to know your accountability for your company in terms of your product.
So thank you for the clarification. And what we have our own data scientists, our own machine learning team. And a key piece of it all starts with the words and phrases that we are reviewing. So Gaggle, we started in 1999 as a learning management system. So we have been built for education since our inception. Our founder and president, who still is the owner of Gaggle today, was working to bring email into the classroom. And luckily, he called us Gaggle. Gaggle can be whatever we want to be. And as we have seen education evolve and technology change, just like you're pointing out, what we started hearing was that districts did not want our learning management system, but really did want our efforts to keep kids safe, because our word list and our phrases that we've been building since 1999 have been built around the communications that we were seeing between students. As Google and Microsoft start having things like Google Apps for Education, which made a Gaggle learning management system not really that great, but administrators kept telling us, I want your safety piece though. I need to know what my students are communicating and who's trying to reach them if I am giving them email accounts and giving them access to this Google Drive. Think of it as put that fence around your digital playground to be able to open up to the world and communicate, but keeping them safe, because you're seeing when someone tries to ask for inappropriate, share inappropriate, or starts discussing those harms of suicide and violence to self or violence towards others. Over all of those years, we keep finding other words and phrases. So we started out with things like kill and die and suicide, which now have evolved to those words, but also things like if you're reading this. That's how we caught the PSS that we spoke about earlier, because through seeing things like suicide, we were also able to learn a lot of suicide notes start with a phrase, if you're reading this. If you're reading this, got on the list from our data, our research, our AI, and updating our blocked word list to get that kid help today. And that makes me very proud of the work that Gaggle has done and the partnership we have.
Ms. Umstead, were you wanting to jump in on something that was related? I'm sorry, Ms. Eiders.
Well, I mean, if it's related, I have more questions.
Go ahead.
Okay.
I also think you asked about what we're doing as far as training. So can I keep answering that question? Because I realized there were multiple parts and I probably skipped over a couple of them. So I talked about how we've evolved based on the content that is coming in from the documents and the words, the communications that students are doing, and those suicide notes we're finding. Then we add that to the work that the safety team is doing, who's making those decisions, like our anti-bias training, our train with and that is done by an organization that does a lot of bias training for law enforcement, court ordered officials, and that team. It seemed to really fit Gaggle and a lot of the things that we're doing with who then we contact and when we are sending the alerts. So constant training of leaders, all of Gaggle leaders and the safety team who are making the decisions to call it a QCon or a possible student situation. So then the data that comes from it being a QCon or a PSS is a human decision that then our data team, our machine learning team, then evolves the machines, the AI, to make and review those decisions. So when it sees, if you're reading this, puts it into the queue at a highest priority because it has a high likelihood of being a suicide note. So that's how the humans at Gaggle works to really form the decisions that the machines are making.
In terms of, that development of the product, when it comes to languages, because we have diverse students, Spanish, Arabic, Pashto, Swahili, just to name a few, how is your company also keeping in mind like languages? DPS has an analysis, or Multilingual Resource Center has done an analysis of all the different languages that we have currently, and in the future we'll have even more,
Yes, we continue to do amazing work around all of the languages. So we were highly focused on English and very extensive Spanish words and phrases. Now we're using Google Translate features. So we have more options coming into the safety team, making the decisions. Also, I mean, they can speak other languages, or they then use translate tools that we have, while our machine learning team, our data team is working to build out the machines to learning our algorithms to then support the languages. So this is an area that's getting a lot of development right now, which is pretty exciting.
This is exciting. The last thing I'll say, this pertains more towards, what we have to do as an institution that is employing this technology, as any technology that we have, right? We have a team, and I'm always so grateful for our director, Joy Malone, who has been doing extensive work with this, and the team that also includes, so many stakeholders, including student support services, definitely safety, and the team. What I want to know is, and this is more for our admins, how we can continue to structure that committee, because there's a need for organizational governance with any AI system. That is something that you will find in research. You don't just launch the product and just let it go. It has to continually have that oversight, right? And I know that oversight is currently here, even in the process of the things that are flagged, but even in terms of how it's working, what are the metrics that we want to see? Is it going to be the number of students that we know that we kept safe? But then also we have the harms, harms are inherent in any system, in any technology as well. And the harms, we heard from some of the public comments, children being outed to their parents, these kind of things. We have to continue to keep an eye, on this governance. So I'm interested in DPS, our admins, committing to having an organizational governance of this technology, just like any other technology, which already, it seems like you already have a committee that is looking at that. It would include, just some of these concerns. Definitely our community is going to be a part of that, as we start seeing trends and start seeing some of the things. This governance committee will definitely be very important in terms of analyzing, what are some of the risks, what are some of the harms, but also what are some of the benefits and what are some of the metrics that we really want to continue, and whether it makes sense to keep this technology for years. Maybe there might be a moment where we're like, the ROI, the return on investment for the time that our counselors have to, read through everything, the time that you all have to, be on getting all these alerts, there may be that consideration whether we continue this product for years to come, or maybe it's something that we just try for short term. So I'd love that governance committee with artificial intelligence. This is very important to keep tabs on that. Thank you so much.
Ms. Umstead.
A lot of my colleagues have asked a lot of questions that I have, but I do want to know who owns the data. Like, there's a lot of data that's being collected. Who owns it?
As far as what goes into Gaggle?
Right, like the Gaggle is scanning emails and documents and
Correct.
all of that.
It is our data. And in our agreements we have with Tharrington and Smith, they reviewed our contract regarding how our data is managed in that way, and the kind of the pieces that as far as Gaggle not taking that data and selling that data and things of that nature, that's in our contract.
Let's have Attorney Murchison address that.
Your agreement with Gaggle has a standard student confidentiality provision in it. So the data, when it's used by Gaggle and maintained by Gaggle, is managed by them. But ultimately, if you choose to enter a relationship with Gaggle, all of that information is to be returned at your request. So, and there's an agreement that it does not get used for other purposes.
It's to be returned, which means that it does in some way live with them and they can manipulate it and build their algorithm better and do whatever with private content that students have created.
So again, give me just 1 minute. Let me check the language in your actual contract.
Thank you.
So again, there's a standard confidentiality provision that does limit, well, I actually have it here. I do have it, thank you. That limits the ability of Gaggle to use it for other purposes. At the time of, if you were to terminate the agreement, and you may be familiar with this as well, but when the agreement is terminated, there is a provision that provides for, let me find it here. Give me just 1 second. I apologize. I don't want to misspeak on this point. I know it's important to you. So there's a provision, as I said, there's a provision that Gaggle cannot disclose any student records or student personally identifiable information without written consent from DPS. And then upon termination of the contract, Gaggle must return all student records or personally identifiable information about students to DPS.
So when they're sorting through things, they can identify students by name.
Yeah, so in the alert that we get, it does include the student's name, because that's how we end up being able to see who to follow up with and who to contact.
So it's going to someone's phone that is our employee that's sitting on their nightstand in the middle of the night. It's going bing, bing, bing. And it has a student name in it.
Yeah. And it's however, those employees have access to student information. So the principal and the team that they have identified, those are employees. And Ms. Murchison can speak to how we as DPS employees have access to that information, are bound by protocols to make sure that we handle that sensitive information appropriately.
Ask my question in a time where there are more data leaks and other things happening and questions around the information that we're putting on, whether it be on the social media or other places, you know, who's owning it and using it and curating it for their own kind of good. And so that's kind of who owns it. We do know at this point what it means, though, is Gaggle is having and scanning our student information. And when that and it is being used to help inform, it sounds like, some of their work. And that's where I'm wondering, and is it only you might have more answers to that, but is it also only students or also staff also involved in this at all? Or other people on DPS, whatever?
No, staff are not included. These grants were only for students.
Okay.
And I think it's important to share. I think this will help. And I pulled it up myself so I wouldn't mess it up, but we are SOC 2 compliant. So it's SOC, service and organizational controls. We go through a rigorous auditing, an audit of our systems to test, safety, security, and reliability to ensure we are keeping all information safe and secure to allow you to make sure you are meeting all, HIPAA, FERPA, SIPA compliance as well. And I can share that with you, Joy, so you've got more information to share out, more details about our SOC audit and our compliance there.
You have more questions?
Madam. More questions, just comments, I think. With any tool, it's about how you use the tool and what does that look like. And while I understand how we want to prevent incidents of self-harm for our students, I think that thin line is where I'm struggling. How far are we too close to the line? So I would like for us to, in 6 months, evaluate how many of these alerts are we getting? What incidents have stopped self-harm, and have there also been incidents where it created harm, right? Are there incidents where there were times where it was not helpful in supporting that student? So I think this is something we need to monitor. We can't just, and I know we did the pilot, but it's about how you use a tool. And looking at this incidents number, I think it was like 38 incidents of suicide. And our focus as a district is, how do we build relationships and connections with people so that students feel there's an adult in their school to talk to? And I don't want this to feel like a replacement of that either. And so how are we leaning in heavy to the people in the and I know we are, but keep leaning into the heavy people relationship work, because I just worry about this tool. It doesn't sit quite right with me. And so I think continuing monitoring and evaluation will be really helpful.
Hey, Ms. Rogers.
Thank you. I have some questions, I guess, for the Gaggle folks. Is there any demographic data about employees that's available? You all can send that. I don't expect you to report on that right now. And working conditions, rates of pay, things of that nature included. And for the district, this is paid for with the grant funding. What happens after that if we have an appetite to continue to be one-to-one? And can we get some follow-up around what options do families have to opt out and still be educated within DPS?
On that last point, there's not an opt-out provision.
There's not an opt-out provision, but do we have to, students don't have to accept a Chromebook or even a DPS email account.
No, but if you use any of those, then you would be subject to that. And they're put on notice about that. So the issue about privacy, of course, is governed by the Fourth Amendment, right? Search and seizure. The right to privacy doesn't exist unless you create an expectation of privacy. So the way that you all address that with Gaggle is that you make sure you provide in your policy and other mechanisms a clear understanding that there is no expectation of privacy in your devices that you get through the district. So privacy from a legal perspective, regardless of how it feels to the individual, is not an issue as long as there's appropriate notice to that, right?
To be clear, this is not just on our devices or in our login DPS things. It's also people using Wi-Fi in our buildings. Is that not true?
No, that is not true for Wi-Fi. So it's again, and it's really not even monitoring it on the Chromebook. It is specifically for your email address. So for students, email, so that's Google, education, Microsoft 365, and Canvas. Those are the only 3 environments. Now, if you are using your personal device and you're logging into Canvas with your DPS account, then that is monitored.
And if I understand correctly, that includes uploading to the cloud all of the photographs on your phone, not just the photographs that are related to schools.
Now, and that means on your phone, that means that a student will have to be logged into their phone with their DPS account, not their personal accounts.
Have they been advised not to do that?
I can't speak to that.
Okay. And as we're thinking through this, this is kind of just a comment. The Trevor Project separated from Gaggle in October of 2022. So even though they've mentioned that they work with the Trevor Project, and I want us to think about what our desired outcomes are, because Gaggle literally means capable of or prone to gagging or being quiet. So is the idea that we don't want students to communicate with anybody, whatever it is that they're experiencing, whatever it is that they're going through, is our effort to teach them not to use their device to talk about anything of importance to them, because that could be the outcome that we achieve here, as opposed to really continuing to engage them and support them socially and emotionally. They just won't do it on their Chromebooks or with their DPS accounts.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Ms. Rogers. I have not asked y'all many questions. I tried not to interrupt. I want to be clear. I am respectful of the work that you all have done. I am respectful of the Gaggle team. I believe you all believe this is making children safer. And I very much think that it actually is technology that we shouldn't be using yet and actually could do more harm. And I say that as someone that belongs to ACLU, so I understand those privacy concerns. I say that as my husband is a psychiatrist, and so we spend a lot of time awake at night wondering whether people can do harm that they have actually threatened that day in his office, and we lose sleep and have for years and years and years. So these things are incredibly serious and personal to me, but I also think we have been entrusted with people's children, and this is like a news report said, peeking in their diaries. And when you are a child or a teenager and writing and processing through your thoughts, you're allowed to say anything that you want to say as you're figuring stuff out. And this is, to me, an overreaction and over policing and over criminalization of children. I worry about our LGBTQ students that we've already outed and what harm we've done. If I started typing about an abortion that I needed as a 15 or 16-year-old, would that alert and people show up at my door? I don't know if we're arming, as the Republicans are trying to push a don't say gay bill across this, down the street in Raleigh. Are our teachers going to have to out children because we're going to know it from what Gaggles alerted us to? Like, are we helping them with the advancement of that horrific bill? And so I also want to read in this paragraph from one of our teachers. And so it sounds different how it's coming to her than you all giving 2 or 4 or 5 pings a day, a week for the district as a whole. I served as a school counselor. I was invited to a training 4 days before the filter was going to be turned on in DPS. The training I received was from the Gaggle company representative, did not include any direction for DPS educators and administrators about how to respond to the flood of documents, emails, and photos that would appear in a few short days. The presentation also included inaccurate information about what platforms would be included in the filter. I spent all my time during the week of January 23rd on Gaggle. I found myself reading creative writing that a student was engaging in on her own time, a very personal email from one friend to another, a couple of short, silly emails, and 2 photographs. None of these things were meant for my eyes. None of my students had any reason to believe that I would be viewing them. The deployment of this type of filter should involve the adults thinking through the consequences of having a filter. Educators weighing in on the idea of the filter. Families should be notified and students should be told. Instead, I scheduled class presentations at the last minute and tried to talk through what was happening with my students and teachers. I am also now expected to respond to phone calls and emails from Gaggle on my personal time. I was not asked, I am not being compensated, and I did not sign a contract that said I would be on call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I say that to say, I would encourage us to just take a pause while we wait for the White House to, and the Department of Ed at the federal level to actually release their best practices on this, yeah, I know you all feel like you're getting suicide notes and alerts today. I think actually where those actually preventing things are going to come is from strong built trusted relationships with adults. And so I think this disrupts that. That's my concern with Gaggle. I don't think I asked any questions. I just gave you a Gaggle sermon and I didn't mean to, but I wanted to share that also teacher perspective. Yeah.
Chair said, this is before the board tonight for information and discussion. We are in an agreement. That agreement has been reviewed by our attorneys. There is an option for termination of that agreement. And Ms. Murchison can speak to those terms, but just wanted to make sure that you and the board were aware in terms of any options that you may want to take at this meeting or in future meetings regarding this.
I think what I've heard is questions, concerns. I think I would like to see us revisit this item in June to get a sense of this longer pilot of where we are. And as we're thinking about a new school year and it's a May or June, what do we need to do moving forward? I think it's not, we understand that there's some ways that we are intervening with students, but I think we need to understand, is it supporting students' needs or is there any ways that we might be causing harm? And what's the impact on educators and other folks who are also receiving these alerts? So I think we need some more information is what I'm kind of hearing from folks. And think you all have also heard a lot of our concerns and questions. So I hope that the presentation can mirror some of that.
Madam Chair, your current contract with Gaggle expires on June 30th. And you can renew it, but renewing it is not automatic. It will take action of the board.
Presentation can coincide with that date.
Thank you for that. Any other questions that have come to hearts and minds as and the hour's growing late? Miss Valladares, thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Byer. Educators are definitely engaging us, and there was a question about emergency contacts. Just got a question about the listing and how can we be assured that those contacts are current and up to date and are the best contacts. So that's going to take some work. What are some of those plans in terms of like making sure that whether it's our staff or students, that there are those emergency contacts are definitely up to date and correct?
Are you saying the emergency contacts in Gaggle?
Yes.
So our principals, they identified like if they want to change or update. And so we have been receiving, even since we've gone live, we have received updates. So those do come into our IT team and we can work to update those in the system.
Thank you so much.
All right, this is here for information. I would thank you all and thank you for bearing with us at this late hour. We are so appreciative of the ways that you are working to build relationships and care and safety nets for our students and staff. Would you all be interested in a brief recess, like say a 5 minutes before we dive back in? Yeah. Okay, we are recessed. Okay. Thank you all for bearing with us patiently. We are now at item D on our agenda. It is what I like to call the Mackenzie Scott $18 million donation, which is here for Dr. Mbenga to bring this evening.
Thank you, Ms. Byers, board members, staff, and our community that's watching. So very grateful that we've been able to receive this donation of $18 million. That's a lot of money. Thank you to Mackenzie Scott for thinking about DPS, for all the work that we are doing. I would like to start by saying thank you to our board for your patience. I know when we received these funds, folks really wanted to know immediately, what are we going to do with this funding? So it was really important for us to go through the process. That's a lot of money. That's staff alone. We're not in a position of making that decision. We really wanted to get everyone involved in the process. I would like to recap a little bit the process, the way we went through to get to the point where we are today. I started with our Board of Education. I said, board, give me a wish list, what you would like to see being included or being considered. After that, I was able to work with my cabinet. And then from cabinets, they were able to work with their staff as well. You can see Dr. Hardy working with academic directors and so forth, operation and so forth. So all those voices were around the table. From that point, I was able to pull superintendent, principal advisory group for their input as well. Then the next round was pretty much with our superintendent, student advisory group. Then the last group was our superintendent teacher advisory group. So going through that process, every group, they had something they really wanted to add or to remove as well. And we were very mindful. And the folks that were able to see this document when we started, it's not the same documents that we have today. Board, I'll say this, thank you to all our community members that had all these great ideas on how to spend these funds. And one of the ideas was like, our students are so behind, just add more position in schools, especially K-2, so we'll be able to address literacy. That was well received. There was another idea saying, you guys really need a lot of counselors in your schools. Why can't you add all the counselors in your different schools? That was well received as well. But I'll say this, DPS has a budget of over $500 million. As much as $18 million, that's a lot of money. I'm not taking this for granted. A lot of my colleagues, superintendent, they would love to be in a position where we are today, because this is a great gift. But when you have a budget of over $500 million, $18 million cannot go too far. I heard ideas of being able to spend this money in one particular project, maybe teacher housing or something else. But our approach was pretty much holistic because we have a lot of needs. We did not just want to touch one area. We really wanted to spread it throughout different departments. With that, one of the ideas that came from our board was pretty much make sure that our current staff, they get something out of this. If we all recall, when we gave $1,500 to all our staff, that's cost us probably about $7.5 million just to be able to give $1,500 to all employees. I'll say this to our board, that $1,500 per employee was not included in this $18 million. But next 2 weeks, when I come back, we're going to bring a proposal out of our SR funds. We still have money remaining there that we're going to be able to pull $7.5 million to address that need. The funds, my proposal is going to be for all returning DPS employees that will be here with us. They'll be able to get $1,500 the first or the second week of September. So it's going to be for retention purpose, the one that will come back. That's going to be approximately $7.5 million. I'll bring it to you for approval next time when I come here. Also, as we heard all these ideas from our community, we gotta keep in mind, if we have to put position in a school, those are recurring expenses. We're trying to stay away from that. If you add counselors, you add nurses, you gotta make sure that you are sustaining those positions as well. I don't think that was fair to our county commissioners for us to be able to start putting positions and then go to them, ask for them to sustain those positions. We were trying to stay away from that. We still have SR funds that we're gonna use till, if I'm not mistaken, probably September 2024. There were a lot of requests about tutoring, support for our schools. We have a process in place with our school improvement process where our principals can request additional support as we still have this funding available till September 2024. You can say the tutoring is not a part of this $18 million, but we have another pot of money as our funds that we've been addressing those needs. With that, I'm gonna ask for the person running this, put the PowerPoint up there. So $18 million, we're really excited about that. Until we got to the point where we learn from our attorneys that we have to give up $3.5 million to charter schools. So that's got us to points where we only had about 13.5. Next slide, please. As you can see, the breaking down of how we're spending the funds, $18 million, charter schools getting 3.5. And then the next big part of money is going to academics, which makes really sense, $8.22 million. Then after that, we have HR, $2.5 million, transportation, $1.5 million, school support, $1.28 million. Then the last one, the last one is $1 million for operation. Next slide, please. Everything that we do at DPS, we always want to make sure it is aligned with our priorities, our strategic plan. We don't want to do things out of emotions. We really want to make sure that everything's really aligned. Priorities, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We are all accustomed to these priorities. I'm not going to read them for you. Next slide, please. I'm going to pass this to Dr. Hardy to be able to give the rationale how we're going to spend the $8.22 million. And she's going to tag team with Dr. Stewart as well. And then we have some other academic folks here. And then once Dr. Hardy finished, she's going to give it back to me and I'm going to do the HR. I was expecting our HR folks to be here, but the good thing, they're all traveling, trying to recruit and bring teachers in our district, the right thing to do. Dr. Hardy.
Thank you, Dr. Mavinga. We do have some staff who are here when we do get to questions. Dr. Debbie Pittman, Assistant Superintendent for Specialized Services, Dr. Laverne Maddox Perry, Senior Executive Director for Student Support Services, Dr. Julie Pack, Executive Director for CTE and Magnet, Dr. Kelvin Bullock, Executive Director for Equity and Professional Learning, and Ms. Joy Malone, Executive Director for Information Technology. So I'm going to go through our slides. I did receive some additional questions. I'll try to make sure that I address some of the questions that we have received as well. As Dr. Mavinga mentioned, through that collaborative process, this was developed in regards to professional learning. Principals and teachers alike wanted to deepen their knowledge and content specifically around math, literacy, and MTSS supports. To that end, each teacher will have the opportunity to attend 4 paid days of learning during our 3 weeks of Summer Teacher Institute with 1 additional day to plan a unit of instruction. Teachers will have the opportunity to work and go deep in terms of math, literacy, MTSS, with differentiation for traditionally marginalized students, specifically with the focus on EC and ESL strategies, as well as focusing on our students of color. It's also important to note, as we heard earlier today from Dr. Dr. Bullock, I wanted to make note of who would be facilitating this training. So the training will be organized by our Office of Equity and Professional Learning, as well as our curriculum and instruction team with collaboration with the Office of School Leadership Services. Summer sessions will be facilitated by department leaders, directors, lead teachers, and classroom teachers. Classroom teachers will be selected, those who have demonstrated that they are effective using data as well as our principal recommendations. The content, as I mentioned, MTSS, math, and literacy, as well as information regarding policy 1900, which is our equity and our racial and educational equity policy, and policy 1735, our LGBTQIA+. All of the content will be taught through an equity lens. Our classified staff will engage in a variety of summer sessions based on their department needs. Ms. Phillips has been working very closely with Dr. Monk and his team to make sure that we're looking at those department leaders and the needs that those teams have. IAs will have the opportunity to experience many of the sessions that our certified teachers have. This is going to make sure that they can support the work that's happening in our classrooms. Operations leaders will attend facilitator leadership training. We will also continue working on equity practices, conflict management, as well as customer service. Our last row then talks about LETTERS. LETTERS stands for Language Essentials for Teachers of Reading and Spelling. Understanding and implementing the principles of the science of reading is a critical component of the professional development for our elementary teachers. In order to continue that professional development related to effective literacy instruction, the funding for the implementation for LETTERS has been requested for the 24-25 academic year. DPI is providing some training for next academic year, 23-24. But DPS, we remain committed to providing that ongoing professional learning and to build internal capacity and ensure fidelity of implementation for the program related to the science of reading. Improved benchmark and summative assessment outcomes using grade appropriate strategies is the goal of LETTERS professional development. As a part of this professional learning, DPS would like to create a cadre of LETTERS certified trainers within our district who can deliver and refresh content knowledge to our staff. District-based LETTERS trained staff will be further tasked with creating customized learning opportunities for our instructional assistants as well as members of their staff who are outside the original scope so that we can ensure our staff have the professional learning they need. Next slide, please. The next few items are going to focus on some of our career and technical items, as well as there's an item here for every educator in the districts. Let me start with esports. A large majority of our teens play video games. Esports takes video gaming to a competitive level. It has been shown to improve attendance and increase self-esteem and self-efficacy. Creates a sense of belonging for our students. Additionally, gaming and gamification helps students increase critical thinking and problem-solving skills. The money here will be used to purchase game consoles, accessories, gaming furniture, and software to develop teams. We will have teams at the high school level and clubs at our middle school level. The next talks about our interactive video conferencing classrooms. Super excited. This allows teachers to connect remotely to students across the district. The interactive video conferencing learning environment consists of innovative and upgraded technology that addresses many of our strategies within our strategic plan. This unique visual, audio, and interactive features of the classroom enhances the learning experience of students and educators and allows them to engage in more enhanced learning opportunities. In terms of how we're using them now, we have high school math that we are using with our interactive classrooms that are at the School for Creative Studies in Riverside. We're also using high school Spanish at Riverside High School. And then we are using the one at Minnie Fort Brown Staff Development Center for professional learning. Expanding will allow us to use this in all core subjects, K-12, math, ELA, science, and social studies, will allow us to have interactive classrooms at our elementary schools, as well as additionally at a middle and a high school. So this will help us. We've been working also very closely with Dr. Jones. There's some coordination with our middle school schedules. That's going to enhance that opportunity at middle school and expand those upper level courses that our middle school teachers will have access to. Next, you have the Hillside Arts Program. And later you will see, I think on the next few slides, we have invested in all of our comprehensive high schools in our CTE programs. We wanted to ensure that there was equity in terms of funding amongst our high schools. So we are providing Hillside with $150,000 regarding their arts program. So in collaboration with Dr. Logan, his arts teachers, as well as operations, we're going to be providing funding in the area of arts. Some of the requested items include instruments, costumes, theater media systems, editing equipment, work tables for visual arts classrooms. And then the next one on this slide is classroom instructional resources. We wanted to ensure that all of our certified educators had the opportunity to purchase classroom resources to support student learning. You will see each educator here will receive $200. Next slide. And now I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Stewart. I was going to say, I thought I saw her.
Good evening. As you can see, it says DPS Family Engagement Center. Imagine with me, if you will, a one-stop shop similar to a mall experience for parents, where if they need assistance with student assignment, community education, interpreting and translating services, family academy resources, access to computers to assist them with job applications and so on. I need a transcript. I need some student support services. This will provide equality for all of our parents in the name of quality customer service, efficient use of resources, troubleshooting on the spot, and offering flexible hours to meet the needs of our families. Through this, we will streamline our resources. Imagine this being located in a central location near a bus line. What we have is a vision. It is not fleshed out, but the desire is to set aside $500,000 toward the development of this vision to provide resources for our families. We've heard them. We want to build trust. We want to be supportive. That is the vision, and I hope you will support it. Thank you.
For more than 3 years, Durham Public Schools has been reimagining our instructional program and offerings, our student assignment practices and their impacts, increasing equity, access, and diversity. We're appreciative to this board for most recently adopting the rules regarding our elementary programming with regards to Growing Together. The Growing Together Elementary Implementation Funding Request addresses some major items. The first, making sure that we can enhance visual and performing arts, provide exposure to world languages in every elementary school, and provide STEM in 32 of our elementary schools. This will include professional learning, instructional supplies, classroom resources for music and art. Number two, implementation of the new instructional programs include International Baccalaureate, Montessori, and dual language immersion. This will include funding for training, fees, instructional resources, equipment, supplies, as well as curriculum development. The redesign of the lottery application programming platform to make sure that we have a platform that can handle the new rules of access that you all have just adopted for elementary and that are forthcoming for secondary. And finally, additional items including recruiting resources, communication, marketing, and operational costs. Next slide, please. These next several items are in regards to career and technical education. We are thankful that you adopted CTE month. A dedicated activity bus for the skills trade pathway at Southern School of Energy and Sustainability will allow students to engage in live work sites and industry tours as part of their regularly scheduled class time. In addition, the bus will allow teachers to ensure students are able to access their assigned pre-apprenticeship location. A dedicated skill trades activity bus will provide the program and class access as well as visibility in our community. Our DPS Hub Farm, which we have the opportunity to have meals from when we have our regular board meetings, is an extension to the classroom for the Northern culinary and agricultural students and teachers. Currently, our culinary and agricultural students at Northern access the Hub Farm regularly as part of their CTE experience by just simply walking to the Hub Farm. But you know what's coming, the new Northern. So when the new Northern relocates to the new school in the fall, the students will not be able to just simply walk to the Hub Farm to continue this valuable extension of their classroom experience. A dedicated activity bus for these programs will allow our culinary students to continue to grow, harvest, cook, and produce at the Hub Farm. We'll also assist our agricultural students in assessing the farm for animal care and horticulture. The Fire Technology Program at Northern partners with the Lebanon Fire Station to conduct certification and skills training. With the current proximity to the station, students are able to walk during their class period, or the station can bring a truck to the school. However, if an emergency occurs during that particular time, students would be left without access to that equipment unexpectedly. Purchasing a fire truck for the Northern Fire Program would allow Chief Hayes and her students to access a dedicated truck for certification and trainings. The fire truck will also help to increase visibility to this amazing program at Northern throughout the county. Next slide, please. The EMT program at CMA currently utilizes an ambulance simulator inside the classroom. However, as part of the EMT Level 2 certification preparation, students must demonstrate the ability to drive the ambulance. Currently, we have to utilize a borrowed ambulance to accomplish part of this training. A dedicated CMA DPS ambulance would allow students to access to skills training in a working ambulance. In addition, the ambulance could be utilized at the school and or district events to provide additional emergency support and provide EMT students clinical experience. The ambulance would also help to increase visibility to our EMT program. As part of the Skills Trade Pathway Program at Southern School of Energy and Sustainability, students are able to learn how to drive a forklift and earn forklift certification. Currently, we have to borrow or rent a forklift for this training. So the training has to be condensed into one day. A dedicated forklift for the program would allow students a longer time to practice and utilize the forklift to earn their certification. Finally, in an effort to increase visibility of our culinary programs at both Jordan and Northern, a dedicated DPS food truck will allow an on-site kitchen at events. Also, a food truck would add a layer of excitement to the culinary arts program and give students an insight into one of the most growing food industries in the nation. Next slide, please. The goal of this expenditure is to assure our vital area regarding trauma-informed practices and to increase DPS staff members' accessibility and capacity. More DPS staff will be able to learn how to best recognize and respond to trauma when it manifests itself within our schools. Row 2, equity. We are kings, queens, and royalty. DPS currently has over 70 We Are Kings and We Are Kings programming, serving boys and girls of color, primarily Black and Latinx students. We want to enhance support for these programs and also explore the possibility of developing a We Are Royalty program, which would be a gender-neutral space for delving into various issues of social justice. When necessary, we may also develop programming specifically for Latinx students who have not been able to access our We Are Kings or We Are Kings, We Are Queens or We Are Kings programming. Row 3, in previous years, Student Support Services is seeking to expand not only to reach out our co-located mental health services, but also the breadth of those particular services. Our goal is to increase accessibility of services during our scheduled breaks, including summer months, to find more bilingual mental health providers and continually eliminate some of the barriers that families may have in participating in our co-located mental health services. Next slide, please. The number, we talked about this with Dr. Bullock's presentation in reference to our staffing. The number of alternatively licensed teachers is growing each year. While teachers have vast content knowledge, they need intensive instruction around core curriculum, lesson planning, pedagogy, and behavior management. Our hope is to provide them with a 10-day compacted student teaching experience, gradually easing them into teaching in full responsibility, providing daily database feedback and coaching prior to their placement in the classrooms as the teacher of record. Next, to extend the learning of our initial 10-day experience, we will need to make sure that our mentors have the needs to support our alternatively licensed teachers. So looking at making sure we have more mentor support for our alternatively licensed and beginning teachers. And next, I will turn it over to Dr. Mabinga to talk about the DPS Foundation. Also on, if you'll go to the next slide, the second row on the next slide, Dr. Mabinga mentioned also working with the Superintendent Student Advisory Council. You'll have the opportunity later this spring to meet these dynamic young people. Those of you who have been part of the Strategic Plan Steering Committee have seen our dynamic high school students. They spoke boldly in their meeting and said, we need help. We have all of these wonderful ideas, and we need to make sure that we are not dependent on like club dues, but we need funding to support our community projects and service-oriented initiatives that not only make their school community, but the Durham community better. This funding will provide 6 of our high schools with $5,000 and then 5 of our specialty high schools, including the School for Creative Studies, with $2,000 specific for our student clubs. And then I'll turn it over to Dr. Mabinga regarding the DPS Foundation.
Thank you, Dr. Hardy. Board, thank you for your patience. If you don't mind for us to go through the whole presentation, then you'll be able to ask questions. I see you all agree. All right, DPS Foundation. I have been involved in several meetings with DPS Foundation, with our partners. I think the conclusion of the initiative that we really came up with for this particular year was the whole school initiative. We all understand the need for social emotional needs of our students as well as our staff. I remember in the meeting, the foundation has requested some fund from Duke Durham and other partners as well. That was even before we received this $18 million. I was a part of those conversations. I was able to have a conversation with some of those business partners. Once we received $18 million, it made really sense that if we are really committed to the whole school initiative, we have to make a deposit as well. So I think the plan that they have for that particular initiative is about probably $3.5 million. We have Duke University, we have our student services, Dr. Laverne Maddox Perry, she's a part of that conversation. So we really wanted to put a deposit to show to our business partners that this is something that we really need for our students as well as our staff. That's why we're making that deposit of $280,000. The $1 million that is remaining, I just really want it to be clear as folks are watching this. We've been talking about teacher housing for a long time. Will $18 million build teacher housing? No. We wanted to put a deposit as we started having those conversations again with county commissioners and other partners in the community. We really wanted to put money aside for that particular purpose. This is the way we're going to work with DPS Foundation. They're going to be a clear MOU that I'm going to bring back to the board. This money is going to be used just for that particular initiative. And the MOU is going to be approved by you before even our CFO is able to transfer funds. That was the sole reason for us putting that money on the side. We've been involved in several conversations with several folks about teacher housing, but we felt like it's really important as we got this one-time money that is flexible, unrestricted. Let's put $1 million on the side for that purpose. I just wanted to say that. So probably once we get to the point where you approve this tonight, we're going to start drafting that MOU. Tanya Giovanni will work with DPS Foundation, and then we'll be able to bring that to you. I really wanted to spend a little bit of time there to make sure that I was not influenced by any board members for that particular initiative. It's our money. It will be used solely for that particular purpose. If the board gets to the point where say we felt after a year or 2 or 5, we cannot invest in teacher housing, it's your money for you to be able to repurpose it to something else. It's not DPS Foundation money. Next slide, please. The next one allocation is $2.5 million. We felt it was really important for us to invest this in human resources. So with that, as I said before, all our HR folks are gone. I know Kowick is here with us. Between myself and Kowick, we'll be able to answer to the question that you might have. Both city teaching scholars. If folks remember, probably about 3 years ago, we started having this conversation. It was pretty much aspiration. Where can we get a fund to start growing our own? As we all know across the nation, as we're facing this crisis of our teaching pool, it's really important for us to start doing this work ourselves, start growing our own teachers. So I think pretty much we're looking at all these comprehensive high schools and start having those teacher cadets and try to start grooming them. And then we have a good pipeline with Durham Tech. We have a middle college there, and some of our students are graduating with associate degree. We can take some of those students and be able to pay for them to go to NCCU and have a pipeline there. So we really wanted to put $1.6 million on the side because human resources is really important for us. If this particular initiative works really well, the students that we're going to be able to pay for them, we're going to have a good understanding MOU with them for them to come back at DPS and be able to serve us for 4 years. That's a great and worthy investment. The next one is focused on math and science for female. We felt like there is a deficit. We don't have a lot of female math teachers or female that are really interested in mathematics. So we're going to work collaboratively with NCCU to start building that pipeline as well. That's why we're putting $360,000 on the side. International recruitment bonus. As we are recruiting those teachers internationally, I think we have about 91 or 95 in our district already. It's going to grow. Our teachers, they come a week before a student can start. We felt it was really important for these teachers that are coming overseas to be able to come to the district and start working with us 2 weeks prior to students coming back. So that's what we're investing $100,000 to make sure our veteran teachers and our central office folks, they'll be able to work with our international teacher for 1 week before other teachers come back. $100,000 deposit, I think, is a worthy investment as we start recruiting more international teachers. The next one, we really want to assist DPS employees with securing teaching credentials with the DREAM initiative. We really wanted to put $216,000 on the side for that particular purpose. Next slide, please. Offer housing allowance for early contract teachers. Some of our teachers that they come fresh off college, they don't have any saving. If they have to move in the area where they're requesting, they're asking for a deposit for the apartments. So we really wanted to have probably about $2,000 there that we can work with our our teachers that we're recruiting so they will be able to have housing. We're putting $110,000 on the side for that particular purpose. Then the next one, reimbursing our testing needs, completion licensure, very important. As you saw, pretty much we have close to 70% of our teachers that are coming with emergency license. They're going to need a lot of training as well as assistance for them to be able to pay for those testing. We're putting $35,000 on the side for that. Then the next one, 216, that's pretty much continuation of a medical benefit for DPS employees in DREAM program. Next slide, please. I'm going to pass this to Dr. Monk.
Thank you, Dr. Mabanga. Good evening, board. The first item for operations are emergency radios. This $1 million will, it's about 58% of the budget that we set aside for it. but it covers about 63% of the radios and the components that we need to make sure that we have emergency radio service throughout the district. And this will help us to extend beyond high school and middle schools down into elementary schools, as well as help us get on to the city and county's 800 megahertz frequency. Next slide, please. And then for the Growing Together, you know, we are going to be doing legacy with 4th and 5th graders. This $1 million is not only going to go towards incentives to get the extra bus drivers that we need, but also help support some of the privatized van services and things like that that we utilize throughout the district. And then the white fleet refresh. We're very excited about this. We've done a good job in advocating for capital renewal for our buildings. We need to start doing the exact same thing for our vehicles. As you can see here, we have about 48 vehicles that are 15 years or older, high mileage, high maintenance costs. And we want to do some replacements for those. This will give us about 11 to 12 vehicles. And our goal is to replace those with electric vehicles. You know, the board had approved for us to upgrade our electrical infrastructure for recharging stations, about $2 million. And so we plan to put some money towards our white fleet to have electric vehicles as well as hybrid. Next slide, please. And I'll turn it back over to Dr. Mabanga.
All right, board, that's pretty much conclude our presentations, and we are ready for your questions.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mavinga. Thank you for getting all that feedback from all the stakeholders. I'll go with Ms. Chavez and then see who else has questions.
Okay, I'm going to keep it brief since it's late. Thank you so much for all this. What I think most wanted to see out of this was a combination of immediate, short-term and long-term projects and goals that would be met through this the spending of these funds. And I do think there's I see that across the different components that you've laid out here. I'm just going to ask one question, which is about that $1 million for affordable housing. I appreciate you, Dr. Mubenga, going just a little bit more in depth on that. Since we are in conversation about that and we have not determined a partner or partners with the different components, if we invest that or put that 1 million with the DPS Foundation, I know you said that, you know, even if we don't do that project, we could take it out. But I wanna, are you asked, or I guess, is the proposal that they are definitely our partner in this project, or is it more a savings of that $1 million? Because I know we've talked to a few different entities about how we could partner to make this affordable housing initiative come to life.
Thank you for the question. Simple answer is pretty much for saving purpose at this point. That's the conversation that the board stay having with different partners. Self-help, DPS is a part of the conversation as well. We're talking with county commissioners. We don't know yet where we're gonna land. So the money now is just for saving purpose until we'll decide which direction or who's going to be the partner that's taking the loan and things of that nature.
And then with that, would that money then generate revenue? I mean, would it generate interest in the time that it's?
I think once we work with our CFO, I think that's going to be clearly stated in the MOU. If definitely there's going to be some interest that's going to be generated. So I think with the MOU, we're going to be really very careful. We don't want to put money in a place where it's going to be risky. As you all know, there may be 1% interest or up to maybe a good 5%. So all that's, we're going to have really full transparency. I think the MOU is going to be pretty much dictating what we'll be doing with that. But the money belongs to DPS.
Thank you.
Ms. Lewis and then Ms. Rogers.
Thank you so much. The question I have is also around the same thing you just brought up, Ms. Chavez. I want to just appreciate the expansive stretch of these dollars. I'm fine with the proposals and appreciate that you spoke with many departments and committees to create this list. And we are truly grateful to Mackenzie Scott Foundation for this generous gift. For the 280,000 to DPS Foundation for Whole Child that we talked about and supporting, I definitely appreciate that. I would like to consider separating the requests in the line item, the 1 million, the 280,000. Again, I'm appreciative of our partnership with DPS Foundation, all the work they do, truly centered with the boots on the grounds, and have always had great experiences with our community coordinators for the community schools. I was not sure about them managing the 1 million for the housing. I shared this concern with board member, Matt Sears at the time, about the teacher housing in December, because this is not necessarily DPS Foundation specialty, and they would have to bring in a team to do that. The concern was met, even when we talked about some teacher housing, like, do we know anybody who could who support affordable housing? Who does this? DHIC was who I found. They were recognized by the North Carolina Housing Finance Agency for their work with the Willow Street apartments. I think what I would feel comfortable with is separating the line items and looking to do a RFP to see who we may get the best opportunity to do this work with and still have that MOU. So that 1 million is earmarked for us to determine who we're going to work with, opposed to designating that we're going to work with DPS Foundation at this point until we vet other people who can handle the housing finances and management that's needed.
All right, was that the extent of your questions and comments before I go in? Okay, thank you. Ms. Rogers.
Thank you for this presentation. Same thing everybody else said. The long-term, short-term plans, I appreciate that. I have a question in human resources. Given that we passed our LGBTQIA policy and we have a focus on math and science, can we change that language to be femme presenting or something of that nature, or non-binary included there? So that we start adding it to our processes. And then the dream plan to do the medical expenses for employees doing the DREAM program. I really appreciate that. Can you speak to how many people that $216,000 goes to, or can that be shared later? I know Dr. Lassaine's not here, so I don't know anybody, but.
Thank you, Board Member Rogers. I'm looking at COWIC there. You have the answer. I know that Lassane was able to email us, so if you have it, please proceed.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, everyone. So the idea with that, it would be 10 candidates per year for 3 years. And that would be the support for it initially.
Thank you.
Ms. Valladares.
Dr. Rubenga, we try to engage as much in the community. We try to listen, go to, task forces, Latin 19, like we each plug into community in the best ways. And I actually got a chance to listen to the governor's advisory. I was just there as a guest listening, and our very own director of the Multilingual Resource Center was presenting on the data. The questions that they were asking at the governor's advisory, Latino advisory, were really poignant. And they were asking about how are we expanding, how are we meeting, well, first of all, how are we meeting federal legislation, civil rights of 1964, which says that, language should not be a barrier for anybody. There's no discrimination based on country of origin. Everybody has equal rights to an education. And a recording is available. I will definitely make sure to request that recording so you can listen. Those questions are really poignant, and they were talking about how are we as a district meeting the demand, the growing demand of a population that is no longer 1/3. We're actually at 34% and growing. We will be 40 pretty soon. And so with these questions that were being asked of us, I just, in the proposal for 18 million, I understand that there's creative ways that we also make sure that we are complying and we are meeting the needs. But I do have a question in terms of when it comes to our need to really, really give parents their advocacy, give them the rights to advocate for their children. And we're facing a dilemma right now where interpreters have 7 schools assigned. sometimes between 5 to 7 schools. It is a lot for our interpreters who are getting paid $15 an hour with a little bit of the supplement, a little bit of the money's coming in, maybe 16. But these are frontline employees that are helping us with growing together. And we always throw in the MRC is going to help us. Right now we have the ESL Academy. And there is the MRC helping us with Saturday Academy. And I think Dr. Stacy Stewart for leading that work. And our families are receiving services because our English as a second language students need those academic supports. But the question is, how are we building capacity, knowing that our populations are growing and that we have promised our community that we are going to develop a plan to bring in interpreters, not only for Spanish, we have to expand into the other languages. We don't have that capability right now with the limited spots. Just this January, looking into the and talking to community members, they noticed that there were positions that are posted, but these are not new positions, right? There's 2 positions available. Those 2 positions are not going to make or break when it comes. They actually will not meet the demand that we have right now. And so we need to add positions. And I remember in 2020 when we went to La Inmaculada, and there were a couple of us who were there, even making promises to the community that we were going to add positions. And I remember that was one of the things that I made sure that I as soon as we were adding positions, I reported it back to the community and I said, we added a position. La Conexión USA published that and said, okay, they added 1, but they're waiting for, there's that expectation. How are we growing the Multilingual Resource Center, knowing that our families are needing interpretation? There's a need for fidelity in terms of interpretation. We have schools pulling in the front desk staff person to interpret, and that's not their skill set. They're not trained in that way. And our families are complaining about that. They're saying they're not getting equitable. So my question to you is interpretation, relationship. We talk about, we're talking about developing a new center, and I am in support of that. But I also want us to keep in mind that there is already that triaging. Where do families go when they have a pandemic EBT question? Where do they go when they have questions about deeds and where do they live? They go to the MRC. And I know even during the pandemic, families were coming, and I heard from, just staff talking about the families even showing up and trying to work with dedicated staff, some of the staff through the window, trying to make sure to interact because it is that important to them. So I want to be able to see, in the proposal, or maybe if you can address a little bit about how we're doing that in terms of complying with the demand that we have for our multicultural families and multilingual families.
Thank you, Ms. Valladares. Let me just restate this, as I said before. As we're going through this process, we really was trying to avoid the recurring cost. And I also say that there are other part of money that we have to consider for other needs that we have in the district. I completely agree with you. MRC has been really saturated with needs, requests, with growing together and other things as well. As I'm working with Dr. Stewart and Mr. LaSure, looking at the budget, we're gonna sit down and look at how can we grow that particular department. Well received, but again, the $18 million, very limited funds one time. But anything that's going to be reoccurring, I would like for us really to consider other part of money. I think your request is really well received, but let me also circle back when it comes to community engagement. I think the community engagement, as Dr. Stewart presented this, that's pretty much aspiration. We would love to have a location like they want the building next to Fuller here, to have a welcoming center. For some reason, we're not able to get it. But I think with the $500,000 that we put on the side, we're going to sit down with staff and MRC staff. They're going to be a part of the conversation as well. That's how we're going to spend the money. But our aspiration is pretty much to be able to have a place, one location to be able to address all those needs. If the physical facility is not going to allow us to do that, we can use our existing facilities and try to be able to expand those services. So more details as far as community engagement is gonna come, but I heard you really loud and clear about MRC, how we can grow that. Probably a couple of years ago, we start adding position. County was not able to fund us on that, but I will also say, as we have all these MRC employees, when we bring the salary studies, it's impacting them all. When we are bringing this growing together, providing all these access languages to all the schools is impacting the Latinx community as well. Latinx community is a growing population for us. We are very grateful. That's our ADM is growing. The needs are DPS needs as well. We're going to address those needs as we're looking at other social funds as well. So I just wanted to say $18 million, very one time. When you're looking at $500 million budget, we cannot address all those needs in the same time. But your point is well taken. We'll be able to address those needs as we'll be presenting to you the budget until we get to the point where we'll bring the final one in March or April.
Make it brief. I appreciate your comments, Ms. Valladares. And it makes me consider, even as we're looking at this proposal, when we have needs, how do we grow capacity? And some of that might be full-time positions and some of that might be in other ways. And so if we need school level capacity that triages some of those interpretation needs before it gets to MRC, right? Like I just think about capacity in different ways. And I just can't help but think about so many of our kids who are bilingual, who can be doing some of the support and not getting into student, information, but this is how you call the bus folks. This is how you do this. This is how you set up your computer and how are we plugging that in? So my brain just started thinking about, we have needs, we have capacity issues. How do we use that? And some of that might not come in 18 million in positions, but there might be other ways that we can support it. I want to appreciate y'all for the work that you've done. I'm not going to do a lot of comments on the proposal. I just want to encourage us as we do engagement, a little challenge for us to think about flipping our model and starting with students and educators first, and then let it kind of funnel back up to the cabinet. I'm so glad there's money in here for student clubs. I'm glad there's money for the food truck and forklift and all those opportunities that will enrich students' learning. So I really appreciate that focus in the proposal.
So I appreciate just how deeply you all have engaged, because this is not at all the list we started with, that y'all started with. It very much evolved and has just this kind of gift basket of awesomeness in it, right? And so I look forward to seeing what all these initiatives spark and grow kind of within the district as a whole. And I'm not going to nitpick your list. I'm not going to tell you where to put money that you've already made decisions about. I think our vision is to respect the work that our teachers, our students, and folks have brought to you all with the ideas that are represented here. I know that you also have the flexibility as things go along. If you see things that aren't working, you will stop spending money there. And that is the beauty of the flexibility of this money. I hope that as we are doing this training for staff, that we'll have childcare provided for this summer stuff. I know y'all will be sensitive to those kind of needs as we're making opportunities for folks to come in and realizing that they also have childcare needs in that. But it's a great accelerator. I will also say I disagreed with our legal counsel about the need for this to actually be shared with charter schools. This was funds from Mackenzie Scott that were given directly to Durham Public Schools. They also gave to charter schools in other states, and they clearly know how to do that. They gave this to Durham Public Schools. And I believe, as Ms. Chavez said earlier, it was largely because of our equity work and our focus that is trying to accelerate work with students of highest need. And so I would welcome any of these charter schools that have received their payments to return those funds, and we will continue to accelerate equity work here in Durham. I believe it is a shared community value, and I just welcome those checks to come right on back into the district, because that's that's who Durham is. So do you all have any other questions? And if not, I would welcome a motion.
I move that we approve the plan for $18 million. Grant
Can I make an
funding.
amendment, a modification? Just clarifying, are we, so did we make a decision about putting the 1 million separate from the full amount? I just want clarification.
The pleasure of the board.
Where do we stand, board? When it comes to the 1 million, there's two different things, whole schools, and then there's a 1 million for housing. Will that be separate? I think board member Lewis was saying that it could be a separate item.
What I heard clearly from Dr. Mavinga was that there would be no expenditure of those funds until an MOU was legally vetted and brought to this board. And so I've not seen the vote tonight having any need to restrict that further. I think that was clear, but
What was not
Understood.
clear, I think, was the fact that the MOU would be DPS Foundation. We're talking about opening it up like an RFP process that would allow as many different entities who want to participate in this teacher housing. So if the MOU itself would be with DPS Foundation, that wouldn't really answer the question of how are we opening up that opportunity for other organizations.
I think we need to clarify what the project is, and I don't think we're at that point yet. So to put out an RFP when we haven't clarified what our project is, I think we need to still do that work. And so I think Dr. Mavinga alluded to earlier, this kind of being a savings place while we clarify and understand the project. And we know this, again, been a priority for us for a while. So I think it's okay to separate this out into two chart table situations here, but I think the MOU can help us clarify what the funds are for. And I think our board needs to help clarify kind of what the project is.
Well noted. We'll bring you the MOU. Yeah, that will be separated. Thank you.
so we had a motion, right? And
Second.
a second, and that is clear enough for everyone as Dr. Mavinga.
And I'm fine with adding that to my motion that we separate the two out.
Okay. It is late and I want to make sure, do y'all have any other discussion before we vote on this motion?
Yes, just want to clarify so that the $1 million for the teaching housing project will have an MOU drawn up with DPS Foundation, but we will still be able to vote whether or not we want to enter that contract with DPS Foundation or determine another housing organization, depending on when we find out what the project is.
I will bring you the MOU and then we'll go from there. That'll be a pleasure.
Any more questions, discussion?
Point of order on the
Yes.
motion, I think, Chair Umstead, with your clarification, your motion is to approve acceptance of the grant with the separation of the $1 million.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. It has been moved by Ms. Umstead, seconded by Ms. Rogers. Any further discussion? All right, all in favor? Say
Aye.
aye. Any opposed? It passes unanimously. Thank you all for all your work on this. And that brings us to item 8, Operations Services, Budget Update 23-24.
I have a question about the budget. That's on the agenda at this point, because we've had it before in the late hour. We still have one more item that is for action. Could we table this until next? I move that we table this discussion, this point until the next board meeting.
We have some questions on this. It is on the presentation for action, Mr. Lasore. And I wanted, the précis is what it says. So I want to know if you needed action tonight or not.
I don't really need action on this first budget item. This was really bringing the deferred items that we had in the past back to you so you could see them. Some of them were from last year, Lions Farm. We didn't get any funding for it, but we were able to take care of it because of some of the vacancies that we have here in the district. So therefore, that would still be something down the road we would want to come back to the county for, but not necessarily a need. I would like to just ask one question about parental leave, if you want to talk through that.
Well, and Mr. LaFleur, I don't want you to have to rush through this. You've been waiting for us to do all kinds of things tonight. I don't think we have to rush through, and this is information we did ask you to bring. So I would hope that you could take any time you needed with us.
Yeah. So you can bring up the PowerPoint, please. We'll just talk about it real briefly. I just need some guidance because parental leave is a broad question and we have to define what parental leave is. And that's really the big ticket item that we would need to talk about on this. The other things are positions that have been talked about previously in past years that we just need to make sure that we don't let go by the wayside. As we know, the county also talked to us. You can go to the third slide, I think. Right there. Next slide, please. Nope. Yeah, there you go. So if we can talk about these deferred items, these are really the ones you talked about counselors, 13 more counselors that you wanted, $1 million it would be. Again, I go back to the point of that's what we would love to do, but that's a state responsibility from that standpoint. Operations is for the operation side of the house is what we in the county are responsible for. The state's responsible for the instructional support activities. We mentioned earlier, where are we? 1 to 250 is the recommended level for counselors in schools. We're at 1 to 313 based on our allotments to the schools, but we also have put in 25 other, we need a total of 25 positions. We have about 13, 14 in the schools additional with the ESSER funds, bringing us down to 1 to 276. So, you know, that's just something we need to keep our eye on, and hopefully Leandro will take hold one day and those positions will come to us because that is part of it. Again, we talked about school-based behavioral support staff as well in the past, and that's something that just needs to be on the table because we do have behavioral issues throughout all our schools. And we want to make sure that we're taking care of those kids and providing the resources to ensure safety in our schools. The other thing is, in talking with the county just last week, was it, or the week before? We talked about the additional career development coordinators, 321 work-based learning initiative. That would be 8 positions we would need. They can't come out of CTE funds for this initiative. So we would have to look at getting some additional dollars to support that program from the county. Also, in the past few years, we've talked about additional funding for the arts programs to provide additional support for their events that they're putting on to promote our students across the district and sending them to different competitions across the state and country for that matter. And then the parental leave one, which is the one we've talked about from time to time in regards to where we're headed with that. You know, looking at parental leave, this 800,000 would cover about 50, 60, maybe 100 teachers for 2 months. You know, some school district, I mean, the county has a 3-month parental leave policy. Well, that's a lot of money. That's a lot of time out of the classroom. If it's from that standpoint. So when you're talking about, we have to get some guidelines about how we would want that to look, who would be involved in parental leave as well. Is it a husband? Is it a husband, or is it a wife that gives birth, or they get a child through adoption? Is it more than that? You know, I mean, we need to flesh out what you really want to talk about in regards to parental leave, and that's something that has to be thought about. And I'm from my side, I'm looking at this as a next year type of ask for that purpose. to really develop what you really want as a board for Durham Public School staff. So, and those were the real items that we were bringing tonight. The other was just the $10 million ask that we need from the county for our classified salary study and certified salary increases. I do want you to know that at the conference that I was just at with NCSBO, the North Carolina School Boards Association presented to us on things that they're hearing at the General Assembly. They said that they're looking at generous salary increases for employees, looking at bus drivers as well, looking at IAs as well, different specific pots that they might target additional funding for. But they said that, so our 4% may be good, our 4% may not be good, depending on what they say is generous because of the revenues that they've received over the past few years. So, I mean, there's a lot of things that as we look at this, nothing's coming clear yet because they're just talking. Supposedly, they're going to put out a budget sometime in late March, April. You know, last year it was June. And it was a one-sided budget. So we hope that it's going to be more transparent so that people can actually have some activity in questioning and trying to understand what is being presented to the school districts. As we all know, we just we're here. We accept what they give us and we move on and we make it work. So we'll see how that all plays out. But this is really what we have to deal with in regards to the parental leave. I would like to put my thoughts that we just try to get the money for the classified salary study this year in our budget ask, because the more we ask for, the more I think they will frustrate the county commissioners. But that's me. I'm always going to give you my opinion.
Dr. Mbenga, I see you have thoughts.
Thank you, Ms. Byers. I just have a question about parental leave. This is a conversation when I came on board. I heard about this conversation. I don't really know, is it aspiration or we're able to pull our staff to be able to gather data whether or not it was really a need? Do we know any other district that are really offering that as well? I heard Paul say that anytime you offer this, you got to think about the consequences of not having teacher in the classroom as well. So I heard this conversation for years. I just really wanted to know is that need really relevant at this point, or where that aspiration really came from? So I just, for my own knowledge.
So, yeah, I think it's something that Chapel Hill Carrboro is running on right now. And they've offered a parental leave. I also think it's part of our benefits package. It's going to be necessary to compete with the likes of RTP and Duke and the city and the county governments because they offer it. And I think when we're looking at this, especially as you say that this is for next year's ask, or we should see how the impact has been in Chapel Hill Carrboro and see what that's like, see if there are other districts in the state that do that. And look at the practices of the locals, like the companies in RTP. I'm pretty sure it's parental leave for whomever, whether they are adopted or a natural birth, or for all the parents involved. And there are some stipulations, like I know at Duke, both parents cannot get paid parental leave. Only one parent could. So those are ways to save the money, save some money, is to look at the best practices about what's happening there. And documentation is required for, you know what I mean?
Ms. Umstead, I saw you.
Yeah, I think it started as a need and something that came from educators, but I like your point of how do we spend some time fleshing out what what might be a Durham way, a Durham Public Schools way of doing this. And I wonder if there's a small working group that we can get together. I very much agree. It's a benefits package. We know that we have many teachers who tend to be women, identify as women, who tend to be young and starting families. And so how do we create a workspace that's conducive for that when in a time where we know that many teachers are deciding about, should I work or should I stay home with my child? And if this is something that could help that, that's something I would think about. So a later ask, but a kind of maybe a little group together to look at best practices.
Yeah, and I also think it came from in Durham, Moms Rising organized around this, city and county changed their policies. And this has been 6 or 7 years ago, maybe longer, 12 weeks, right? And even the city, both parents. I mean, I don't know how they do it. It's clearly expensive. And it's obviously, everything we talk about, something that should be at the state level for employees. Like, of course. And it's the right thing to do for child development. So, I mean, I guess I'm always curious, like, how much can we do and model for the state along with Chapel Hill and whatever? Like, how much can we afford, both in terms of money and the time off that we know we're going to have to find subs for? I mean, it's logistically enormous for the second largest employer in town, but it's also the right thing to do. And so I think any group of folks that we can get together to improve this from where it is, moving the state in the right direction and leading the state. So I don't know. That's how I think about it.
Yeah, and I'd add to that, there are things I would like to be a part of that conversation. And we have to pay for our first 3 weeks. We have to pay for our first 3 weeks, and then Duke will pay for the next 3 weeks. And so you have to spend your time off. You don't just automatically get it. So there are ways to have conversations about how it's a dual investment, right? And if you don't come back from maternity leaves, there are some penalties as well. So having those conversations, I think, are important.
And Ms. Chavez, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, just quickly wanted to say, I support the working group idea. I know this, I saw, Chapel Hill, Carver doing this last year, and with this article I pulled up from last summer, it says no other districts in our state do offer this. Definitely interested in the data that they gather this year, what comes out of it. Obviously, it'd be an expense. I think it's also in line with the county's, I think the county has this, push for maternal and child health and all of that. So I think that's in line, with that effort as well. So hopefully this would be something that we would find alignment in with the county. But the working group sounds good. Get some details together and how this plan would work.
Yeah, it would be a total local cost. The state would not share, federal dollars would not share in this unless the federal government does go along with their parental leave.
I'd be interested to have, just thinking of we're just barely out of COVID maybe, and, the RSV risks, the need to keep tiny babies safe, out of daycare as long as possible. So I just look forward to ways we can accelerate that conversation. But the other thing, I guess, Ms. Valladares, would be like multilingual resource people would be on this list if you need, like, this deferred items of years past, right? I mean, those kind of things that you were bringing up earlier, I think are this kind of wish list conversation that we're still trying to figure out how to take care of everything that our children need. Other things that come to mind for you all? Mr. Sawyer, can you remind us when we next come back and talk about budget again? Because this will all be rolling around.
So we were going to come back at the board meeting.
So we'll be back in a couple of weeks then. Yeah.
And at that time, we'll bring you the enrollment, which we plan on using 30,722 as a beginning number. We already have our allocations ready to go to the principals. From that standpoint, it doesn't look pretty because you remember I told you that it was looking like the state would have taken away this year 40 positions based on our enrollment reduction, but they only took half of those away. So with this enrollment decline, it comes out to be another 24 positions. So that is critical when we're talking about what's happening in our schools because of the enrollment reductions.
That's going to be painful for everyone to realize. Thank you so much for staying at this late hour with us and helping us keep thinking about these important topics. Any other questions on this? Otherwise, we'll see it in a couple of weeks. Thank you so much, Mr. Lesur. And that brings us to the new financial and human resource system.
Yes, if you can bring up the next presentation, please. In regards to this, you can go down a few slides. Yeah, go back one for right now and we'll talk about this. What is the reason why we need a new financial system? I mean, ours is over 30 years old in this state. We need something new that we can really progress with and move ourselves forward. It's really something that has been overdue. The state has engaged in this from that standpoint. And we're looking for the purpose of change to get more functionality out of our systems. When I talk about green screen, it's truly a green screen. And it's very clunky to go from here to there, though we're used to it. There's better things out there for us. The state's doing the modernization. Tyler Munis and Cherry Road Oracle have been at it for 3 years with some of our schools, and they're still not completely there with their modernization and getting those school districts up and running. Gaston County, for instance, has had some serious issues, and it's been costing them every month trying to get their file to the retirement system correctly, because you get fined if it's not there in a timely manner. There were no excuses. It just wasn't getting there, and the state treasurer was not allowing for any lenience in the fines that were going on there. So that's become a costly project for them. This is going to bring it to a cloud-based system, which is critical. We are off-site with our system at SAS currently, but going to a cloud-based system provides us much more flexibility in being able to do things from afar very easily compared to having to log in through VPN to get to this, to get to that. And when VPN wouldn't work on your computer, you wouldn't be able to get in from afar. So cloud-based will bring a different aspect to us. And again, it's about simplifying our day-to-day operations. This will provide so much more functionality and workflows to notify people that they have assignments in a purchase order world. Requisition gets entered, gets sent to somebody's desk currently. It sits there, might not move for a couple days. You can do this automatically because it's going to come to your box, be notified. You can set up a time on any day to go in your box and get it taken care of, moving on to the next step. We want to make sure that as we continue to move forward, which we've tried to do a lot of our own modernization as much as we can through emails and so on and so forth. It just isn't the same as it hitting your box and you having to take action on it. And we'll know where it is. And this system is designed, if it's sitting in somewhere too long, you're able to send notifications back to that person saying, hey, you got work to do. So it's really important that we simplify our processes, not only in the financial side, but for everybody across the district that works on budgets and system generated documents for the purpose of a purchase order. really good things in this system that will give us for payroll purposes, for HR purposes, for certificate, CPE that teachers have to have. There's modules in this system that we would like to have your blessing to move forward with. From that standpoint, we just want to make sure that this is going to give us not everything. None of these systems are giving us everything we need. There's still going to be some plug-in, but this one will be able to work with the staff, the company that we'll talk about in a minute, to move us forward as partnered with the Serenic group that's currently working with us. So that's important. Next slide, please. So Syllogist Ed, which we call WinGauge, is a product currently being tested for us specifically. This group is in Oklahoma. They have a school-based system, which the other two systems that the state has put forward, one is for municipalities and government work. The other is for big business work, Oracle, Cherry Road Oracle. Tyler Munis is for governments. Cherry Road Oracle has been in the business world for many, many years. Wake County does use Oracle, but it's their own system that they've had for 15 years or more. They have a contractor that's on that they have to contract with every year to provide the services to the tune of $700,000 to have him available and make modifications to their system when they want to make changes. The reason this system is better is because it's a system that's already developed in Oklahoma for the Oklahoma districts. And this is a family-owned business. Just want to put a shout out to the dad of Chad Humphrey, who his son will be playing for the Kansas City Chiefs this weekend. He is a center, Creed Humphrey. So I had to give that shout out for the Kansas City Chiefs because of that. But yeah, small world when it comes to doing business and who you know and who they know. But they've already got the accounting general ledger part, the backside of the financials that we need already in place. They started working with us last April, came and demoed it to a number of us here in the district. And from there on, they just started going. And they've already got it in place for us to play in a sandbox, which is a very big advantage for us to be able to try it, see how it works, see if it comes out with the final answers that we need. They've already tested it, but we try it, we break it. If we can, they'll fix it. So that's the main thing, is getting it right before it actually goes into implementation. They're working on the payroll right now. They say they're going to have it done by the end of March, with all the uniquenesses that North Carolina has with the retirement system, the orbit file, the health insurance, so on and so forth. The nice thing about the SunPack product that we had, the green screen, is we have the programmer, the lead programmer that's partnering with WinGauge to ensure that those things that are unique to North Carolina get taken care of on the front end. And I mean, that's a big thing that the other two companies did not have in their back pockets. There are two great people that work, Mark Gooch and Sally. Sally works with us on the payroll side. Mark Gooch does the programming side. So we have those people there for us, and we'll make sure that they work closely with the WinGauge group to ensure a successful landing. The nice thing about this, they are really comfortable. They're really comfortable. Sir, I gotta have my time. They're really comfortable that they can get us going in July of this year, not 3 years down the road. So they're very comfortable with that because they know and have product in another state. So they just have to do the modification. So next slide, please. So with that, I'm not going to go into this much more. You've had it, the presentation to look at. They have over 500 of the school districts in Oklahoma. Every city is a school district in Oklahoma, pretty much, or every farm even. So they look at it from that side. They've been doing modifications for 30 years, so they know what it's about. They know what education's about. That is the key to this product, is it's an education-based product. So I feel much more comfortable that this company would be able to put the pieces together for us and make sure that we have the customer support that I am very concerned with the other two groups that aren't going to be able to be there for you when you need an answer. And I know that these people will. So just because of their past performance and their credibility across Oklahoma, because I have spoken to some of the school districts in Oklahoma to see how they like it, and it's working great for them. So I'm sure it's going to work great for us. Next slide, please. So these are just some of the things that are in the system right now. Accounts payable, purchasing, that's what we'll be playing with right now. Payroll, they're going to be working on. They have a personnel portal that allows personnel to go in, enter their information. It will update their information on the HR side in personnel, and it will flow to payroll. So there's a lot of things that are there that make sure that you have continuity in both locations, and the information will be the same. Also, some of the other things that they have that I didn't put on there is you can change your W-2s, you can change your NC-4s, right then and there. You can change your bank routing number, location, account number, whatever you need to do. It's a self-service portal, and it goes right into payroll. So, I mean, it's really critical that we save our time and people's time as well, to make sure that it gets to the right place on time. So for the most part, it's there. They have that system is pretty complete with what we need. There's some things that they're going to add to it, but there's a lot of things that are on the table right now that are plug and plays that we're going to be able to pull off the table as we go along, and we make sure everything works. So there'll be some cost savings as we go down the road from that standpoint. Next slide, please. So there's a conversion cost and there's an annual subscription cost. What they're doing for us, the state is paying for Tyler and Oracle. They're paying over $2 million for conversions for those two school districts that are in play right now. We're only going to get charged $95,000 for conversion. The reason why is because they feel they have a product that they can move in North Carolina for other school districts as well. And as Mark Gooch says, Durham has always pushed Serenic and Sunpack to the limits on trying to get things modernized as much as we can. This just puts us that much further at a low cost for us to be able to move forward. It does increase the subscription, $1 per student, bringing it up to $200,000 at the very bottom in the first year cost. And they want to guarantee that for 5 years. So we do have, and I will say this, we would love to have your blessing to move forward in it. I'm not going to go through the presentation that continues on, which is a state presentation that shows that it's going to take another 7.5 to 10 years to convert the school districts in North Carolina. And there are other modules that the state's working with student accounting and some other HRMS, which is human resource management system that they're changing up, as well as all the different human resource advertising pieces for personnel. So I'm not going to bore you with that, I think, and I feel, my staff feels that we can move forward with this. We're excited about it because we want something new. We've been wanting something new. And we hope that you will allow us to move forward with this and engage with Sylogist on this WinGauge product. I do want you to know that we're still looking at the document, and our in-house attorney, Ms. Giovanni, has some questions that she wants answered by their group before I actually sign it and move forward. So we will get those cleared up, and if you give us the go ahead, we're ready to go. They're ready to go.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lasore. We are almost as excited as you are about this long overdue upgrade, and know that you will be leading us as we lead the state in making sure that this gets done smoothly and our employees still get paid and no one notices anything behind the scenes. Y'all have any questions about this? Ms. Lewis?
Just one quick question. Thank you. I am as excited as you are too. Crunching numbers and being able to transfer over and do things automatically and in the cloud and all that good stuff. What is it like as far as compatibility with audits and for our vendors to be able to get the information out, things of that nature? How compatible, more compatible?
Oh, most definitely. I mean, it's just, yeah, it's all Excel spreadsheets. It's not, it's not all hard coded reports that we print out or that we have to go through and try to generate. We'll develop those reports as we go. It'll be easy to get the information out, and you'll have so much at your hands that it will be a different world.
And well, and then just one other quick question. What is the training time for your onboarding, your team's onboarding with it?
So we're playing in the sandbox. As soon as I can sign, they're ready to give us their app to go. But we'll be training through the April timeframe on general ledger. And then when we get the payroll, general ledger will continue, but payroll will pick up with the payroll part and human resource part as well. And they'll be training right through the summer.
Thank you.
And they're developing videos and a lot of documentation to support the ongoing North Carolina model. They already have 850 videos out there for the Oklahoma model, but they're going to do some for the North Carolina model as well. Because they want it to be simple. They want you to be able to move quickly.
Thank you. Any other questions, Ms. Rogers?
Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate the fact that you're offering the financial piece. Is our human resource department ready to come on board with this same system at the same time? And will it slow their processes?
No, it will expedite the processes, and Jeff shaking his head, let's go.
Mr. McCoy, can you just jump on the mic? So
Sorry about that. When I came here 3 years ago and saw AS400, my jaw dropped. Any system in the modern age will be a benefit to HR as well.
really ready to get into the sandbox, I can tell. Yeah, off the green screen.
Thank you.
Yeah. Sunset.
Happy to move a motion. Do we need any special language? Since there is some things still worked out in the contract, is that correct?
They're very minor, but just want some clarity around some of the terms in the standard contract. But Mr. Lasore and I have discussed them. We are going to move forward. We just need some clarity. So it'll happen very quickly because, as he indicated, we're trying to get this rolling in July. So I anticipate tomorrow I'll start a conversation with them. I don't anticipate there being too much of an issue. Thank you.
If you're going to move to approve the contract, perhaps motion to approve the contract subject to approval by a board attorney.
I move that we approve the contract subject to approval by the board attorney.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Umstead and seconded by Ms. Chavez. Any further discussion on this financial and human resource system? If not, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously.
Thank you,
and
thank you.
Yes, we are excited. We are. Thank you so much for shepherding us through that. And thank you all for being so patient with us. Dr. Hardy, the follow-up items.
Maybe not as long as you think. In the board discussion items, for staff to work on, I think it's policy 2200 regarding board member terms of service with Ms. Giovanni, as well as in regards to the MOU, reviewing the MOU with the DPS Foundation. The equity and professional learning, make sure that the board members have access to the video. And with reference, there is quite a bit of items from Gaggle. Mostly, I think, to summarize, to make sure that we bring back collecting data through this spring, bring back that information prior to, in enough time for the board to make a decision in regarding renewing that particular contract. And those terms go through June 30th. So my notes say revisit that in May, so the board has time to deliberate and take any action necessary. In reference to the McKinsey report, separating, Dr. Mabing has already indicated, separating the request for 1.28 to the DPS Foundation, 280,000 whole child, 1 million for affordable housing, and HR in the math and science, make sure that we're acknowledging other options such as non-binary and making sure that that's present in the language. And in the professional development, making sure over the summer, making sure that we have access to childcare. Dr. Monk is nodding.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. And with that, I will welcome a motion.
Move that we go into closed session for the reasons stated on the agenda.
Second.
Been moved by Ms. Umstead, seconded by Ms. Valladares. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously. We are in closed session. Thank you.
All right, we are now back in open session. Dr. Mabinga.
Madam Chair, I'm here to seek your approval for the personnel report as discussed at the closed session.
Move approval of the personnel report dated February 9th, 2023.
Second. Been moved and properly second. Any other discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please use the same sign. We are now adjourned. You wanna hit?